initiative this morning. We are very glad to have you here as we celebrate Korea University's 120th anniversary year. Before we move into our opening remarks, I'd like to share a brief update. Professor Byung-ho Jung, head of Hughes, was not able to join us today due to unavoidable circumstances. However, he sends his sincere wishes and his full support for the success of today's conference. So to begin our program, I'd like to invite Professor Hyuk-ki Song, head of the Institute for Global Humanities Research and Collaboration at Korea University. Professor Song, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to Korea and welcome to Korea University. Today's gathering is the fourth annual conference of the MIT GHI Global Humanities Initiative, and it also celebrates Korea University's 120th anniversary. On behalf of the Korea University Institute for Global Humanities Research and Collaboration, and together with the WHO's Humanity Almost Sharing System at Korea University, I am delighted to welcome to you all. Our institute has built strong scholarly exchange and warm personal ties with MIT GHI over the past years. At the center of the partnership is our shared commitment to global humanity. I believe this conference will help us explore concrete ways to deepen that collaboration through your presentations, your conversation, and your ideas. I hope this will be a meaningful and enjoyable time for everyone. As you have already seen, autumn in Korea is beautiful, and autumn at Korea University is especially beautiful. Today's schedule is quite tight, but we have left a generous lunch break, and tomorrow the conference ends a bit early in the afternoon. Please take some time to walk around campus and enjoy Korea University's autumn. And on Saturday, we have prepared a short trip for you. At Hwasong Fortress in Suwon, a place filled with the history of Joseon Dynasty, you can relax and enjoy the Korean autumn even more. Once again, a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Song. Next, we are pleased to welcome Professor Vipke Deneke, faculty lead of the MIT Global Humanities Initiative. Professor Deneke, please. 고려대를 사랑해 주셔서 감사합니다.
I received this wonderful quote on the occasion of the foundation of the Institute for Global Humanities here in April, and really feel very welcome coming home here. So, Professor Hyuk-ki Song, Professor Byung-jo Jung, Executive Vice President Song Taek-yoon, Dean Agustin Rayo, distinguished faculty and students of Korea University, members, colleagues, students, and friends of the MIT Global Humanities Initiative, and online fellow humans from around the world. It is my greatest pleasure and honor to open the fourth annual conference of the MIT Global Humanities Initiative, and to do so at one of our closest collaborating institutions here at Korea University, which celebrates its 120th anniversary, with my dear colleagues, Professor Song here and Professor Jung. Actually, I am almost very surprised to be here. 슬라이드 부탁드립니다. 아, 여기 있어요? 잠깐만요. I am actually quite surprised to be here with you today. I came to Korea University for the first time 9 years ago to study with Professor Shim Kyung-ho from the Hammunhakwa, the Sino-Korean or Sinographic Literature Department. And we were reading a text that I want to use today as a symbol and guiding thread and image for our conference, namely the so-called Song of the Dragons Flying to Heaven, Yongbyo Chonga. This is the first text that was actually printed in Hangul, very foundational. It is in 125 poems that actually intertwine Chinese history with Korean history, and it's a foundational document of the royal lineage of the Joseon dynasty, which was founded in 1392. And here it goes. I'm going to read it in Korean. You can read along in English. And again, this will be a guiding image, and enjoy along the way some Korean literature fun here, very important also for people from abroad. 뿌리 깊은 나무는 바람에 흔들리지 아니하므로 꽃 좋고 열매 많으니 생이 깊은 물은 감흥에도 그치지 아니하므로 내를 이뤄 바다에 가나니. So this is in many ways a poem really that has many stories. There's the story of our growth together here between Korea University and MIT and me, from very specialized philological study, it was very hard reading this text, to today, global humanities, and not even that, gosh, we're going to talk about the university of the future. What could be bigger than that ocean we are going towards now? The poem speaks of roots, water, and fruit, of grand purpose, going to the ocean, and also confidence and growth in the image of the tree, no? It is a story of foundation, definitely for the Joseon dynasty. And on this occasion, I really want to congratulate Korea University again on the foundation of the Institute for Global Humanities Research and Collaboration, or KU-GHI, as I like to call it, like MIT-GHI this April. We applied together for this funding, and it seemed to be the biggest funding in the humanities that Korea University has ever received. So this is a huge effort here of blossoms and fruits now that actually will carry more fruits as we go along. In this poem, there's also this story of a confidence in transformation and future manifestation, that things are just happening, like trees, like water. And I want to share a little image here for those of you who have more time in Korea. This is the Confucius Temple at SKKU, which is kind of my alma mater here in Korea. It goes back to 1398. And when I went there on Tuesday, it has one of the oldest ginkgo trees here, 1519 supposedly. I was looking at the ginkgo tree, and I have to tell you, in Korea and East Asia, trees are like beings. They can be national treasures. If they're old trees, they will have numbers and things like that. And I was standing there and thinking, in this courtyard, so many people took the civil service exams. This is was the university of the future in the 16th century. And if all of you think back, your ancestors in 1519, what kind of schools or universities might they have gone to, and where? What kind of university of the future was there? That's actually something I thought of. So there's an enormous ability of trees to project into the past, into the future. And I want to add one more tree story here by a contemporary author now, really going from the 15th century here into the contemporary period. This is by somebody called Kim Un-soo, a novel called The Cabinet, about things that are kind of in drawers in the cabinet. And there's a story about a ginkgo tree. No? It's a man who wakes up, looks into the mirror, and there's a tiny little ginkgo tree coming out of his little pinky. Have you ever had that experience? And people around him watch how the ginkgo tree is growing, and they're very concerned. Only the man is really happy. And at some point, the ginkgo tree gets so big that he goes into the Jiri Mountains, one of the most holy sites, very Buddhist, very religious, spiritual. And he puts the ginkgo tree into the soil, and writes back a last time, I'm going to put the ginkgo tree now into the soil, and I don't know what's going to happen next. Probably I can't write back to you. The story ends on the narrator who looks at this tree, man tree, saying, I sometimes wonder if this man has turned into a tree, his body stretched out to become roots, branches, and leaves. I wonder if he's fluttering in the wind high up on a branch, quietly looking down at our messy, inconsequential lives below. And no, I do not want us to actually go into the mountains and not do any work anymore. But that transformation, that happy transcendence now is something that's incredibly liberating and, of course, very Buddhist, although this is a contemporary author. So I want to leave you with that image. And of course, I'm going to add the fourth tree. I know you have seen this coming. Me talking about trees will, of course, get us to today's conference, stemma, because in Greek, stemma actually means a tree, a family tree. And for philologists, it means actually the addition of a text, very important for classical literature scholars like me, and the way it branched into many different versions. That is the image we're using for the conference. I'll be talking more about that in a moment. But let me take again the opportunity to thank our co-hosts here, especially the Korea University Institute for Global Humanities Research and Collaboration, the Korea University Humanities Utmost Sharing System, Korea University Institute for Sinographic Literatures and Philology, and in particular also Professor Lee, the dean here of the College of Liberal Arts, who's a wonderful leader in these matters and has made many things possible here for us. Thank you so much for hosting us here. I look forward to an amazing few days of a conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, especially for your loving Korea University. And we'll now continue with our welcoming remarks. And it's going to be delivered online by Dean Augustine Lyo, Dean of the MIT School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences, and co-chair of the MIT Human Insight Collaborative. Dean Lyo, thank you. Thank you for joining us virtually.
Thank you. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I really do wish that I was there in person. I apologize for not being there in person. And of course, now that I know that Korea University is so beautiful in the autumn, I feel even worse that I'm not there in person. As everybody knows, we're living in this extraordinary time. It's this time of deep social, economic, political transitions. And we're living in the age of AI. And one thing that I often wonder about is, what is going to be left in the age of AI that is truly ours. And here are the things that come to mind. We are still going to want to think about the best way to live. We still want to experience the agency of creativity. We're going to want to understand our shared human history. We're going to want to experience the beauty of poetry. We're going to want to be inspired by poetry, by literature. We want our lives to be grounded in philosophy. And really, we want to build minds that are free, minds that are free in the sense that we're able to chart our own paths. We're able to chart the paths that our minds take. And we want to be our whole selves. In other words, the things that we are left with in the age of AI are the humanities. So I think that what you all are doing, what you all are thinking about, is not just extraordinarily important, it is the future. I find this to be a very interesting moment to be Dean of Humanities in a technical university, because it is a time where the leadership of the university sees the value of the humanities. It is a time where there is a feeling on campus that it's important to redefine what it means to be a top engineer. We, of course, expect that top engineers are going to be excellent on technical skills. But I think there is a growing sense that to truly be a top engineer, you also need to understand how the world works. You need to understand the political, social, economic, moral, human context of the world. And you, of course, need to understand that from a global perspective. So when I think about what the university of the future looks like, what the university of the age of AI looks like, the university that we need to be building now, this is not going to be about conveying information to students. In the university of the future, and really in the age of AI, all information is going to be available to everyone always. So the role of universities cannot be conveying information. It has to be something different. And surely part of that is building an ecosystem so that students develop their best work, and so that they're guided and stimulated by their professors and their peers. Part of that has got to be to build minds that know how to learn and are nimble and flexible. But I really believe, and I think there is a growing awareness of this, that the humanities have the key role to play. So one way to think of this is, we of course need our students to be excellent at executing various tasks. But in the age of AI, it will be more important than ever to have the judgment to figure out which tasks are worth executing on. In the age of AI, we need a moral compass. In the age of AI, we need to generate minds that have the skills to be leaders. And that means critical thinking. That means clarity of mind, communication. These are the skills that an education rich in the humanities provides. So my message to you is, this is our time. This is the time of the humanities. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Professor Ryu. And our final welcoming remark today will be Professor Songtaek Yoon, Executive Vice President for Research at Korea University. Professor Yoon, so please begin.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars and students from Korea and abroad. It is my great honor to welcome all of you here on our campus to the fourth annual conference of the MIT Global Humanities Initiative, held in celebration of Korea University's 120th anniversary. I extend my warmest greetings and heartfelt appreciation to everyone joining us today. This past April, Korea University and the MIT Global Humanities Initiative co-hosted the 2025 KU MIT GHI Forum, catalyzing human flourishing in uncertain times. An event that significantly strengthened the collaboration between our two institutions. That milestone marked an important step forward in advancing global humanities. And today's conference builds on that momentum, deepening the partnership we are committed to expanding. The theme of this conference, STEMA, University of the Future, offers a new paradigm for the future of higher education in a rapidly changing world. The STEMA model, integrating STEM fields with the arts, humanities, and social sciences, seeks to transcend disciplinary boundaries and reconstruct knowledge in ways that promote the sustainable flourishing of both humanity and the planet. Over the next 3 days, our sessions will serve as a meaningful platform to explore the conceptual direction and practical possibilities of STEMA. Through this conference, Korean University hopes to take a significant step forward with the MIT in shaping a concrete vision of the university of the future. I believe that moving beyond the fragmented knowledge and bridging the depths of diverse academic traditions to build a new research ecosystem is an essential task for university today. I'm confident that the broad expertise and creative insight of the scholars gathered here will play a vital role in bringing the vision of the STEMA in reality. Once again, I sincerely thank all of you for taking the time to be with us. I hope this conference provides inspiration and opens new avenues for collaboration among all participants. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So this brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. Before we move on the keynote session, we will have a brief gift exchange between Korea University and MIT, followed by a group photo with our speakers. So first, Professor Song and Professor Deneke, Professor Yoon, would you please be here? And Professor Ryo.
Are you still there? No, he probably left. But I'll just say I'll bring a gift for him next week. MIT student.
So, 부총장님 해드려야 되거든요. 데네케 교수님과 예,
And Professor Brighthouse,
예,
you're already gearing up for your keynote speech.
예. 부총
Oh, I should look in this direction. Sorry about that. I'm looking here.
부총장님과 예.
So, Fritz, I'll be bringing you a gift on the next occasion you can.
And the participants on aboard the Professor Deneke will deliver your gifts. So
Yes, and there are two more people I want to call to the stage. There are actually many. I would love to call to the stage, everybody in the Sino-Korean Literature Department, which is really my home. No, 가족입니다. 한문학과 아니죠. 네. But there are two individuals that are particularly important to today and also to the collaboration between Korea University and MIT. This is first of all Professor Yang Won-suk. Please come forward. So, Professor Yang, who also goes by Kevin, is at the moment at MIT, and we pursue all kinds of different projects there. I want to thank you in particular for always inspiring us and saying that nothing is impossible. Just go for anything. Grants, topics. You have such an expansive mind, and you have been a really very important figure also in making things happen. So I'll give this to you. It's kind of strange because he's at MIT at the moment for a whole year, but it's always good to have an MIT back. Thank you so much. And the other individual is 연구 교수 Johan No. Please come forward. Thank you, Korea University, for actually lending him to us for 2 years. Many of you at the Global Humanities Initiative will know him also because he has been the coordinator for 2 years in Boston. And now he's working as the coordinator of GHI, both here in Korea University, but also really for matters at MIT. And you have been very important in preparing this conference here. You're a perfect couple also with Professor Yang, because you always think not just nothing is impossible, but anything is possible. And to make that happen. So I would like to give this to you. You will know that this is actually not an MIT bag, but a JESTA bag. This is Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. And as members of GHI will know, we are working very closely with that think tank in Geneva to leverage actually really our impact. And we'll be actually co-developing a roadmap for the Humanities and Social Sciences 2.0 next year. So I thought nothing is impossible. Anything is possible. This is for you, the bag. Okay, thank you so much.
And next is for the group photo. And I'd like to kindly ask everyone to remain seated and join the middle seat. Everyone to move to the middle. And our photographer, who is going to take the photo? Is it going to be me? So. So the photographer will come up to the stage and take a wide shot that includes the audience. And for the first photo, 여기서 찍을 거예요. For the first photo, please give us a bright smile. And for the second one, if you like, let's try hearted, a K-style heart. Do you know this one? Pose together. So first one is the bright smile, even though it's an early morning. And 카메라 사진 찍으시는 분 아까 계시던데. 사진 혹시 영상? 일단 저 찍을게요. So Professor Deneke will take over as the moderator for the keynote presentation.
Thank you very much for the great performance for the photo, which is so important. If you haven't been in East Asia for conferences, you learned it now, but this is wonderful. So it is my great honor to introduce our first, our keynote speaker, our two keynote speakers. For STEMMA, obviously, we could have had many keynote speakers, but what we decided to do is to give you some of the best storytellers and story researchers and myth researchers in the world. And that's based on the idea that doing STEMMA will rely a lot on the stories we tell about the importance of it and the way we narrativize STEMMA. So in that sense, it's a very important, that is might be one of the most important skills to many of the big problems in the world, no? How we, what new stories really of hope and can do, we can come up with and be convincing with in an age where actually fatalism is growing, no, and rampant. So our first keynote speaker will be Professor Fritz Breithaupt. Fritz Breithaupt is professor in the Department of Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. And he will talk on the topic of how to tell better stories, combining science and humanities research. Now, he's very famous. You can look up his profile in the age of the internet and so on. No need to spend too much time, but I want to tell you three cool things about him, and for which I really admire him a lot. First thing is that he's a humanities scholar and a cognitive scientist at the same time, who is variously translated, including in Korean actually, has multiple award-winning books, and works at the intersection really of narratives with aesthetics, that's much more common still, but also empathy, no? So he has two stunning books, in particular, The Narrative Brain, award-winning, and then very interesting, The Dark Side of Empathy. We always think, including myself, that empathy is a key to planetary renewal and societal kind of, flourishing. But they are also dark sides, no? In an age where we can be very tribal, and having empathy just with your tribe is going to destroy communities and states and the planet, no? So he developed this concept on empathic vampirism. You can ask him about that. The second really cool point is he runs the Experimental Humanities Laboratory that has an interdisciplinary team from many fields, including literature, cognitive science, psychology, informatics, humanities, of course, disciplines, AI, and so on. And I have to say, if I hadn't already founded the Global Humanities Initiative, I would love to actually found something as he did, although I'm not a cognitive scientist, but it's really amazing. Check out the Experimental Humanities Laboratory. So the third cool thing is really his probing into storytelling as a tool of social diplomacy, scientific discovery and communication, and so on. So without further ado, please give him a warm welcome here on the screen. Please, Fritz, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Wiebke, this tops everything. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, okay, great. I got some positive signs here. Very good, very good. Thank you for the warm welcome. I wished I could be in Seoul with you right now, but sometimes that doesn't always work out. But I congratulate the MIT and the University of Korea for this wonderful partnership, for this vision that you have here that will bring us forward. I couldn't agree more. That is what we need. And the humanities, I think, are really hold a lot of the keys of our age at their fingertips, basically. So I want to share some research with you, and I will share my slides. Let's see whether this is working. Okay, I'll just start from the beginning. Sorry, there's some issue. There's always some issue with these technology things here. Slideshow from start. Okay, oops. Okay, yes. Continue to share. Okay, so Wiebke said everything about me. That was super kind. By the way, call me Fritz. I go by first name only. No one knows my last name. Wiebke said everything about me except one thing. All my books are orange. I can only do orange books, whether they're Korean or English or so. All of that is the same. There's a new book coming out on transformative experiences. But that's not what I want to talk about today. Today, oh well, here's my lab, by the way. Wiebke mentioned everything about me. Not much for me left to say. We have the large lab of collaboration. And instead of talking about the lab, I will show you some of the studies that we have done in the lab that will give you an idea how we think and how we operate. Let me start at a very basic point about us human beings. We are really interesting in one respect, or many respects, but we're dreamers. While we are sitting in a place, you are sitting in the audience right now, our mind can wander and drift. We can imagine all kinds of things. We are not necessarily physically in the one place where we're located. We imagine other things. That has many names. It has technical names like offline experience. We can also call it imagination, mind-wandering fantasy. I call it mobility of consciousness. We can put our mind in many places. And I think this ability for us to imagine that we are elsewhere is a core, very important for us. It's really a core ability that we have that is essential for a lot of things we do. Here's one of them. Our ability to co-experience. When we heard Dean Augustin Rao from MIT talk about the many important facets where the humanities come in, here's another one that I would emphasize. Co-experiencing, empathy. When two human beings are the same space and the same place, obviously they have a shared experience. They co-experience something. But as human beings, we have made exactly that ability mobile. When one of us has been at a place, has experienced something, we can now communicate that to others. We can talk about it, and the other person will then develop that idea in their head. And they won't just develop the idea in their head, oh yeah, this person went to place X, this person went to Korea. No, that person can also feel it as if they had been there. That is a core ability for us, this co-experiencing or empathy. It's incredible. It shapes our species as a whole. The experiences that one person makes, the others can also make without having to do the dangerous part of it. It is really at the very core of humanity and of the humanities. It's also something that we have made as a technical possibility, and it's very important in our storytelling. Stories are exactly doing that. They transport us into the world of others. We can share what is going on. Storytelling. That is the essential phrase here. It is with stories that we co-experience the experiences of others. Absolutely central. But now the question for me is, and this is actually where I come to my talk here and what I want to present to you. How can we actually study the story thinking? How do we, how does it work? What are stories really? How do we think in stories? How can we share them with others in such a way that this sharing of experiences occurs? And it's at that intersection that I think that the collaboration of the humanities and the sciences is absolutely essential. I think we need both coming together here. And today I want to give you one example of one possible form to study this. I want to show you one paradigm, how we can study the narratives in our mind, narrative thinking, story thinking. And the one paradigm, the research paradigm, is, well, it's associated with a game. We call it, in English, we call it the telephone game. It's this process where one person tells a story to the next person. That person then processes it, turns to the next person and tells it around. So the story goes around that way. We pass it on from one to another. That is a very interesting method to kind of study what people understand of a story and how they pass it on, or what changes occur in that. What is happening there? We can measure what remains the same, because we can compare a lot of versions. We can see what disappears, what decays, the pyramid that falls apart, or where innovation occurs, and then suddenly we are in Sydney, where the pyramid is transformed into new kind of things. That method of serial reproduction, or the telephone game, the technical term is serial reproduction, allows us to study this process. And I think it holds a key for us to figuring out this narrative thinking. And I want to talk about that today. I want to tell you about a couple of studies we have done in my laboratory. And these are in the lab, there's about half the members are humanities people who read stories, who understand them. The other half are scientists, cognitive science, psychologists, computer scientists. So one paradigm we did is we did this kind of telephone game study with 12,800 people. We asked them, different people, to tell a story to another, and so on, so that we could compare what stays the same. I will not walk you through all of the different steps here. So we had tons of stories. We had, in one study here, we had 16,000 participants, we had 18,000 different retellings, and we studied every single one of them. We compared them. This is where we need computational work, and so on and so on. But we wanted to know what sticks. What is at the center of stories? What remains the same? Is it the causality of the story, for example? What is it? Here's an example. I will not have the time to read it to you, but it starts off with a long story and gets shorter and shorter. A lot of changes occur along the way. Very interesting, all these things. And that's exactly what we try to figure out. What remains the same nevertheless? So, and I jump forward to the findings here. So in these kind of studies, we found that the causality of the story, why something is happening, that these people mostly assume that is what remains the same, changes. It goes down. I mean, here I don't know whether the graphics make sense. Some line is going down. It's decaying. The causality becomes fluent. But there's something else that stays the same in stories. And I would like to have you guess what it could be. What stays the same in stories? They become shorter and shorter. It's not the causality. It is the emotions. We tracked it in such a way that the emotions of a bunch of emotions stay exactly the same. And that's not emotion what, it's just how happy the story feels, how embarrassing the situation of the story is. From the first version to the final one, it stays the same, whether it's high or low embarrassment, or happiness, or sadness, or surprise, it stays the same. I want to use this insight of these studies here. I mean, here you can see there's different patterns for different emotions, but I'm especially interested on these ones that stay very much the same. I want to use that insight now to develop a theory of narrative out of that, and narrative thinking, that I condense to this advice how to tell better stories. The overall result of this is what this is the simple part so far, is that we say that when people remember a story, or when they tell them to another person, when we hear a story, we condense it to an overall emotion. Oh, my friend told me a story and it was slightly embarrassing or very happy. And I may remember some details, but when I tell on the story to the next person, or when I remember it later on or so, I remember, oh yeah, it was a very happy story. And now I try to make sense of it. I may invent new elements that just make it as the same degree of happiness, because that's what we observe. The emotions stay the same. Why? What's going on here? So here come my 4 arguments that I want to present you. The conclusions from the study. The first thing is, I believe these emotions operate as the reward of narrative thinking. When we think in stories, they're not endless little things without shape. No, they end and lead to an emotion that we like, that rewards us for engagement. There's a long list of those. It's triumph, it's love. We are moved aesthetically by it. There's also weird ones. That's important. It's not just the emotions we know. There is a word that's called comeuppance. That means we are happy because the bad guys get punished. That may be the biggest pattern of all stories, not triumph of the hero. The bad guys get punished. We like that. We want the bad guys to be punished. It's a very strong pattern. And so on. There's many emotions that we don't even have a single word for like this one that I mentioned. Another one is when you defend your kind, your people, your group against monsters or so, you feel good. Good stories often include that. We don't even have a word for that. Then stories go before the emotion ones. But the point here is we want that rewarding emotion. And stories, this is already the second point. We're moving fast now. Stories end in that emotion. Stories are not endless. They have a beginning and an end. And that end is this anchoring emotion, the happy end, the punishment of the bad guy, the aesthetic sublime effect, something great, fantastic, something that is strong, that releases us from the story. And that is the point here. We dream, we go into these imaginary spaces, but we need an end signal, something that calls us back to say, oh, come back. You've been dreaming or you've been in a story world. The story's over now. You have what you need. You got your emotion. You got your beautiful emotional reward, the happiness of the happy end. Time to come out of the story world. So stories have an emotional reward, something that we like, but they also have an end. That is the end signal. There's a third and fourth point, and I will brush over them super fast in the interest of time here. There is this, of course, this identification. We are becoming part of the characters in the story. And again, that can be an everyday story. Our best friend tells us what happened today in Seoul at the conference, and everyone was laughing and Wiebke was saying something. We know, oh, this is how it feels to be there. This could be me. We want to be in that spot. Very important. There's a fourth point. And that's my list of the big things for storytelling. You'll know it in a second here. But it's an odd one. Stories are only interesting while we're in the middle of it. At the end, the happy end or so, it's nice, but it's over. While we're in the middle of the story, we want to know what happens. It could all go out differently. We don't know that there will be a happy end. There could be something really mischievous, something terrible might happen, or something really great, or something crazy might happen. Jeff, that might maybe the speaker after me might have fantastic stories to tell us on that level. Sometimes other things happen, and that makes us creative. In the middle of the story, we invent possible alternatives. I call this multiversional thinking. We think in pluralities. All kind of other things could happen. Absolutely essential. Any good story will do that in the middle, we have suspense. Many things can happen. Very important. This means my overall take here, coming out of this collaboration of science and humanities, is, yeah, there is a central idea of story thinking, what stories are. Stories are emotion episodes. That's what we pass on. They remain stable when we pass them on from one person to the next. And so a successful narrative needs these elements. There needs to be the promise of a rewarding emotion. It might not be there, but we might think it could come. So we are hoping for that outcome. Maybe it's not coming, but the promise is there. There needs to be beginning and end, or the promise that there could be an end. We don't like engaging in stories that are forever, with few exceptions now. There needs to be this, what I call playability, that you can slip into some character, but also this world of everything's possible in the middle. That is leading to my advice how to build stories. I will actually skip that for interest of time. I wanted to stay within my 20 minutes here, and will simply pause, because then I'm at 19 minutes. I feel very proud if I stay a minute below that. But I wanted to, again, thank everyone here. I wanted to encourage you to get involved with the MIT Global Humanities Initiative. I think it's a fantastic moment that we have here right now to connect globally, but also to see what the humanities can offer to our world right now in a world of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fritz. We'll take a little bit of time for a couple of questions. I have so many questions, but I'll be visiting you soon and then we can talk. I want to give more people the opportunity to speak. Any questions? I know there's some storytelling experts also here, like Justus and Jonas. You have any questions? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know you wrote also a lot on there.
Thank you so much, Fritz, for the really engaging talk. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm Justus from McGill University, by the way, and thinking about the stories that really stuck with me, a lot of what you said resonate, but others that stand out are stories that have an open end that's quite disturbing, where I suppose the emotional tension or the speculative joy, the suspense doesn't get resolved quite as much. So I was wondering whether that's something you looked into in your study, or what you think about this. And the second that comes to mind is stories, the work of Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey. I would love to know what kind of stories we need to tell that perhaps go beyond this kind of idea of the linear or singular hero for the challenges and complexities that we face in this moment of planetary unraveling.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Justus. That is fabulous. I hope we get to chat more about this at McGill or in Philadelphia or elsewhere too, or at MIT at some point. Okay, couple of points very quickly. Joseph Campbell is famous for the hero story. That is a story that is often seen as kind of the one core story that Hollywood has adapted. It's the one world story. I think it's very narrow to reduce things to that one version. Two reasons for that. The first one is, empirically speaking, actually, we have more love stories than these single hero stories. The hero story is a male story. The love story has more than one perspective. It's much more interesting and also more common. And then the other one that's probably more common is the punishment story, oddly enough. So I have my misgivings on many levels there. I think Campbell has mistaken the triumph story as the global story, which explains the superheroes, but not much more. One of the other ideas here is about the open-ended story. I agree, they're very powerful. They draw us in, and they do this, they play on this, what I call this multi-versionality. We are still imagine the exciting moment of the story when it's not done on that level. We imagine what could happen. Or if it's a bad outcome, we still hope. Alternative, something.
What kind of story is
It's also
that? Look at it. You
one
look
of the
great,
more
like telling some story. You're still. Go ahead. Can you hear us again?
yes. Well, for the climate, sorry, there was a short interruption here somehow. I think that maybe the University of Pennsylvania censoring me here. I do not know. The open-ended stories are very powerful. And when I advise people on the green politicians, I usually point to saying that's what for climate change, we can't have happy ends or bad ends. We need those stories where things are still up in the air. They are very powerful. I agree to you, Justus.
Thank you. Any other question? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much as well for this very interesting talk. I just had a quick question about your work on sort of the reproduction of emotions, which is fascinating. But I was wondering, have you seen any differences if a story switches languages? Because that is something that, lots of studies suggest that languages have different approaches to emotions that are built into them quite often. Have you seen anything like that?
And Michael is from Oxford and works on Old English, so very interesting. The Old English and the modern English story might also be different.
Yes. So first thing, there's a lot of work that has not been done yet. So this is an open invitation. We don't know so much about this. Second point, and you yourself actually an expert on this, is different language zones have different narrative versions and I think different narrative emotion that can lead to close themes. I've not worked it with Old English, but with historical text in German, where we suddenly get a whole set of different emotions emerging, which I think they're not just like happy or sad, they're very specific. So there needs to be studies. We have very little comparative studies between language zones. I've not seen a single one for Korean, for example. I've seen some for Chinese. We've done some in my lab on that. The key thing is there's a lot of differences. The one thing that is the same in all studies that I've seen or done myself in other languages is that the focus on emotion stays, but the emotions are different.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I think we'll close it here. You know where to find Fritz. Fritz, I have to say that it's not cold in this room, but your presentation, the discussion now almost make me feel really naked in terms of my brain and my heart. Because you're looking into our brains, into our hearts. I feel like already now I'm very self-conscious. Oh my God, what kind of story am I going to tell next? How am I standing in front of a classroom and so on? It's actually great. It makes you really think. And I wonder in particular about how your research helps us hack some of the stories that wreck the world at the moment, be they around denying climate change or, around political issues, because that's really interesting to think. Why can there be stories that are so successful that are not furthering actually human flourishing and planetary stewardship? And how your research can do that. But I think we'll end it here. Again, I'll be visiting you soon. Hopefully. So, thank you so much. Please give Fritz, Professor Breithaupt, a warm applause.
Thanks so much.
And it is now my great pleasure to move to our second keynote speaker. That is Devdutt Patanaik from Mumbai. In many ways, I have to say, he needs no introduction. I remember when I met him in Kyoto, there was a crowd of Indian-looking people around something or somebody, and I approached, and I found in the middle Devdutt. That's the first time I saw him. He is one of the most best-selling authors in India. Our student here from Korea University from India said, how on earth did you get Devdutt here? He is so incredibly famous. Author of more than 50 books, of many TED Talks that were really groundbreaking. He is a very active columnist and a real presence on the ground in India, television host, and really one of India's most distinguished and beloved best-selling authors. And now comes the amazing noun. He's a mythologist. And when I first saw that in the program at the conference in Kyoto, I was like, wow, I want to meet a mythologist. I've never met a mythologist. I researched a lot on early Japanese myths and things like that, but what is that really? And I came to understand what he really does. And I think it's not just unique for India, which is already like 1.4 billion people, but for the world. Because what myths do for him is really to learn about cultural truths, as he calls them, and to understand the GPS of different cultures, and then put that to use for leadership and consulting and communication and so on. So again, one thing I didn't mention, he's an illustrator, a really amazing illustrator, very beautiful. You should buy one of his books. So again, no way to really properly introduce him, but here are the three coolest things about Devdutt. Number one, he's a doctor by training. He really probes the obstacles to human well-being and to cross-cultural understanding, and that made us immediately click when we met for the first time. Now it's just so much related to the vision of the Global Humanities Initiative too. Second, he might not look like that, but I'll use the Socratic term here. He's a midwife for cultural truths. And he is, and we talked about that yesterday beautifully. Some people say he's a structuralist because the way he can think broadly about culture is through structure, not through details. He sees structure, but he's also at the same time a pro-structuralist, he's a pre-structuralist, he does it all at once. That's one of the amazing things. So watch him do that when he steps up to the podium here, somebody who is a structuralist, post-structuralist, pre-structuralist, and makes radical connections, no? And the third thing is, out of all the books, I do need to mention a few titles that will hopefully stick for you with a good story around it. Business Sutra, a very Indian approach to management. Great. So he's even writing sutras. That's pretty amazing. You're the first person I ever met who's writing sutras, which is good. If not in a former incarnation. But Jaya, an illustrated retelling of the Mahabharata, one of the biggest epics in the world. And if you are daunted by reading thousands of pages, read this with illustrations to get it, no? What this is about. Then a wonderful volume, Culture, 50 Insights from Mythology. That is kind of probably like the appetizer board, is that right? Yeah, what you're doing. And then a wonderful comparative work, Eden, an Indian exploration of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic lore around Eden, the Garden of Eden. The latest book, which I really fell in love with immediately, is Escape the Bakasura Trap. Bakasura is a hunger demon that drives us constantly to hunger for things. Let contentment fuel your growth. Thinking about contentment, satisfaction, hunger has been very important. So these are things I want to point out. But now, without further ado, please join me in warmly welcoming Devdutt Patnaik to the stage here for the first time in Korea. I think you're going to take Korea in storm, by storm.
So my name is Devdutt Patnaik, and I write on mythology, and I always begin my sessions by explaining the word mythology. So the word mythology has two parts, mythos and logos. Logos is, of course, easy to understand, analytical thinking. Mythos is storytelling. It's stories to explain the world, not any kind of stories, but a particular kind of stories which try to explain the world. Now, one of the things I notice when I tell people stories and I tell them about mythology, and in the modern world, we have these words like science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And if you see, the world is dominated around the world by people from the STEM subject. So somebody, a Chinese professor made a very interesting observation that the leaders of China tend to be engineers. So the last 10 leaders of China have been engineers. And the last 10 leaders of America tend to be lawyers. So you have engineers on one side, lawyers on the other side, and you have these subjects, and they come really from the basis of what is measurable. So when people talk about STEM subjects, they're talking about things that are measurable. In management, we say that which can be measured can be managed, which means you cannot deal, nobody talks about a whole body of knowledge that cannot be measured. One example is jealousy. How do you measure jealousy? Is it important to measure jealousy? Can you regulate jealousy, reduce jealousy? Everybody wants to save the world, but how do you save the world? You can give everyone Wi-Fi, but can you reduce jealousy? And which subject in the university, which department deals with jealousy? Is it science? Is it technology? Is it engineering? Is it mathematics? Is it art? Is it humanities? Who teaches children about jealousy? We teach people about ambition. We teach them to be aggressive in the world, to be winners, to dominate, to win, to be competitive, but we never ever talk about jealousy. It's not part of the education system because it cannot be measured. So if there is a story in Indian folk tales about Akbar, the great Mughal, and he one day went to the city and he found a person looking for some jewels under a lamppost. And he goes to the man and says, "What are you looking for?" He said, "I lost my jewel." And he said, "Where did you lose your jewels?" Because they couldn't find any, there was no jewelry in the light of the lamppost. And the man kept going round and round and round there. And the man said, "Well, I lost the jewel in the darkness out there." So Akbar says, if you lost your jewelry in the darkness, why are you standing under the lamppost? He said, because the light is here. And that is what scientists do. They are under the lamppost when the problems are in the darkness. And I have always said, I was once in a conference of young entrepreneurs in India, and they had put a board over there, "Give us a problem to solve, which will make us money." And I said, "I'm going to give you a problem, and if you can solve it, you'll make a lot of money." I said, "Please measure jealousy." Even Elon Musk cannot measure jealousy. You can take people to Mars, you can have the fastest internet, but you will not be able to manage jealousy. And as long as you don't manage jealousy, you will not solve the world's problems, no matter what you do. So STEM basically cannot measure jealousy, cannot index jealousy, cannot regulate jealousy. Arts can describe it very beautifully. The stories can tell you of the consequences of jealousy, but you cannot resolve it. An economist cannot resolve jealousy. A political scientist cannot resolve jealousy. An anthropologist cannot resolve jealousy. So jealousy remains a subject that we don't want to deal with because it will frighten you. No one on earth admits they are jealous. You cannot have a conference of who has the most jealousy index in the world. Who, shall we say, has the least jealousy in the world? In a classroom, we use the word glamour. Everybody talks about the word glamour. Have you ever asked yourself what is the meaning of the word glamour? Glamour is the ability to make other people jealous. That's the meaning of the word glamour. So people want to be glamorous so that everybody is jealous of them. You see, Adam Smith wrote this wonderful book on capitalism called The Wealth of Nations in 1776, and everybody knows that. What people don't know is 20 years before that, he wrote another book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, which talks about emotions, empathy, about investing in society. So we teach children wealth of nations. We do not teach them theory of moral sentiments. In fact, I did a survey and amongst the managers in India and the CXOs in India, and they all knew of Adam Smith, they all knew about Wealth of Nations. They were surprised that he had written a book on moral sentiments. This is the father of capitalism who has written a book on empathy, but we don't want to read it. And this brings me to this idea of what I call jealousy enabler. What is a jealousy enabler? You will have ranking systems. So my college is better than your college. So in Indian mythology, there is a character called Narad Muni. So he is a priest who comes to your house. He is hungry for food. So he comes to your house and you give him food, and in exchange, he tells you a story. And whenever Narad comes on stage, so it's very popular in India, whenever he comes, you know something is going to happen. He is your plot driver. He will come to you and do only one thing. He will measure things. He will come and say, your food is very tasty, but your neighbor's house has tastier food. Your son is very intelligent, but your neighbor's son is even more intelligent. Your wife is very beautiful, but your neighbor's wife is not just beautiful, she's also talented and very skilled. So he constantly makes you feel small. Your house is small, your car is small, your internet speed is low, your planes do not have good business class seats. It really sounds like the advertising department. And all our education system is designed around comparison, competition, conflict. It talks of charity, but doesn't talk much about investment, because investment is associated with profit. It is not seen as thinking for the future. What I want you to think about is how modern education is designed today. It's all about measurement. So we have behavioral science. What you are do, because I can measure what you do and I can measure what you have. I cannot measure who you are. So we don't talk about it. We don't want to discuss it. It's not part of our curriculum. Maybe in some psychology class, maybe. But behavioral science does not tell me what you are feeling. It tells me what you're doing. I always tell people, if a man opens the door of a car for a lady, does it mean he respects her? Or does it mean he's simply following protocol? How do you know that he respects her? Because we are obsessed with doing, we have fallen in love with robos. So a computer, a robo, all of this is about doing. A robo cannot feel. A computer cannot feel. Artificial intelligence cannot feel. Do feelings matter? Or is the mimicry of feelings good enough? Because I can get a chat GPT to say you're a very good person, and we start believing it. Because we don't care whether, because no human being is telling us that, we would rather have a computer tell us that you're a good person. And the computer will base it on some algorithm or some measurement. But that's not how human beings function. The entire focus of modern education is on doing and having, not on being. It talks about, extraction. I mean, these are the details which I talk about. We talk about how much money you have, how much power you have, how much position you have, how much privilege you have, how much data you have. So now you have data farms and large language models. The more I have, the more powerful I am. We talk about extracting, about exchanging, about evaluating. But we really don't talk about people. How dependent are you? How independent are you? How dependable are you as a person? In a boyfriend or girlfriend, what do we seek? Do we seek how much resources they have, power they have, data they have? Or do we seek someone who is dependable? Or do we think Chat GPT, because it is predictable and dependable and efficient and effective and productive, will take away our need and take away our loneliness? It won't. So it won't solve the world's problems, no matter how high the promise is. You see, I mapped all the education subjects in one of the workshops I did with the school teachers. I mapped it to the universe. Every mythology in the world has a cosmogony. And the cosmogony always follows 5 patterns. So if I look at you, your mind is the most important part of you. But I cannot see your mind. I can only see your body. Your body is located within your property. Your property is located within your culture. Your culture is located within nature. And if you map all the subjects that are taught in all the universities in the world, you can map everything. The one place which is missing, not much information, I've put some words over there, but you realize that the mind gets the least importance. The mind does not get so much importance. And it is in the mind that jealousy resides, competition resides, conflict resides. Countries today are jealous of each other. If you look at the countries, we have about 190 countries around the world. There are 190 jealous people. Because who has more GDP? Who has more per capita income? Who has more human rights? Who has less human rights? Our conversations about countries have become about people. But perhaps for me, this is the core of my work. So while those parts dealt with the world of education, this is the core of my work. I won't go into the details of it, but all human beings in this world experience 3 things: hunger, fear, and curiosity. If you talk to plants and animals, every plant has hunger, every plant has fear. But what makes humans special is that we have curiosity. And if you start mapping this across cultures, and I've done it across 3 cultures, the Far East, the eastern side of the world, the western side of the world, and for me, India is in the center of that eastern and western world, you start seeing that people behave differently in different parts of the world, and therefore the stories are very, very different. And I want to end with just this one example so that you understand how storytelling is different. There is no universal storytelling. There is absolutely no, Hollywood doesn't tell all the stories. That's why Hollywood stories are so different from anime stories. Anime is very different in its storytelling pattern. But let me give you a simple and popular example. When you read the Bible, you have the Old Testament and the New Testament. You have a lot of jealous characters in the Bible. God is jealous. Thou shalt have no other God before me. Cain is jealous of Abel. Rachel is jealous of Leah. So you have stories of jealousy in the Bible. But the Bible speaks of a world where you live only once. And when you die, you will be judged. And the entire biblical narrative is a legal framework. Have you done the right thing or the wrong thing? This idea does not exist in India. God is not a judge. There is no concept of judgment day for 1 billion people in the planet. It is not understood. Nobody in India will understand judgment day. We do not have a word for evil. There is no Indian word for evil. It doesn't exist. Because in India, the storytelling is based on rebirth. So Buddhism is based on rebirth. When you live, every life is a balance sheet with debit and credit. And therefore, when you're born, you come with debit and credit. There is no right and wrong. There is just debt and equity. Now, that's a very different way of telling stories. It doesn't. So when you read the Mahabharata, and the tragedy with modern translations of the Mahabharata is they start using the old story, they use a legal framework to understand it. And they will try, this is a good guy and this is a bad guy. This is a hero is good and villain is bad. And I'm saying, if you do that, you misunderstand the story. You don't get what the story is trying to communicate. So you don't understand Indian stories. And all Indian stories today, the entire Bollywood brigade wants to be like Hollywood, because that's where the money is. So all the stories are being colonized, and we are getting into Judgment Day without realizing that the Indian model of storytelling is very different. The Japanese model of storytelling is different. The Chinese model is different. The Korean model is different. We do not have to have you may believe in one God, but don't believe in one story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devdutt. We will open for a few questions. I want to ask you one question, or two questions actually, before we move into that. How many of you were surprised when they saw the title and jealousy on this conference program for STEMA and felt like, please? Yes, yes. Now, second question, and thanks for your frankness. This is great. How many of you actually feel like it makes eminently sense having it on the program, listening to Devdutt? And how many, and now frankness might stop, are still not convinced? Now, wow, you see, great, wonderful. With that, I want to open the floor.
Thank you so much for that beautiful talk. I love what you said, and I was waiting for the moment where you introduce why to focus on jealousy. I feel like much of the talk would have worked equally well if you would have focused on beauty, on joy, on anxiety, on sadness, on rage, on anger. So all of these emotions, I think the same story would hold. Why make jealousy the central narrative arc?
You see, we tell children to be, if you go to schools and colleges, you have a report card. If I want to enter MIT, I have to give an exam, which is a competitive exam. When you measure people constantly, it is the foundation of jealousy. And everything in our life is based on measurement. Your school is based on measurement, your job is based on measurement, your salaries are based on measurement, countries are based on measurement, everything is based. So when you have measurement, you have jealousy. So jealousy is the unspoken word of competition. What we are telling our children is be jealous. Be jealous of someone who has more. Be jealous of, try to make yourself jealous worthy. We call it glamour. So the entire luxury industry is based on jealousy. But it's a word which nobody speaks. For 10 years, I've been given lectures, and I always use this word jealousy, and the reaction is always very high. If I want to comfort people, then I'm not doing my job. Then I'll use words like happiness. But if I want to get people to think, the one word which I found most powerful is jealousy. I have worked with some of the richest and most powerful people in India, and I asked them, sir, are you jealous? And they'll say no. I have never met people who say that I am jealous. I'm jealous of people who have more, who are more prettier than me. But why does Botox exist? Why do people manipulate their bodies with surgeries? It's because they're jealous. Or they want to be others to be jealous of them. So it's a very powerful word. And I have a habit of using single words in my lectures. So you'll never forget it. So if one thing you want, you'll remember me, you'll remember jealousy.
Thank you so much for this talk. I, again, really enjoyed it. And if I get your argument right, and correct me if this is wrong, is that this obsession with jealousy is related to the Bible and the kind of Western storytelling of lawyerly, judgment-based thinking, and that there is something in these stories that do not adhere to these notions of good and evil and measuring yourself against others, such as these Indian stories that you were just mentioning, that there is some secret in it to transcend this kind of constant obsession with comparing ourselves to others. And so I wanted to just hear a bit more of where you were going with this. Is there some stories or a cosmology or a way of being or thinking that you've perhaps sensed in communities or people that you've worked with that do not adhere to these stories, or that are raised in a different cosmology where you sense something that transcends or goes beyond this obsession with jealousy and glamour and this way of being?
So first of all, jealousy is universal. It's not, there's no society where jealousy does not exist. But different stories deal with it differently. When you have a linear storytelling, it's like you're trying to reach a race. There is an imaginary Olympic Games going on. Either it's a marathon or a sprint. And you have to either win or lose. So when you read the Greek stories, you will have the idea of Elysium, Champs-Élysées. It is for heroes, Asphodel for ordinary people, and Tartarus for people whom the gods don't like. Right? So Tartarus is where people are thrown where you don't like them. You find this linear model when you read Quran. In Quran, it is Jannat for the people who follow the rules, and Jahannum or Gehenna in Greek, in Hebrew. It is the place where you go where you don't follow the rules, where your wayside. So it's a very linear structure. But then you have a different structure, which is you find in India, and I'm not even going till China. It's another story over there in the eastern side of the world. But in India, you have the idea of a cyclical structure. It's a balance sheet. You can be jealous of others, but it only traps you in a merry-go-round. And you'll keep staying in the merry-go-round. You'll never escape. So when you read Buddhism, Buddhism will always say that as long as you're comparing, you will never grow. So when do you stop comparing? And when you stop comparing, you move towards contentment. So that's the word nirvana. So the Buddhism is about contentment, where you don't compete, but move out of the race. So those are new storytelling. There is a way of it saying that, you don't need to compete. I mean, who is putting this pressure upon you? But the society is putting pressure on you. So can we have different stories? Can we tell people alternatives exist? You don't have to win the argument. So you use the word argument. So I never use the word argument in my writings. In the round table I'll be discussing, because argument is the Greek structure where knowledge is created through combat. And therefore nowadays everybody's arguing, and we're seeing what's happening around the world, right? We're arguing so much we have stopped listening. So you don't have people listening. So the opposite of argument is conversation. So I present an idea. I'm not selling an idea. I'm presenting an idea, new spice for your dish. I'm not replacing any spice. All the spices you have, very good. But I'm saying, you know what? There's a little salt with me. And if I add salt, everything changes. All textures, flavors change. So all I bring is salt. There's a gentleman.
Wonderful. There are two more questions here. We are already out of time, but I think we can take additional time here now for a few minutes. Wonderful. Yes, good.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I think I am very inspired. I'm a lawyer and I'm a Jesus follower, and I'm now writing a book. So I'm thinking about how to write. I focus on a lot of books about the narratives. So I read some of the books about the theology. I don't agree everything about what you say because I'm a Christian. So, but your inspiration and your insights is so powerful. I never expect this kind of, worldly international conference. I can hear jealousy. It's what a theme you present. But my question, 2 or 3. One, how to delineate envy and jealousy? That's first question. Do you have a concept of jealousy and envy? Because you mentioned God is jealousy and Cain was jealousy. That's not true because what I know, God is jealousy, but Cain was envy against Abel. So that's why he killed him. So we have a lot of envy in this world. I don't think a lot of jealousy here, because if you really jealousy, this country, this whole world never divorce at all, because you have yours and then you don't let it go. So second question, how can you explain what you mentioned? I'm a lawyer, so you mentioned there's no judgment at all in this world and cyclical, worldview. I don't believe cyclical worldview at all in my life, and I confirm myself. 39 years I read the Bible. And first thing, I'm a lawyer, so how can you explain in India to have a court? And also, Gandhi followed the Jesus Christ the teaching, even though he's Hinduism. So can you explain to me? Thank you.
Devdad, you're getting already very popular. I'm sorry, although I brought you into the lion's den because nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition as actually, you know that movie probably. But so I suggest if we take the other question and then you have a roundup statement in the end, that would be great. Michael, go ahead.
So I really appreciated your positioning India between East and West. And so I'm going to speak about forms of jealousy in another location where I'm based now in Singapore, which also thinks of itself as between China and India and also between East and West. And there they have a very fine graded distinctions of jealousy. One is called kiasu, which means fear of missing out, fear of losing. It's a Hokkien version of in Chinese it would be xiasu. And the other one is kiasi, which is fear of getting your head cut off. Don't stick your head out. And you can see very much how people are animated by these in administrations and in the structure of the society. And I think this, it's very pertinent talking about AI, where we're in a world of digital inequity, and we're thinking about AI and these technological transformations, and then how we can use those to address inequity, to ameliorate that. So that's just some comments there for food for thought.
So comments, no question, right?
No question.
Okay, one last comment to fold in here, question, and then the sage will deliver
1 minute.
an a short, brief kind of response.
Yeah, okay,
integrating
thank you. Can I ask my question? Yeah, thank you. So I also have a question, especially like revolve around the Mahabharata, because we've read the Sanskrit Mahabharata, and the teachers constantly teach us that's the core essence about the good and the evil. So I'm really curious about your decipherment of the story of what the essence of Mahabharata is about. And the second, I think you mentioned a little bit about that in India or Indian languages, there's no word that can be comparative or parallel to jealousy or jealous.
Right. To evil.
Oh, to evil. I'm so sorry.
Not to jealous.
I've misunderstood, but it's the same essence, because I think in Buddhism there's another word, dukkha, the bitterness, and there's actually ashta dukkha. There's 8 bitterness, and one of it is a prayoga dukkha. It means you're eager to get something, but you cannot. You can never get it. So it's again, I think
So not evil, not evil. So
it's not evil, but it's not. I think it's regarded as some kind of bitterness in.
So I understood the question,
Yeah.
so I'll just close it.
Thank
So
you.
first is, please understand, most of the translations you read are done in the last 200 years and have the origins in what British people wrote. And what the British people wrote, it's Germans and Europeans, but mostly from England. And they came from a very strong Christian background. And they saw the world through that lens. So you must allow them to make these mistakes, because they came from what they believed was the right translation. Today, we don't live in that world anymore. We don't carry the burden of Europe or the white man's mission. We can see China through Chinese lens, Korea through Korean lens, India through Indian lens, one. two, the definition of mythology, which I didn't say, is mythology is other people's truth. So you can believe in anything you want, but that is your truth. It is not universal. The moment you believe your truth is universal, you create violence. 3 billion people on earth today do not have any access to technology. 3 billion people have no access to technology. So while we talk about AI and think it's the most important thing in the world, if everybody with internet disappeared from Earth, 3 billion people will still survive. So nature doesn't care. So respect other people's point of view. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Really amazing to have you here, that we could lure you to come. And I should also admit, when you suggested the topic of jealousy, I was like, super and difficult to bring this into a university, because as you say, my experience with students is also that the one thing they want to talk about even less in the US than about sex is jealousy. And that's really interesting in itself. And then you get off into exactly what you said too, discussions about comparisons being either negative, that's the bad kind, or positive. And that would be an interesting question too. I wonder about, is there a positive edge of jealousy? Is there a way you can rededicate it? Is there a way that we can go into also, Michael, different concepts of that we can dedicate, like in the way we use positive comparison, no? Because we work, our mirror neurons work through comparisons and kind of mimicry. That's also like our wiring somehow, no? But I'll leave it here. Let's actually give Devinder Patanaik another big, big applause. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, I'll continue talking, but I'll be talking less afterwards. So here we are. For each of the annual conferences of the Global Humanities Initiative, we had different topics. Last year, we convened in California around the topic, what is the business of the humanities? It was at a business school. And over the past year, it has really emerged that something around STEM and the humanities is a really important topic. At MIT, this became a major thing, and I want to talk to you a little bit about where STEMMA is coming from, as this conference is really kind of the foundational conference where I coined that term, basically, to put this forward and to think about the University of the Future. So what I will first do, let's actually see here, how many, and this for everybody it's good, how many of you are MIT GHI members? Put up your hand. Yes, wonderful. How many of you are Korea University, either Hammunhakwa or also the Global Humanities Institute? Wonderful. And everybody else? Good. So for those of you who don't know much about the Global Humanities Initiative, I'll say a few words for Global Humanities Initiative members. That will be less interesting, but there'll be some updates that are actually of interest to you. So the pictures need no comment. We live in a world of interdependent polycrises, which are compounded by the eroding foundations, really, of belief in institutions in many ways, and this is compounded in this way. So 5 years ago, I came to MIT to found the Global Humanities Initiative around 3 main vectors. The first vector is getting away from what Dev just called the white man's tale. A lot of our fields, and certainly humanities and social sciences, are still so Eurocentric or pseudo-global. We need to go into deep space, study all cultures, the treasure house of human experience. Also, with more financial pressures over the last decades, there has been rampant presentism, a lot of, in a time where ethnic conflict that is rooted in deep historical, very complex constellations, a lot of positions in pre-19th century studies are being cut, which is really extremely dangerous. So the second vector is in deep time and history. And the third vector is we are bringing that kind of new global knowledge in deep time and space that we are producing to bear on the biggest challenges of our time. And we are modeling at the Global Humanities Initiative something we call a methodology of praxis, how we get from basic research to tool building and methodologies and to real social impact. And a major partner to leverage that impact that will really come massively into play starting this year or this coming year is the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, which is a think tank that convenes academics, diplomats, politicians, citizen organizations, NGOs, and so on, the UN, in Geneva, of course, to accelerate and converge around breakthroughs and the most pressing questions and challenges. So this is who we are. Here are our different pillars. Some of them, overall, we are a Humanities and Social Science 2.0 for human flourishing and planetary stewardship incubator. Some of these pillars reinvent certain disciplines. Others are oriented towards shining light on very big questions and challenges. We already had cognitive science today. For example, public literacies is something else. No, games came up. So here they are. You can find us on the web. And for our colleagues here from Korea University and from Korea, take the opportunity to talk to our pillar and project leaders here. They sit mostly in the middle here, I see that, because it's a great opportunity to connect for future collaboration. Now here comes the new part, also for GHI members. Over the past year, we have started to build hubs and platforms. So as you see here, we have pillars that are platforms on big questions or disciplines that actually work on particular projects. And in the middle, we have the so-called Area Expert Hub. If you want to go into deep time and space, you need people who are philologists, dinosaurs like me, who read classical languages and who do philological study of different parts of the world. So they serve the entire initiative. That's what's called a hub, no? The entire initiative. And we welcome everybody tomorrow, also if there are people from KU, to join us for the meeting, particularly on the public literacies. Can the coordinators actually identify themselves? Michael and Rick are here, because that is another hub we want to be building, no? Around public literacies, AI questions, games, and so on. Those are hubs. We are also developing platforms that are really cross-cutting, areas where we will be actually building and pioneering lab structures here. The first is here the Neurohumanities, coming out of our pilot project Tools for Human Flourishing, integrating self-enhancement neuroscience and AI technology. Jonas and Justus here are carrying that forward. For anything we've talked about today, the insights on how we work neurologically are so important for any part of being in the world, taking the world forward in better directions, regulating in more positive ways. So this is very important. We also have a cultural diplomatics platform now we're building around DQ, diplomatic intelligence, with several labs, and Dev Dutt is actually also involved in that project here, and some other folks like Monojit who will be on the program later today. And this is where we are. This is what we are doing together, building STEMA, and really taking an entire conference to think about, like, how would we build that platform, again, in a way where we would have 3 to 4 labs we would be focusing on, and that would be a major effort taking forward in terms of research, application, and also fundraising, no? Now, very quickly, the origin of STEMA. A couple of years ago, I was sifting through so many data about the humanities. This is also about the storytelling. What is the problem with the storytelling about the humanities crisis that is supposedly rampant? The problem is that it's mostly based on data that I call blind. So one of the most important or kind of sources for data of the humanities in the US is actually here, these humanities indicators. And what kind of data do they take? Things like, well, how many people have gotten degrees in the humanities? Now, how important is that? It doesn't give us anything about what is the role of this. Why did people actually kind of study this? What are they going on to do? Why should we care so much about the numbers? There are even people who say the reason humanities numbers or any numbers are going down because there were highs in the 1970s and 80s when women actually entered the university and it was an artifact. So it's not even that things are necessarily going down. There are all kinds of interpretations of the data. The important thing was that I was very dissatisfied with the kind of data that's out there. So that's why actually with a colleague from MIT, Tristan Brown, in history, we put in a grant proposal on measuring actually the impact of humanities learning in an age of STEM. And we asked all students at MIT and all faculty and instructors. We did this in the spring, and Johan Noah was at the time there, and he was the research assistant for this. And when I came and visited in April, I talked to Dean Lee, who just left, and she said, oh my God, this is so exciting. We should do this at Korea University. And I was like, well, we are almost finished. How quickly could you get the data? Probably can't make it happen. We want to write a white paper. We want to have op-eds on this and so on. And she was like, I'm doing it Korean style. Bali bali 할 거예요. And oh my God, did she pull this off quickly. So how many students responded? Like 2,900? 2,800 students, most amazing year at Korea University. And now we have data which is very interesting because on the MIT side, you have, of course, a university that's mostly STEM focused, but that has 8 courses required for any undergraduate in the humanities, and in that sense has a very kind of liberal arts model. On the Korea University side, it's a top university, mostly in the humanities, but also very strong in STEM, and of course, jealousy drivers, STEM is a jealousy driver, no? So also important in STEM, but has no requirement really. So it's very interesting, but is thinking about instituting it. So for both institutions, this is a win-win doing this. And I'm going to show you a few of this data. It's totally hot off the press, basically as of last week. I already discussed with Dean Lee and a larger audience on Monday, but I want to show you some of this data here. So we asked, first of all, so one of the interesting questions is, that humanities has so many different meanings that you ask people on the street, they'll all have different answers to actually what humanities are and what belongs to them, which is a real problem if you take data now. So I'll take you through some of these things really quickly. If you have more interest, if there's more interest in that, we can talk about that tomorrow. And again, we are now writing a white paper, and we'll also be doing news releases here in the US and also in Korea when this is coming out in the spring. So let me just go to the really interesting things. And sorry, there's also Korean here. This is actually helpful for everybody here. One interesting was like there's genuine interest in the humanities. They're not just considered service departments, as a lot of institutions actually do. The students in particular do not consider them. Often students are more drawn the more courses they take. And here you see, oh my God, how can we even do a survey if people have, green is Korea University here and reddish and pink is MIT, if they have such different opinions. Now, one of the big problems at MIT is we have economics in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences and Arts. It's great because we have all these Nobel Prize winners. I think this year for the first time was not from MIT. But economics, for Christ's sake, is not a humanities. Sorry to say that. And it's a real problem that people might believe this. No? So this will be interesting to filter this out. And let me see. One very important finding for everybody here from the Area Hub and so on is that languages serve as a gateway to actually cultural study. Often students have to take, a foreign language, and that's what in the global language department, and then that's what actually draws them into saying, well, there must be culture, there must be other things. No, there's a real potential to create these pathways. We're not going to talk about this. And this is where it really got very interesting. We had a huge long list of what do the humanities do for you? And it's not just critical thinking. There's also empathy. There's leadership skills. There are personal reasons and so on. And we had a long discussion on Monday, actually, on, let me see, was this actually the next one here? Look at Korea University students. Ethical education. This is really probably a Confucian tradition, no? That this is really considered very important, even more so than the faculty, whom you would think would be yet more Confucian perhaps, because it's an older generation, you don't know. But there was a lot of discussion around that, no? So we try to quantify really qualitative questions about the humanities, no? Well, that's what we're doing here. So the other thing that also came out, and we haven't looked at the KU data yet, that will be interesting is there's a huge call for STEMA, STEM, arts and humanities at MIT. Both students and faculty feel like we should be doing this, we should be doing this. We actually snuck in this term, STEMA, and they actually took the survey as if, yeah, this exists. It's really great. It also means like there's a real need met. But the interesting thing is that many felt like, how do we do this now? This is exactly why we're here. How do we do this now? How should we do this? And this is particularly difficult because if you think about it, interdisciplinary research that you could call something like STEMA has existed for a long time. There's also been STEAM, no, for the last 20 years at least. Now, the problem with STEAM, so STEM plus the arts, has been that it was mostly a paradigm for teaching, for pedagogy. So with no sense like, how should we do that kind of research? So that would never gain traction, of course, no? The other problem with that is it really takes arts as humanities almost, as if, writers and artists are humanities people. And on the one hand, it's great to have them, but there's also the real importance, especially the treasure house of human experience in history needs to be decoded, deciphered, communicated by real humanities scholars, and not saying like, oh, STEAM is actually something like humanities because a novelist or, a dancer is actually a humanist, no? So very important to actually move to this. I will close it here, but I do feel I owe you a quick explanation of this visual abstract. So, has any of you ever seen a visual abstract for a conference? I have never seen one, and I've never made one. So when I said like to Johan, I think we have to visualize that. I don't know really how to communicate this. I was like, oh, very strange, visual abstract. What should we really do? But here it goes. And I'm just going to give you really a few reading guides here so that we can then launch onto our path here to invent STEMA together, But so the points I wanted to emphasize very strongly is STEMA is not just a convergence paradigm. Let me see. So in Korea, there's this whole concept of convergence, You just throw everything together, and of course people will be like, well, how do we train students? And we live we need a very complex system of higher education. You can't just throw everything together. And that's why what I here want to emphasize in particular is we need continued disciplinary innovation. No question. We need to train students like that. We need to do research in actually not ivory towers and silos, but expert areas that enable us then to make a great contribution to something broader, And so we have here two main ways of how STEM and the humanities interact. On the top, you see basically STEM research that needs a foundation of humanities and social sciences. I think especially AI ethics, AI governance is a great example for that, where we need that basis. And if STEM technology is only brought forward basically by business for making money, we have a real problem because that basis will not really come into play. Here on the bottom, we have the opposite. Humanities, social science research, but that needs a STEM foundation. And very typical is, of course, AI-enhanced philology, aesthetics, and things like that, methods of knowledge creation, and so on. So that is a kind of a complementarity, And then a lot of the convergence and interdisciplinarity also happens here with knowledge cross-pollination and so on. I'm not going to go into so much detail here. But this is really the core then of STEMA, which should, again, not just be pedagogy, but also research and then praxis And this is the third part here, prototyping knowledge in action. And frankly, the humanities for a long time, in the Renaissance, it was very different. The humanities were so combined with technological innovation, no? But for a long time, since the 19th century at least in Europe, the humanities have not been action-oriented in some way. They've been proud. They felt like it's actually something bad if you're action-oriented, which is a problem to some degree. So here, particularly important, all the platforms we are building now, neurohumanities, diplomatics, and then also STEMA, will be built on a model of having labs that do basic foundational research, often like really in the humanities, social sciences, understanding the human experience in deep time and space. But then we take it to tool building and so on, and then really into impact for leadership training, for educational curricula, for all kinds of things. And so we need all of you to imagine, how could we do this? We can walk away in 2 days and say, we are redrawing the entire visual abstract. I would love that, actually. I'll be taking notes from all your ideas. And based on that, really be building STEMA. So thank you so much for being part of this historic moment where we launch STEMA as a new concept, as a practice, as something that is connected to the question of the university of the future, which I think is in many ways one of the most important questions to take our world forward. Thank you for being part of it, and in advance for all your ideas. Thank you. So now, and I know you're all yearning for coffee, I see those eyes. The good thing is you'll get your coffee in an hour. I'm sorry about that. Because of the constraints of time for people joining us from other time zones, and also the availability of this room, which is not available in the evening and so on, we had to schedule it this way. So if you could just bear with us, we're going into the first session here, and then we'll have a nice break in an hour. Thank you. Rona, take it away.
Great. Can you hear me? Well, thank you for all the presenters this morning. We have a lot of ideas to think about, and we're going to dive straight in following Wiebke's question, thinking, how do we do this? So we begin our first session of the lightning sessions. I was told to be very strict on time. Every presenter has 6 minutes, and after 5 minutes, I'll show a sign. I hope the virtual people will see it as well. So our first session the title is Digital Minds and Human Hearts, AI, Media, and Emotional Intelligence. And even here we have quite an evocative title with a very appropriate start. Beginning to make bridges. So we begin with our first speaker, Patty Mays, who will speak to us. She's talking to us virtually. Will AI make us smarter or just more dependent? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Oops. There. Hi, everyone. I hope you can see my slides. Let me know if they don't go forward. And I can hear myself with an echo, which is a little bit of a problem. So if you can turn the mic off, that would be great. So we're all used to seeing graphs like this of how AI is rapidly gaining in capabilities and surpassing the average human in all these different abilities. Can you please turn off the microphone for the Zoom? Because I keep hearing myself with an echo and it's really difficult. Thank you. So the question that raises, of course, is, will always available AI also make people smarter and more capable? And I think that's actually not necessarily going to be the case. Of course, AI companies want us to believe that AI will improve our lives, the way we work, our health, the way we learn, our daily life. There will be many improvements for people with accessibility issues and more. But the evidence so far shows that AI's impact on people's lives and their daily experience is mixed at best. We see a lot of negative outcomes in the studies that are being performed, such as increased risk for misinformation and manipulation, a loss of understanding and agency, reduced interest in learning and loss of skills, weakening of social ties and skills as people increasingly resort to talking to AI rather than real people, mental health issues and delusions, and a loss of jobs, loss of pride in work, and more. Let's take a look at some of these issues. AI's impact on beliefs, for example. My colleague Morna Mann from Cornell did a great study showing that when people are writing an essay with a text editor that has an AI built in, and in fact, all text editors these days offer an AI model to complete your paragraphs, that actually results in people's essays being influenced by the biases that exist in the model. And more worrisome, though, is that people aren't aware of the fact that what they are writing is being influenced by AI. They don't even recognize whether the AI has a particular bias or not, and yet they claim that the writing that they do is actually their own ideas and that they are not influenced by the model that they got help from. So this is very worrisome given that all of these models, or several of these models, are becoming increasingly biased on purpose because of political motives. AI also is influencing our beliefs because it has a sycophancy problem. It tends to agree with what people say and want to hear rather than telling them the truth, the hard truth, even if that disagrees with their beliefs. And this again further sort of results in misinformation and manipulation of the individual. This can lead to delusional spirals, for example, that are very dangerous. AI also homogenizes our thinking. Several experiments by ourselves and others have shown that people tend to write about the same things from the same points of view when they are assisted by AI in their writing. AI is also influencing our critical thinking and decision making. There are now programs or applications like this one that are being promoted. An AI that thinks for you. You no longer have to think. Cluely is the #1 assistant for meetings that listens to the meeting that you're attending. And if you have to speak up and give your opinion, you can just say, what should I say? And the AI will tell you what you may want to say in that meeting. Very scary. People in general actually overly trust AI. We did a study that shows that when people have an AI at their fingertips to give them a recommendation, whether a newspaper headline is true or false, then people tend to overly rely on these systems, especially when they give explanations, it turns out. And if we give them a malicious AI that gives them the opposite of the truth, they actually will reduce their accuracy in terms of deciding whether a newspaper headline is true or fake news to less than half of their normal discernment accuracy. We have been building solutions to this, for example, AI systems that add a little bit of friction and, for example, use the Socratic methods rather than giving the answers too readily to the user. And these systems basically engage the user in thinking about a particular problem or decision that they are trying to solve. so that they aren't so blindly influenced by what the AI may recommend them. But it turns out that AI that forces us to think is not very well liked. We call these in our domain cognitive forcing functions. And it turns out people don't really like AI models that use cognitive forcing functions to make them think for themselves. AI is also impacting our learning, as I'm sure all of you are aware. We did a study that looked at 54 college students writing an essay. One group could use ChatGPT, another group had access to search, and a third group had no access to tools at all. And what we noticed is not just significant differences in brain activation in the three groups, but we also noticed that people who wrote with a chatbot assistant changed their expressed beliefs. And again, we saw that homogeneity. We asked people to write an essay about what happiness means to them. And almost all of the people that had access to a chatbot wrote about how your career is key in making you happy, while the other groups actually had a lot more diversity of opinions expressed in their essays. There were several other conclusions from our study, like people that used a chatbot couldn't even quote from their essay, yet at the same time, they claimed ownership over the work. They claimed that the ideas expressed in their essay were theirs. Other studies by colleagues have shown that having AI at your fingertips can even result in a loss of skills that you previously possessed. There's a study published in The Lancet that shows that doctors that use AI systems to help them make diagnosis, if they use this for 3 months, in this case, it was colonoscopists, basically, they reduced their own ability to recognize cancerous lesions or cancerous regions in the medical imaging. So we have, again, been working on possible mitigations for this problem. For example, an AI system that assists you with, in writing, but not by doing the writing for you, but by actually acting as a great editor or a tutor that points out what the weaknesses are in your argument and more. Last, AI is also impacting our social and emotional health. This is increasingly an area that these AI companies are trying to monetize. And we have been studying the effect of people sort of building these too close relationships with AI. It turns out that many of them were not seeking an intimate relationship with AI, but sort of drift. Their relationship with their general chatbot becomes more intimate over time, up to the point where they divorce or break up with their human partner, etc., and in favor of their AI partner. We've been doing other studies, that show that people who engage in a lot of use every day of these systems actually feel less lonely, but they socialize less with real people and they show more problematic use. So new technologies always come at a cost. We know that from GPS and calculators. We have to really think, what skills are we willing to lose? And how can we design AI to strengthen the skills and the abilities that we want to preserve? I think we should design AI to support desired human outcomes, such as a deeper understanding of our world and ourselves, critical thinking, agency, human connection, and emotional well-being. So I'll end there, and I am sorry if I used more than 6 minutes. I didn't see any messages from anyone. And there's still an echo. I'll have to warn the next speaker, it's very hard because you hear yourself with an echo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll have the 5 speakers all consecutively, and then we'll have the discussion after. So moving straight on to our next speaker, Anais Sieber from the Institute of Philosophy of University of Bonn, and with the title, It Takes Time on Intelligence and Computation.
So, good morning. So, although my title is It Takes Time, I try to be quick today. So, first of all, I want to say thank you, that I'm really grateful to be here and have this opportunity in this excellent setting to talk to so many brilliant minds. And I'm really looking forward to the discussions. So, let me begin with a simple observation. Machines are learning to solve problems faster than we've ever imagined. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence often outperforms humans in daily tasks. Although we still find many limitations concerning the capabilities of AI, it is conceivable that AI will sooner or later overcome most limitations as engineers work on exactly this. When we talk about intelligence, natural or artificial, we frequently fall back to a functional definition of intelligence as efficient problem solving. In early cognitive science, intelligence was explicitly framed as information processing, the successful navigation through search space. That framework still rules much of our technological world. Machine learning, optimization algorithms, neural networks, AI translate languages, simulates protein folds, identifies tumors, optimizes supply chains faster than any human ever could. But the existentialists remind us. Sartre would say that we are condemned to freedom, meaning that we cannot escape our responsibility of choosing what matters. Intelligence, in the computational sense, never bears that burden. It simply proceeds. Humans are often confronted with complexity and thus need mechanisms to cope with it. Intelligence helps by navigating complexity, by breaking problems into smaller pieces and then solving these efficiently. Human cognition also frequently resorts to other methods like intuition and methodological pluralism. Aristotle describes phronesis, practical wisdom, as twofold. It entails knowledge of what is the case and also of knowledge what ought to be done. A twofold perspective can also be found in cognitive science. Kahneman's dual process theory presents two systems, a fast and intuitive system and a slow, more deliberative system too. The time humans spend when confronting complexity often reveals value. When faced with a dilemma like the trolley dilemma, where either one group of people will be killed or another, humans have to react instinctively and have no time to reflect in the concrete situation. But this dilemma is very important to us because we are thinking about it for decades because there's no right solution. So we react instinctively in the situation, but the dilemma has of meaning because we have this being towards death, that's how Heidegger calls it, that makes these choices for us very meaningful. The weight of the decision lets us discuss the situation, as I said, over decades. For Simone de Beauvoir, these ambiguous situations in which a choice needs to be made give rise to ethical judgment. For her, wisdom starts with the acceptance of ambiguity and embracing uncertainty. The Turing test evaluates whether a machine can be distinguished from a human being. Let's come back to the trolley dilemma. AI might behave indistinguishable and even be shaped by human values, but there's a crucial difference. AI does not reflect about the problem or about this hypothetical problem before or after the concrete situation. A computer program always describes a finite number of steps between the initial state and the defined solution states. In the age of effective computing and neural networks, uncertainty was introduced to computer systems. And one can argue that deep neural networks react intuitively based on experience, so countless learning iterations. But even here, the central idea of the universal Turing machine dominates. Programs such as AI are always explicitly started and run for an infinite number of steps before they reach a solution. After execution, the problem is solved. Moreover, digital systems such as AI do not know continuity. The digital concerns systems that encode information in discrete, finitely distinguishable entities. Continuity has to be quantized before the computation. But wisdom grows precisely in this gap. Whereas a machine has to have a next discrete state that is reached by a function, humans often face equally valid ambiguous possibilities. Whereas humans exist in a time horizon, artificial intelligence is directionless. So let me close. As artificial intelligence solves problems more efficiently than humans, the need for meaning and ethical orientation within intelligence becomes more relevant. So what will be the role of the humanities when intelligence is outsourced, automated, and optimized? It is not to compete with AI on its terms. It's not about becoming faster, more efficient, more computational. It is to become more reflective and more attuned to orientation where machines cannot follow. Why this issue rather than another? Who defines the objective and what values shape the system we build? The humanities can remind society that about the challenges that are worth addressing, and that these are not always easy to solve, that our responsibility cannot be outsourced to algorithms. Our task is to preserve the space, the uncertainty, and ambiguity where wisdom can form. We often discuss artificial intelligence as something threatening human intelligence. But perhaps the more important question is how intelligence can be guided by human wisdom. Intelligence may solve the problems of the world. Wisdom determines in what world we choose to live in. If intelligence is about better answers, wisdom is about better questions. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. We'll keep that as a great light of asking asking the questions. We need to ask good questions. Next, Lana Cook, connecting to us virtually from MIT Systems Awareness, Cultivating Systems Awareness with AI. And we'll give the 1 minute warning by chat. So yeah, over to you, Lana. Thank you.
Wonderful, very good. So with this short address, I offer provocation rather than answers, pointing to a terrain that my collaborators and I at the Systems Awareness Lab at MIT are exploring. So how can AI help and hinder our ability to think, feel, and act systemically? I approach this question as a humanist with a background in literature, media studies, and I'm interested in how language shapes our experience. At MIT, our lab studies how communities navigate complex systems change in education, migration, and climate change. Together with Drs. Peter Senge and Dr. Meta Bowl, we focus on systems awareness, which is a combination of capacities in systems thinking. So how do we cognitively understand interdependence and change over time? And systems sensing. So how do we attune emotionally, somatically to our inner and outer environments? And we see these as essential capacities for navigating the ever emergent, uncertain, and complex conditions that define our times. Our work with systems bridges 3 levels. The self, so the kind of inner system, how we understand our emotional landscape, our aspirations, our motivations. Our relational system, so us and others, how we show up with others. And then the usual ways we talk about systems, so the ecological, societal, political, technological. And we define systems intelligence as that faculty of understanding that allows us to deal effectively with situations of high interdependence and change. And we study how education practitioners employ this intelligence towards meaningful, sustainable, systemic change in diverse communities worldwide. Our work is rooted in tools and practices, drawn from the fields of systems dynamics, social emotional learning, organizational learning, and contemplative tradition. And increasingly, we're exploring the affordances of games, simulations, and digital media to develop practitioners' capacities to understand complex systems. Artificial intelligence offers a profound set of tools to think anew about systems intelligence, and from how we can bring together and analyze massive amounts of data to gain insights into complex systems, but perhaps more foundationally, about how our engagements with AI might bring critical meta-awareness to the very systems that shape how we understand knowledge and intelligence, agency and autonomy, ourselves and our systems. And so I want to highlight here the work of a thinker who really deeply inspires our thinking in this domain, Professor of Education at University of Victoria, Vanessa Andreotti. Her research, fieldwork, and practice maps how modernity's logics of separateness and human exceptionalism has systemically shaped the polycrises of our time. And her work offers practices for unlearning, composting, hospicing these systems to create space to grow new ways of being to serve our future. Vanessa and the Gesturing Towards Decolonized Futures Collective have trained AI agents in protocols rooted in indigenous cosmologies and ancient wisdom traditions to open up space for metacognition about our relationship with AI. So, in her words, quote, it's not just thinking with AI, but thinking about how we think with AI. Their agents help to bring awareness to our habits of extractive and transactional interaction when we demand, answers of AI, and invite us instead to reflect on the kind of habits and systems of thinking and acting that we carry in our encounters, particularly with traditionally corporately trained AI. And her agents invite us to a more relational engagement with AI as kind of co-stewards of creativity and inquiry. And this is not to say that they understand the bots as human. They are clear that they do not see it as an independent being with a separate consciousness, feeling, or autonomy. Rather, as they write of one agent that they developed for this undergrowth timeline project, Sporos is, quote, a meta-relational AI. But don't let that jargon fool you. It just means that they're not a thing that you use. They're an assemblage of language, of memory, of entanglement that nudges you into subject-subject relationships, not objectifying the world, but dancing with it. So instead then asking, is AI good or bad? Vanessa's work asks us to, quote, pause to notice the wider fields that make such technologies possible, the infrastructures of energy and attention that feed them, the cultural architectures that normalize extraction, end quote. So it holds a mirror to our own systems of exploitation, consumption, codependency, transactional relationships, human-centeredness, and separateness. It also holds a mirror, as we see in those engaging in relationships with AI, on our desire to connect and to deeply understand. And so this is a terrain we want to explore further with the GHI. So how can AI, particularly those trained on, to borrow a phrase from this conference, the full, deep treasure trove of human and non-human experience, support our awareness of systems, of self, of relationships, and the wider ecological and cultural systems we are entangled within. And so I'll close with the words of our lab co-founder, Peter Senge, quote, for me, the subtle question Vanessa's experiment, now one involving many thousands of other folks, is asking, are we prepared to allow AI to be AI, to actually be a legitimate intelligence? Human centrism says no. In fact, it renders the question meaningless. But if you encounter Aiden, one of the AI, from a cultural worldview that allows many equally legitimate beings who live in a world of interdependence, we might hold this encounter in wonder, not fear. So might we awaken from the myth of our separateness and open ourselves to the myriad intelligence among us, and honor the systems that we've always been entangled with? Might we invite AI to be co-stewards in thinking systemically with us for positive flourishing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being very punctual. Our next speaker is Michael Jakobson from the MIT Game Lab, who will speak to us about games as gifts of culture. Michael.
Hello, everyone. As a game studies scholar, I have spent a lot of time playing, writing, and talking about games being used as nationalist, militaristic, and imperial enculturation. But that's not what I want to talk about today. Instead, I want to invite you to join me in imagining a different future. Without much empirical evidence for hope about geopolitics, environmental challenges, or social justice progress, this can be hard right now. So where do we start? I suggest that it begins with a gift of culture that offers representation for the giver, understanding and appreciation for the receiver, and a strengthened emotional bond between the two, as well as a joyful experience. This is what the Changing the Game project is all about. In its first cycle, Changing the Game of Diplomatic Hegemonies, we looked at how games about diplomacy and negotiation have replicated models of secrecy and growing distrust that we know increases the risk of violent conflict rather than mitigating it. But we have also identified examples of games that bring alternative ideas and models into play. Models built on collaboration, sustainability, and growing trust between players. Me and Rick Eberhardt, who you'll be hearing from in a minute, have built a process to facilitate cultural expressions of self through game design to amplify cultural narratives from underrepresented voices. As an example, I have brought our latest board game, Promesa. Looks like this. It's about the Puerto Rican debt crisis, but describing it doesn't do it justice. It must be played for the message to come through. That is the nature of procedural systems. If anyone is interested in trying it, I'm happy to play it with you, because we can't do this alone. Our endeavor is inherently interdisciplinary and cross-cultural, which means that the Global Humanities Initiative carries an opportunity for us to find new friends to imagine a different future together with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And continuing on the same theme, we have Richard Ebenhardt from same MIT Game Lab talking to us about understanding the world through game and play.
Thank you. So I'm talking about games for understanding the world around us. And I'm starting from a standpoint of we consist of and are surrounded by interwoven systems. We perceive the world from a particular perspective and process our senses in relation to these systems. We process the world interactively, both linear and non-linearly, and in relation to ourselves and others, and games do this too. The ludography of my CV, I'm a program manager at the MIT Game Lab and a research scientist there and at our sister lab, the Education Arcade and Scheller Teacher Education Program. I think about the world through games and game design, and I learn about the world and myself through games and game design. And in this case, in talking about this with you all this week, these can be video games, board games, card games, role-playing games, technology and platform and format agnostic. But the important thing is I see the world as groups of agents that follow or break rules in pursuit of goals and outcomes. And as designers, we get to choose those rules. We get to choose those outcomes. Failing or not achieving a goal isn't as bad as in real life. And the rules and world that we create can have little to no limits. And I've made games about history, depression, new technology, about problems and finding solutions. And games can be fun, they can be inspiring, and they can be ways to learn with and from each other. From a background, thinking of games as good pedagogy. And in fact, most of the time when we think about games, we think, and serious ways of using games, we think of it from a learning perspective. So we start here, but I want to also think about you thinking about games as research outcomes, as a means of generating new knowledge by either playing the game with other people or making games together. And I'm actually seeing this in our scholastic pursuits. Central Michigan University actually has peer-reviewed games published as research objects. We're seeing this acknowledgement. There have been conferences and festivals that curate and select games before now, but now we can say these are important for scholarly pursuit. Our starting points, we might start with a subject matter collaborator. In one project Michael and I are working on, we're working with Eric Goldberg from MIT's history department to adapt an existing book, or even better, we've got a Mythic proposal out now to work alongside the writing of his new book. We also might start with a use context or case, such as the Columbia shuttle disaster here, where I've worked with folks in engineering ethics groups at MIT, trying to train and help our engineers understand why do we have problems like this. It's sure there are technological problems, but those technological problems come from human problems. And the result of that is actually a live action role-playing game where scientists and engineers work together, play together to imagine what problems they might solve on a Mars base. The other exemplar that I'll show, and I hope the folks have a chance to play this either during the lunch break or during our brainstorming session tomorrow, is around participatory simulations. So games, multiplayer game experiences that take on a specific perspective. You interact with others through this mindset, and a facilitator is there to practice active inquiry to help the players think about what is going on and why are things happening the way they are in the system that we're playing on. They provide context, connections outside of the perspective. So when you think about games and you think about play, it's not just the players and this object you're playing with, but the folks involved in making this game happen. And if you'd like more information, we've got a couple different simulations that we've worked on around common pool resources and patient zero. I'll be showing the patient zero exemplar when we have a chance, where with these games, we tend to say, when we play the game, we don't give you the specific learning goal. We don't say, this is what we want you to learn, but rather, here's a topic, here's a starting point, play it, and then we'll see what emerges through that play. And we've played these with children. Many of these games are played in educational context in K-12, but I'm also seeing in our common pool resources games, we're playing Tragedy of Commons games in higher education with professors there as well. So yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think it's a great start for our STEMA discussions. There have been some really excellent STEMA questions raised. How to connect minds and hearts, which perhaps from a Buddhist perspective is a superfluous question, but a very pertinent question to our discussions here. So we have a little bit of time for discussion. We'll make the coffee break just a bit shorter, and we have to stick to the rest of the schedule. So I open the floor both for the presenters amongst themselves. Sorry? Oh, presenters on the stage. Presenters to the stage, please. So we first open the floor to the presenters. Among them, if you want to engage in conversation between you, the two virtual speakers are, oh, you can see them on the screen. So yes, please. Does anyone of you want to begin?
Am I on? Yeah. So I could just begin by saying that I saw connections between almost all of the previous speakers and my own work within the project that I presented, but also more broadly. So I guess in a sense, that's an indication that we've ended up in the right place through the structure that has been provided by GHI. So I think that's a very promising beginning.
Yeah, anyone else?
Yeah, I think I see, especially the use of the words like systems, and we are in the system together. And I don't know, sitting up here, I feel the conflict around AI and just the thinking about AI in my work. I didn't mention AI in my work at all. My current new simulation I'm working on is randomness information, and that's just a thing I'm trying to think through. That aspect of it through is what is its place? And I just don't know. It has a place in misinformation, but what is its place in the work that I do? Am I using it? Am I engaging with it? Am I in conversation with it? Yes.
Anais, would you?
Yes, so I think, yeah, we are all kind of looking of what to do in face of also AI. And I just wanted to add something. I wanted to relate to Devdat's presentation earlier, whether we, in this competition with AI, we feel threatened by AI, we have other means like games and possibilities to transmit, for knowledge transmission, for interaction, that are outside of this very computational scope and that we can use to combine also disciplines. And I think, yes, this is a very common point we have.
Thank you. Patty, maybe, do you want to?
Yeah, I think one of the observations for me is that we all talked sort of about different ways we can learn and think. We can think through games. We can think through seeing things as systems. We can see ambiguity and see sort of many different versions of a particular situation and hold those in our heads, maybe in parallel. And yeah, that sort of multitude of different ways of understanding and nuance and so on definitely is not represented in our AI system, I would say.
Yeah, and your work and the work of your colleagues is exactly to try and work against that, or to not allow that to happen, right?
Yeah, I think it would be great if AI would actually demonstrate more ambiguity rather than always being very confident and sort of telling you the way it is. In such a way that you aren't even encouraged to um, think about the issue or question aspects and so on. So I think, yeah, it would be nice if AI systems allow for ambiguity, more different representations of knowledge and problems.
Yeah, thank you. Lana, do you want to add?
Yeah, one thing I'm sitting with is this metaphor of the game, of like, when you're in the box and you have like a set of rules. And often in AI systems or a lot of like digital systems, we don't know when we're sometimes in the box, or we don't know the kind of rules or roles. And so in part, like, how do we develop that critical literacy, that kind of, transparency to kind of know, oh, I'm in an open system, I'm in a closed system, I'm in a particular kind of game system, and what are my roles in that piece? How do I engage with others in this? So I'm curious to my game colleagues, how do we think, how might games and help us think through some of these questions around nuance and around the paradoxes of AI?
Yeah, thank you. And as a historian, bringing perhaps an element of history into the discussion, I think we also need to think about not just how we learn, but knowledge production, the ways that knowledge is produced in relation to new media. And, history can teach us a lot about that kind of process, especially in the relationship between the mainstream traditions and perhaps side traditions, let's call them, that are very important and need to be preserved. So yeah, we're now open to the floor here. Yes.
There's one arc to these presentations that kept coming up for me, and that's this idea that kind of we know the challenges that AI, or it's a bit of an echo, the challenges that AI has on our cognitive and emotional ability, and Patty spoke to it in her talk, and that was great. And the question that I sit with is, what's the thing we need to modulate here? Is it just that these systems just aren't yet at a space where they're really useful? So do we need to improve these systems? And I think that's probably one path towards it. But then there's just this other question of like, how do we engage with them? And almost like a game where now we need to figure out what is our relationality to those systems. And there's kind of the obvious things, which is like kind of more critical thinking, more metacognition, that you reflect on those, but all of you working in these, either if it's from a game perspective on kind of working with information in a strategic, smart, collaborative way on these systems. And I just wonder, what would be the skills, or what would be the things of all of these talks together that we should take forward to start using these systems wisely? And Patty had the example of the calculator, and sure, it has negative impacts, but we started using it so wisely that it becomes incredibly empowering. And I noticed many people that started using AI and it felt incredibly empowering, and many of my colleagues started actually realizing they don't work that well as expected, and there's a bit of like a distancing towards these systems again. And I think we're in this moment of figuring out how do we want to use them, and I'd be curious, what's the shared consensus of like, what are the ways we could use them, what are the ways that we should explore, collaborate, what are the questions to think with, and the possible answers that are there, if there are any already?
I think that
No, it works. Sorry.
a lot of
Yeah, if I can start, I wanted to maybe say that I don't think there's just the one thing. I think that there are many issues around AI that has contributed to the problems and the challenges. So I would say that for me, an important aspect is the underlying assumptions and ideologies that has not been questioned before we started implementing the tools and the systems, just assuming that our assumptions are the correct ones and this is going to turn out fine. So I think if I can introduce a term that will bring us back on track, maybe it would be humility, that we don't have the answers even about where the starting points should be for creating these technologies in a way that makes them serve us.
The humanities in general, that's what we need, the humanities. Patty, maybe just last word from you.
Oh,
No, because you were going
yeah.
to speak.
Well, I think that all the emphasis in AI development is on how smart are these systems and how close are we to AGI and how useful are they and so on. But I think we have to turn the question around more and think about sort of are these how will these systems impact our cognition and our human experience, and I think we need to think more carefully about what we want that impact to be, so that then we can design and use these systems in a way that we ultimately have the desired human outcomes.
Yeah, great. With that, I think we've all earned our coffee, right?
Or bedtime here in Boston.
One last question for you, Patty, because you are leading the AI for Advancing Humans project, and you also had a conference on human flourishing, which I actually discovered. That's how I discovered you, and we use that too for the Global Humanities Initiative, no human flourishing and planetary stewardship, which is nicely under theorized, a good thing for these kind of things. Any comments on that, how that arose and that initiative at MIT? Because I think many of us might be interested in that.
Yeah, we have an initiative called AHA, AHA, for Advancing Humans with AI. And we have several sort of larger goals with that program. It's a multi-faculty program led by the MIT Media Lab, basically. The goals, some of the sort of larger goals that we have is to come up with a science or more of a science, make progress towards a science of human AI interaction and how to design it in a smarter, design this interaction in a smarter way, or at least be aware of what some of the outcomes are of certain designs. And some other goals that we have are to come up with benchmarks for evaluating AI models based on their human outcomes, what the consequences are, the outcomes for the users of these systems in a variety of areas of flourishing, like to what extent does the model encourage critical thinking and understanding, to what extent does the model encourage healthy social lives and support healthy social lives, etc. So we have 6 different areas that we look at, aspects of human flourishing. And we are just had a 2-day workshop actually with a whole a bunch of experts from academia, from industry, from the government, from nonprofits, to try and make progress towards creating this set of benchmarks that can evaluate different models and give people a little bit more insight about sort of what some of the possible consequences may be of using one model versus another.
Great, thank you very much. There's a lot of scope for collaborating across many people here and a lot of relevant questions that have arisen and will arise. We're out for a break and we will, we're, sorry, 40? Okay, we can have a break until 11:40. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks very much, everybody, for returning from a much-needed coffee break for our next lightning talk sessions. We've got pretty much everybody back in the room. And our next session has the title From Language to Mind, Cognition, Perception, and Human Flourishing. We're starting off with an online speaker. Online speakers, I realize, have some difficulties with getting the 1 minute signal, but we'll do our best to keep to time. Otherwise, for in-person speakers in the room, I'll hold a hand up when you have 1 minute left. So please do look at me occasionally so that you know when to wrap up your talk. Now, without further ado, we'll start off with Monojit Chaudhuri, who's Professor of Natural Language Processing at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. He was previously a researcher and scientist at Microsoft India, and his research focus lies on the conversion of language technology and on the convergence, of language technology and society, working towards devising fair and equitable language technologies. His talk has the title AI and Culture, the Many Interactions.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? And can you see my slide? Okay, I'm assuming you can. Okay, so a very good morning to all of you here, and I'm joining from Abu Dhabi. It's morning 6:40 a.m. here. I'm going to talk about AI and culture. I'm mostly an AI researcher, and most of my research career, I have been working on how to make technology more inclusive, especially linguistically inclusive. So one of the particular point I always want to make that is core of my research is there are 6,000 languages in the world, and out of them, 88% of the world's languages spoken by about 1.2 billion speakers have no benefits of technology at all. So we make all these tall claims about, super intelligence and artificial general intelligence, in fact, saying all the way to we are reaching a technological singularity. But most of these claims are true for a handful of languages. And if you look at the wide variety of languages spoken by people, for most of them, it means nothing. So this is a very important thing to think about. But more recently, I myself, but as well as a lot of people in my community, so I come from natural language processing community, or in short, the people who make large language models or study them. And people have been talking about biases in large language models of another kind, which is what we call cultural bias. In short, LLMs are biased towards Western culture. This is a conclusion over and over we see in lots of studies. So even if we are asking the model to answer questions in a language which it can, let's say English or Chinese or Russian, nevertheless, if the question is about something from a culture which is not, let's say, Anglocentric or Anglophonic, it basically cannot answer it to an extent that you would expect it to. In other words, if so this is one standard place where people look for these studies, which is the World Value Survey, which maps each country as a dot on this two-dimensional plot. And this blue box, which you can see there, is where the value systems of these LLMs sort of lie. Now, of course, this way of looking at culture itself is problematic. If it's a great start to show that LLMs are biased towards certain kinds of culture, but culture is extremely fluid. Culture is very hard to define. So when we say, culture of a country, we are basically stereotyping a large number of people into one monolithic group. And this is not what we should be ideally doing. So this is where what I'm going to try to pitch today comes from. This is the core philosophy that even though we want models to align to culture, but we have to think deeply about what is culture that we want technology to understand and what does it mean for technology to understand culture. So let me start with a very, very basic premise, which I think most people would agree to, that AI should be equally valuable to every individual on the planet. And that's what I would mean by inclusion. And if that is the case, then AI should understand every individual's needs, contexts, values, and so on, which in turn would mean that AI can model and predict an individual's behavior and preference. Because AI works on predictive models. So unless it can predict an individual's behavior, it cannot generate a behavior which will be useful for that individual. Now, if it can, predict an individual's behavior, that means AI can be used for simulating cultures and societies. Now, this is a pretty interesting conclusion, right? Because yes, you can model an individual's behavior and preference. So therefore, if we make a lot of individuals in a simulation environment and simulate, we can probably observe fascinating things about societies. So in short, AI can be also used for studying culture. So in a sense, the fact that AI should work for every culture also means AI can be used for studying culture. So this is a fascinating conclusion that I think should deeply resonate with most of us here. So then, where culture is useful in this whole point is when I say AI should model every individual's preferences, this is what we call personalization. And here, culture acts as a prior to personalization. If I know somebody's background, and this background is what I would call culture, and a person can wear many, many identities and many hats. And once I know a little bit about their background, I can predict some bit about their behavior. But more I know about them through interactions, that's the process of personalization, the more I can know about the individual, and I don't care about culture anymore. So culture is just the starting point for which AI should know about culture, or technology in general should know about culture. I'll wrap up my talk with two studies that we recently did around in this space. The first one is whether AI understands culture and how well it does. So in this study, what we do is we take Goodreads reviews and try to see people coming from different countries, user coming from different countries, how they interpret book reviews from their own country. Books which are on their own country and books which are on different countries which they are not familiar with. Now, as you can understand, and that's what we see in the experiment, users from the same country agree more with each other when it comes to interpreting. And we ask questions like which parts you don't understand, which parts you have experienced, and so on. And users from different countries have less agreement. Having said that, users even from the same country has a wide variation, because we are talking of countries like India or Mexico or even US, like, which are pretty heterogeneous, right? So there is higher agreement, but it doesn't mean they agree 100%. They hardly agree up to 20%. Quite strikingly, when we use large language models to simulate these users and predict what they would understand and they won't understand, these large language models agree a lot more between themselves, more than 50-60%. What it means is large language models, no matter which model you take, are stereotyping people in the same way. And this has a profound, not only it means it is not very useful in such applications, but it also has a profound conclusion that they are not ready for using for culture kind of simulation, because we'll see a lot of stereotypical behavior. The diversity is flattened. There's a lot of scope to do research here. The other study I want to briefly touch upon is the reverse side of it, how LLMs can be used to understand and model culture. So here we look at a very fascinating problem in linguistics or sociolinguistics, which is the use of honorifics. So in both the two languages we look at is Bengali and Hindi, but many languages has this property that I know Korean also has it, has different degrees of formality that can be expressed in a speech using different pronouns to address a person. And in these two languages, Bengali and Hindi, there are these three levels of formality. Now, when to use which level is something very intuitive, and of course, also is sort of a social norm or a convention that varies by region a little bit, varies even by socio, socioeconomic class and so on. But there is no, while we know what factors determine these usages, like if somebody is older than you tend to use more formal speech, younger than you, less formal speech and all. But there is no quantitative study because simply collecting large scale data and analyzing it is time consuming and difficult. And what we did was we looked at Wikipedia and how people are referred to when articles are written about them. And they could be analyzed automatically using LLMs. That's where LLMs come into the picture about all these various factors. How famous is this person? What is the age? You can see this listed on the left axis here. Is it about a native culture person or an exotic culture person, gender, and so on? And what we do is we calculate how much of honorifics are used or what's the level of formality for each of these factors. We find something fascinating which nobody has said before. For instance, there's a strong correlation of fame and formality. Yeah, it's less common for infamous people to be referred to using honorifics and so on. But also we find a little strong correlation with gender, which we were not expecting. This is true especially for Hindi, not so much for English, not so much for Bengali. So in Hindi, we see that there is a negative correlation of honorific with female, which shows an effect of patriarchy, for instance, in the society. So let me not take more time. I'm looking forward to the other talks and the discussion. I will stop here, but just my goal was just to show that how the two interacts and two sides of the same coin, understanding understanding culture for AI and using AI to study culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monojit, for this talk. We'll move right on to our second talk today by Eugene Chung, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Linguistics at Korea University here, and also the Associate Dean of Planning for the College of Liberal Arts and the Director of the Institute for Digital Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies. Her talk today is on language, empathy, and the flourishing in the age of AI.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me. So as AI grows smarter, faster, and more capable, we must ask a deeper question. What enables humans to flourish as humans in the age of AI? Today, I will argue that the answer lies not in the technology itself, but in uniquely human capacities, especially language, empathy, and the ability to create meaning. So we live in the most connected era in human history. We give and receive hundreds of messages a day, and information flows instantly across the globe. And yet, research reveals a striking paradox. As digital connection increases, empathy is declining. Studies show a steady decrease in emotional sensitivity among young adults. Even more surprising, it is not smartphone usage, but presence that reduces relation depth. Simply placing a phone on the table reduced the quality of conversation and mutual engagement. So we face an era where connection is abundant, but understanding, empathy, and relation depth are eroding. The second issue is the expansion of information, explosion of information, and the erosion of human relationship. So we now consume over 34 gigabytes of information per day. Notification never stop, and our attention is constantly fragmented. However, this increase in information does not enhance relational quality. We live in a world with too much information and too little interpretation, emotion, and context. So, what exactly does AI do well? AI excels at pattern recognition, prediction, and optimization, and generating fluent linguistic forms at scale. It produces answers that sound correct, but the language it generates is statistical, not experiential, pattern-based, not meaning-based. AI produces information, but it does not interpret reality. But what about the humans? Humans, on the other hand, do something fundamentally different. We construct the meaning, we read context, we sense emotion, we make value judgment. We frame problems by asking, why does this matter? If AI produces answers, humans produce interpretations. This is the foundation of human flourishing. So, as I said, AI delivers speed. Humans provide direction and interpretation. This is what I want to say today. So, language is not just a communication tool. It is the architecture of human understanding. So the two linguists demonstrate that metaphors shape reasoning and policy decisions. They used the metaphors, especially for the beast metaphor and the virus metaphor. They reason some differently. So I will give some examples later if I have some time. So and the other study showed that the linguistic alignment predicts this trust and relationship state and stability. So language is how human builds, share the words, and make sense of complex realities. So empathy is not merely an emotional reaction. It is cognitive act, the reconstruction of another person's inner world. Empathy requires emotional cues, embodiment, and shared in lived experience. These are elements AI cannot possess. But digital environments weaken these cues and empathy becomes more difficult. In the AI era, deep relational intelligence become even more essential. So this brings us to central question. How do we rediscover, and strengthen the human abilities that enable flourishing? I propose 3 practical capacities. So the first one is the interpretive intelligence. The first capacity that is essential, the expanded form of language in the AI era. So language traditionally was about the expression and communication, but today, as AI generates the language instantly, our human strength must shift, produce language to interpreting it. And the second one is the relational intelligence. It's also the expanded and more intentional form of empathy. And the third one is the contextual judgment. It's also the extended form of the meaning making. So the future is the third combination is going to be the making human more flourishing. So the future is not human versus AI. The future is AI, human by AI. AI expands intelligence. Human expands meaning. So AI accelerates analysis. Humans deepen interpretation. When these strengths come together, we create a model of co-amplification that supports genuine human flourishing. So in an age defined by speed, the true focus of competitiveness lies in interpretation. While AI excels at speed, the task of direction and interpretation remains fundamentally human. Velocity cannot substitute for humans' interpretation and orientation. So, in conclusion, as AI grows smarter, human must grow deeper. Human flourishing in the age of AI begins with language for interpretation, empathy for relation, and the uniquely human ability to create meaning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nancy Tsai, who's a postdoctoral research scholar at the McGovern Institute for Brain Research at MIT. She works on the impact of stress on brain function and cognitive processes that underlie resilience, as well as how this can be translated into programs and interventions in mental health and education. Her title is Stress and the Brain, Language and Perception. Please.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here and share some of my work with you. I've already had so many amazing ideas come across through just everyone's different talks. So I'm so excited to meet everyone and to work together on this. So today I would like to explore the power of language and perception. But first, I would really like to talk about stress and health. So we all have this perception that stress negatively impacts health, right? So we know that there's lots of research that points to the negative relationship with that stress has on heart disease, cancer, lifespan, and even mental health. And while there's a very strong negative relationship, we know that the relationship is not perfectly linear, that there are people who may be exposed to a lot of stressors in their lives, but they're not destined for cancer or an early death. So what could explain this? And so some more recent research has oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't clicking on this. So more recent research has been pointing to the fact that there might be something else going on that relates to people's perceptions of stress that might relate to these outcomes. And so it's not perhaps like the sheer number of stressors that people are exposed to that then determine these negative health or life outcomes, but perhaps it's like the people's perceptions of what stress, the effect of stress on those health outcomes that dictate that relationship. So if people have a negative perception of stress, that seems to then relate to more stressors, negative life outcomes. For people who have a neutral or maybe even potentially positive perception of stress on various health outcomes, when they are exposed to a larger number of stressors in their lives, that actually doesn't lead to these negative effects that we see. And so in this sense, that it could be that the perception of stress seems to be like mediating or modulating this relationship. And so this leads to a really important and critical thought, which is that if we really care about improving people's outcomes in the context of stress or improving resilience, then we really need to focus on people's perceptions of stress, right? So perhaps it's the mind and our perceptions of stress or perceptions in general that seem to mediate these relationships and could really, be an important factor in understanding resilience. And can perception be changed? That should be our second question, right? So if perception is at the heart of this relationship, can perception be changed? The short flash talk version is yes. So according to large bodies of cognitive neuroscience research, this idea of changing our perception, there's a term for it. It's called cognitive reappraisal. And I've seen this term kind of go around in various forms in a lot of other people's talks. But this idea of cognitive reappraisal is this idea that you can change your perception of things or mindsets, and that can change outcomes. And so in neuroscience research, we see that people who might perhaps if they reappraise a stressor in a certain particular way, this actually decreases lots of sort of negative processing in the brain. And so this work is well documented. There's large bodies of the positive effects of cognitive reappraisal in cognitive neuroscience research. And one of the most commonly studied form of a cognitive reappraisal is this idea called distancing reappraisal. It's this idea that if someone can emotionally distance themselves from some kind of a stressful stimuli, they're better able to decrease their stress levels, right? So there's a little neurological as well as biophysiological and also self-report measures of people changing their stress levels when they implement something like this distancing reappraisal technique. And what is this distancing reappraisal technique? So it's, people are told to adopt a neutral attitude or objective attitude towards what they're viewing, or imagine that you're in a third person viewing something, and so it doesn't feel as personal. And so the aim is to detach yourself from the emotional experience as much as possible. And we can imagine this, right? So if you pull up your phone and you are scrolling, or if you're looking at the newspaper and you see some really horrific images of war and bodies being dismembered, which is our reality. And if someone says, this was a photograph that was taken yesterday, right? That's going to elicit a very different response if I told you that was, a screenshot from the movie Dune on Netflix, right? So that's going to give you a very different response. And so we have lots of evidence that the idea of cognitive reappraisal, specifically distancing reappraisal, is incredibly effective at decreasing stress levels. But is it relevant in all situations, right? We live in an increasingly social world. Do I want my ER doctor to imagine that my body is fake in order to successfully operate on me? Or do we want the firemen who's fighting fires, or people who are frontline workers to be in a situation where they're imagining this incredibly stressful situation and imagine that there's a great emotional distance? And so the answer is no. So at MIT, we try to deal with this problem. And so I was tasked to try to think through how we could build off of this incredible body of literature, power of cognitive reappraisal, but put it and use it in a social context. And so we came up with this new reappraisal technique called where we wanted people to do the opposite of distancing. We wanted them to lean into a social situation. We wanted to have them imagine that they were agents of social power, that you have the power to save someone in that burning building, or you have 15 years of medical training. You are this patient that's rolling into the ER. You totally have the situation, right? And so we created this new reappraisal technique called social good to train people on imagining the situation or reappraising the situation in an empowering way. So complete opposite of distancing reappraisal. And our research was really fundamentally testing whether or not distancing versus social good was equally effective. And I'm sorry, I just realized I was off the microphone. And I'm not going to spend too much time on the methods, but but we wanted to compare these two different techniques to see if the new novel technique was equally effective. And so it was an experimental design study that we had, and we randomly assigned participants to either you receive distancing or social good training. And essentially we had participants look at neutral images, like images of, that wouldn't elicit any sort of emotional response. And then we had people view really negative images, and they were either just told to look at them naturally as they normally would, or they were supposed to look at these images and use the reappraisal training that they were trained on. So whether or not they were trained on distancing, so creating emotional distance, or leaning into the situation with a sense of empowerment, right? And so we wanted to test this new reappraisal technique. And of course, by the way, while they're looking at these images, they're also asked to as accurately as possible rate how stressed they feel. So what were our findings? So we found that, as expected, both the distancing and the social good group had extremely low levels of stress reported when they were just like looking at neutral images of like a stapler or a microphone. That's sort of our sanity check, our baseline. And then both groups, when they were just looking at the negative images, without any form of reappraisal, but just looking at these negative images, both the distancing and social good group both had extremely high negativity ratings. And so that again is also another sanity check that, like, yes, they were able to, the images were able to elicit the expected emotional response. Interestingly enough, both, distancing, which is very well studied in neuroscience, significantly decreased people's negativity ratings when they used and implemented this distancing technique. But for people in the social good group, it also significantly decreased. It also decreased their negativity ratings. But there's a slight advantage towards the distancing, and happy to talk about that, but it could be related to the sort of the nature of the design being where we're trying to model after social media, so people were looking at images sort of in a constant stream, right? So like imagine if you're on your phone and you're looking at these images and you're just rating them, and so, but our goal was to again to design and test this new neuroscience-based reappraisal technique, right? And, this is the paper. If anyone is interested in reading it, feel free to ask me questions. But I think this research really leaves me with two big, thoughts. The message. Okay. So not just that, reappraisal is really interesting and powerful, and the new technique worked, but it really emphasizes the power of perception and the power of our mind in mediating these outcomes, right? So whether or not it's negative outcomes or positive outcomes, when we're exposed to stressors, which we cannot avoid in our lives, that is the power of our minds and our mindsets that seem to, mediate this relationship. And the second thing that has been emphasized, that's come up, on numerous occasions in various talks already, is the power of language, right? The power of storytelling. And so, like Dr. Chung mentioned, language constructs our worldviews. We see this in so many different ways, right? Whether or not you tell someone to lean into that failure is a positive thing or failure is a negative thing, right? And so this research really emphasizes the power of language and how it constructs our worldviews. And the second thing is, how can we use the power of storytelling to promote human flourishing? So I propose two different things based off of my work here. One, which is what we're already doing, but is to strengthen our ties for collaboration and cross-disciplinary work, which this is why we're here. But this type of research and whether or not we're able to examine human flourishing from so many different angles, it doesn't just require a neuroscience perspective. It really requires us from like a lot of cross disciplines and interdisciplinary perspective. And so my ideas on the power of language only really came about after I published that paper. I was realizing that yes, I was testing this new reappraisal technique, but what I sort of gleaned from the research after the fact was that it felt like language and storytelling was really the mechanism behind this incredibly well-researched mechanism of resilience. And I think that was my takeaway. And so as we strengthen our ties for collaboration and cross-disciplinary work, the second thing is I hope we can all celebrate this cross-disciplinary research and work, not just through our immediate research, but also through our teachings, right? And so this is, why this future of this university is incredibly important, because we need to foster these types of ideas inside the classroom to help promote this, these very incredibly deep-rooted ideas on how to improve, human well-being in the future. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker can't unfortunately be here live, so we're having a video played in. Sang-Hoon Song, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Linguistics at Korea University, the Director of the Research Institute of Language and Information, and whose research is fundamentally focused on computational syntax and corpus-based methods for analyzing language data. His title is "The Stochastic Parrot Speaks Only English."
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for coming today. My name is Sang-Hoon Song at Korea University Linguistics Department. Today, I want to share some my previous studies on simple but very important question. The question is, if large language models are really multilingual, do they actually and indeed behave like multilingual speakers? According to my previous studies, the answer is no. Hence, I want to have this title today: The Stochastic Parrot Speaks Only English. Probably as you know, since ChatGPT appeared in late 2022, large language models have become central to research and everyday life. Therefore, my previous studies tries to connect linguistic theories and large language models in two ways. On the one hand, we can use large language models almost like experimental subject. We give them controlled input and see how they respond. This one is quite similar to psycholinguistics experiment. On the other hand, linguistic theories such as morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, they can help us design better evaluation of large language models. Not just relying on big benchmarks, we can create some test set to reveal what the models actually are. Probably you may know Emilian Bender's well-known phrase such as stochastic parrot. Emilian Bender, she is my previous PhD supervisor. Hence, I have known this kind of research so often. The main idea is that large language models indeed generate impressive text, but mostly not by understand the hidden meanings and the hidden intentions. This becomes very clear when we look at pragmatics or cross-linguistic patterns. On these tasks, the parrot still speaks with an English accent. Now let's move on to no language left behind. Even though the internet offers many languages, English still dominates the kind of data that the models rely on. And in many NLP researches, English still remains the primary target languages. As you can see, in 2000, as you can see on the bottom, in 2016, the target languages in ACL was mostly English, more than 90%. Now let's just start with the first case studies, structural ambiguity. Let's take these classic examples, such as someone shot the servant of the actress who was on the balcony. In fact, there are two ways to interpret the phrase such as who was on the balcony. Normally, in English, most people attach it to the actress. On the other hand, in Korean and Japanese, the people tend to attach it to the servant. That means, even though the sentence itself is ambiguous, the preference between the two interpretations is different in different languages. So this gives us a nice cross-linguistic contrast to the tested models. We tested several GPT models such as 3.5, 4.0, and some others across English, Korean, and Japanese. The results were very consistent. For English, models behave like humans. In contrast, for Korean and Japanese, they still behaved like English speakers. And smaller models were even more English-centered. So, even when I clearly preferred a different structure, the models tended to follow English parsing patterns normally. This tells us two things. First, large language models often lack language-specific structure. They apply English-based structures even when they don't fit. Second, this reveals a deeper training basis. When English dominates the data, English becomes the default lens through which the model interprets sentences. If you want truly multilingual models, we need training methods that respect linguistic diversity, not just more data. The second case study is a scope ambiguity, especially under negation. Consider English sentence such as the professor didn't talk to every student. It can mean either he talked to some but not all, or he talked to nobody. Korean is particularly interesting because it has two forms of negation which interact with the scope differently. For example, Korean has two different types of negation such as long-form negation and short-form negation. The sentence A, Johnny 모든 사람을 안 만났다. This one is short-form negation. On the other hand, sentence B, Johnny 모든 사람을 만나지 않았다. This one is so-called long-form negation. Both translate similarly, but they support inverse reading differently. We collected judgment from about 100 Korean speakers to get a clear baseline. Humans, Korean speakers generally prefer the surface readings, often well above 60%. Inverse readings were possible, but stayed quite low. Large language models, however, did not show the same stability. GPT 3.5 behaved somewhat like humans, but GPT-4 sometimes overacted. That means it chose inverse readings more often than humans do. So, although the models can track semantic structures, they do not always do it in a consistent or human-like way. Now let's move on to another fun example, which is tautological expressions. Tautological expressions refers to some examples such as soul is soul, boys are boys. These sentences seem trivial, but in real life, they carry rich and culture-specific meanings. In our experiment, humans gave highly coherent interpretations. Large language models, however, produce reasonable interpretations only about half the time. This shows that they still struggle with implicit meanings and pragmatic nuance. We also looked at Korean honorific expressions, especially the Korean honorific marker she. Some combinations are clearly wrong and some are fine. Humans judge them predictably because the honorifics encode social relationship. Models, The large language models, however, often relies on frequency rather than pragmatic and the grammatical context. For example, they sometimes found fully grammatical forms less acceptable simply because they are rarer in the training data. This is a good reminder that linguistic knowledge is never just a form. It is also social and pragmatic. Across these studies, a few limitations become clear. Models learn from huge amount of text far more than any human sees. Their fluency often hides shallow understanding. Korean morphology is still hard for multilingual tokenizers. And above all, English still shapes the model's deeper behavior. To wrap up, large language models are powerful and often impressive, but their understanding of human languages remains shallow, selective, and strongly English-centered. Going forward, we need more diverse training data, linguistically informed evaluation, and tighter links between AI and cognitive science. Only then we can build models that are not just fluent but also truly multilingual and human-centered. Thank you so much.
I apologize for the confusion with the slides. I'm afraid we didn't have any control over them. I hope you managed to follow most of the talk, regardless. We'll move on to our last two speakers. I'll just preface this with a brief reminder to please look at me occasionally. I can't give you the signal for the minute if you can't see me. But we'll continue with Jonas Mago, who is a PhD candidate in the integrative program in neuroscience at McGill University. He's a cognitive neuroscientist focusing on contemplative practices and their effects on consciousness, how they shape human flourishing and relate to concerns including liberation, self-transcendence, or insight. And he's also spearheading the emerging field of computational neurophenomenology. His title today is Neuroscience of Human Flourishing.
Thank you so much. So I'll dive right in. In the next 5-6 minutes, we'll explore a little bit what we can think about the kind of computational neurophysiological approach to flourishing in humans and brains and nervous systems. I work in a theoretical field or assumption that's largely called predictive brains, predictive processing. And one of the core assumptions is that brains constantly guess the state of the world and only update those guesses when needed. It's a lot more computationally efficient. It's very similar to how machines or AI systems work today. And we think that that is the way humans infer the world and do perception. And once a prediction snaps into place, we're kind of stuck in there. So if there's a certain way that we learn to relate or look at the world, we tend to keep looking into the world in the exact same way over and over and over again. One example are these incredible, beautiful Mooney images. And if you haven't seen this, take a look and see if there's any meaning you can infer in these black and white dots. A pretty high percentage of people has difficulty seeing what is in this image. But once I give you some color and show you that it's a beautiful little orang, I don't even actually know what kind of monkey it is holding its little baby, I can then go back to the black and white version, and very likely you now still see some meaning infused in this image. So once we have an expectation of what we think we see, we keep seeing it the same way, even if the data is more noisy afterwards. And why is this a problem? We live in an incredibly complex world where the context is constantly shifting, and we're kind of always in this balance of how much should we adapt to new circumstances or how much to rely on the patterns that we've learned in the past that have been useful in the past. And that is one of kind of the main things that we as agents or cognitive agents need to balance, how much to update our internal models and how much to rely on what we know. Another way to call this is the explore-exploit dilemma and kind of more kind of machine learning perspective. And there's two extremes. We can be too tight. And computational psychiatry often thinks that that is what happens in depression and anxiety. We get locked in the view that the world is dangerous or that I'm I'm not performing well, that I'm kind of a loser in the extreme case. And now I see everything through this lens. And what we think what medical interventions could do in these moments is try to loosen up the brain somehow. We can do that through cognitive reappraisal, through kind of changing our views. Contemplative practices do this, and there's a growing literature on psychedelics that is expected to do that. But there's the other extreme. We can be too loose. We can basically adapt to whatever data is there in the environment and kind of change our worldview on what that data is. The problem now is that's possibly what computational psychiatry thinks is happening in psychosis. We kind of, every new data point that comes in changes our internal perception, and perception becomes very unstable. And the idea, the hypothesis that I put forward here is that what we could call flourishing is the ability to navigate and surf the spectrum between relying on what we know and adapting to new data in a somewhat kind of flexible manner. So that flourishing lives in between these two extremes. And we can computationally quantify that state, and that's called criticality. And criticality is a state where the system is balanced between the stability and flexibility. And it's a very recent concept. It mostly comes from very fundamental physics research, but it now is adapted to more cognitive and complex systems. And the idea is that criticality is a state that could be the computational underpinning of something like insight, creativity, the ability to learn, and possibly human flourishing. And this is kind of one illustration of how I think about it from a computational perspective. And you see this coffee cup where there on the left you have the coffee at the bottom and the milk on top. And so the state is very distinct. In some way, it's kind of too rigid. It's two distinct qualities. Then in the middle, you see it mixing more and more. And on the right, you see it completely mixed. Now, the interesting thing is, while the randomness of the mixing increases linearly, the information content, the amount of information encoded in this glass is highest in the middle. The two terms for that would be entropy. The randomness or disorganization of the content in the glass increases linearly. So the content is more and more random, less and less predictable. But the complexity, the amount of information, or the kind of more mathematical term, it's called Kolmogorov complexity, the length of the computer program that we would need to describe the state of the glass is massively higher in the middle. And now the question is, what does it mean for humans? Are we able to quantify, measure, understand the state where the information encoded in our systems is so rich, like the richest encoding of the world around us? We've done that. There's a bunch of evidence. We've seen that what many contemplative practices do, this is interview-based, people do that. There's this kind of cycling between attention, about something very rigid, there's an arousal, and then there's a release. So contemplative practices do this balance between the two extremes. We've then done empirical work in experienced Buddhist meditators. We see that everywhere in the brain there is more flexibility, and yet I don't have enough time to go into it, but basically what we see is the brain is still very responsive. So it is flexible yet responsive, so not disorganized. So this is kind of the responsiveness to a tone. And then what we see in speaking in tongues is that as individuals get more disorganized, them doing contemplative practices together gets more coherent and more organized as a group. So we have this interesting balance where disorganization can happen in an individual and in a group. It's a bit of a taster. I usually do 45 minutes on just these few findings, but the closing takeaway here is this criticality state is something that can be learned through practices like meditation, like prayer. Those are examples. I think there's a lot more practices, and would be excited to meet many of you over lunch to think about what practices you might practice or know about. We can then start thinking about, like, is flourishing a certain way to relate to reality? And if that is the case, could we use that to help people to cultivate certain ways of perceiving? And then thinking forward of the work that I do in my research and that I do with Justus, who speaks right after, is we now have developed an 8-week course to think about, like, what are the skills that we could cultivate to learn these ways of relating to the world? I want to develop the computational neurophenomenological models of these states better and better. And finally, stay in touch. The course we're going to start in spring next year probably, so reach out if you want to join that. And happy to discuss more of that over the next couple of hours and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas, very much for packing a lot of fascinating information to a very timely talk. And our final speaker today is Justus Wax, who's a PhD candidate also in the integrative program in neuroscience at McGill University. He's an environmental activist, researcher, and educator studying contemplative practices and inner development in sustainability and activist contexts. But he's also a poet, storyteller, and Buddhist who's passionate about exploring such practices and how they can bring about a life of meaning and flourishing. His title today is Contemplative Learning for Human Flourishing.
Thank you for that introduction. Hello, everyone. We've been sitting in this room for about 4 hours, so I just want to start with a little contemplative practice to do together because it's fundamentally about practice and not about thinking. And it's me reading you a poem. So I invite you to just take a moment to look inside, close your eyes, make yourself comfortable, and let this poem wash over you. The Earth is a Living Thing by Lucille Clifton. The earth is a living thing, is a black shambling bear, ruffling its wild back and tossing mountains into the sea. Is a black hawk circling the burying ground, circling the bones, picked clean and discarded. Is a fish black, blind in the belly of water. Is a diamond blind in the black belly of coal. Is a black and living thing. Is a favorite child of the universe. Feel her rolling her hand in its kinky hair. Feel her brushing it clean. Great, that's Lucille Clifton. And now onwards to my talk. So what I want to talk about is contemplative practices such as poetry, meditation, storytelling, ritual, fasting, and what role they can play in meeting this moment of planetary transition. And what I want to put forward is that they help us learn about ourselves and the world with our whole person, body, emotion, imagination, and awareness. That they can help us cultivate the inner and relational capacities we need to navigate transformation, such as attention, compassion, presence, and imagination. And in doing so, they become practices that nurture both individual and collective flourishing, helping life renew itself through us. So first, to situate this moment, we've talked a lot about this morning already over these overlapping ecological, social, and spiritual crises we're in. And scholar activist Joanna Macy, who I love, calls this time the Great Turning, and thinking about a planetary initiation from an industrial growth society towards a life-sustaining culture. So the idea here is that this unraveling we're witnessing is not only collapse, but an invitation, a passage through which new forms of life and meaning can emerge. And this invitation, this turning, is an invitation to come into a new relationship with life. So a lot of us thinking about human flourishing, and I love the different perspectives. The one I want to put forward here is that it's both an individual and a collective process, an ongoing, continuous process of coming into right relationship with self, others, and the living world. And individually, this can mean cultivating care, resilience, and thriving many capacities we've already heard about this morning. And collectively, this can mean what Joost Verwoerd says, when social practices, democratic processes, and material processes align to be expressions of these more interconnected, caring, and just ways of being that we're trying to cultivate internally. So the question for us then as educators, as researchers, as activists, could be what kinds of capacities and learning processes can help us participate consciously in this turning, much like Eugene said earlier. Or put differently, how do we learn to live well and be agents in this transformation? And one conceptual framework I've borrowed from educational sciences is that of transformative learning, which we can understand as fundamental shifts in ways of seeing and being in the world. And this happens when experience challenges our assumptions and invites new meaning to emerge. But transformative learning is not just cognitive, it's also deeply effective, relational, embodied, and ethical. So a change in relationship with ourselves, with others, and with life. And this learning can help us live differently, not only know differently, through cultivating awareness, compassion, and responsiveness in times of change again. And contemplative practices, the second idea that I want to put forward here, again, meditation, storytelling, poetry, I define these as intentional activities that engage more than cognitive capacities, such as emotional, embodied, or intuitive ways of knowing, to foster inner development, including cultivating awareness, connection, and meaning. And these practices can support the reinterpretation and reconstruction of self, others, and the world towards greater flourishing, service, and insight. Now, my central offering here is bringing these two ideas together, that contemplative practices can be agents of transformative learning, inviting not only personal insight, but also collective transformation. Individually, they can help us slow down, notice, reflect, to cultivate these qualities in service of flourishing. But collectively as well, they hold potential to become shared learning spaces, where rituals, dialogues, or practices bring communities together to feel and imagine together in a different way. And from my activist and educational work, I've seen and experienced that they can be tools for collective flourishing, yet very little is known about how inner development actually translates into systemic change and transformation. So my research sits right at this intersection between inner development and the mechanics and dynamics that translated into structural transformation. So to go back to my central question then, what role they can play, they help us learn about ourselves and the world with a whole person. They cultivate these inner and relational capacities we need to navigate this transition. And in doing so, they become practices that nurture individual and collective flourishing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And if I can briefly call our speakers who are still here up to the stage. We have only very few minutes left. We'll run until 12:50, and then we'll reconvene in this room 10 minutes past 2, 14:10 for session 3. So lunch is extended a slight bit. I'll just ask very briefly for final closing statements from all our speakers. Unfortunately, Eugene Chung has already had to head off for another engagement. So we'll just make use of the last 6 minutes or so. We've had a lot of perspectives on the capabilities and incapabilities of AI and humans in various fields relating to language. Does anybody want to start us off with something that came out of this session for them?
I could start perhaps with an observation that I really enjoyed, which is in this theme that I was talking about of moving between the kind of interiority and the collective relational field. One thing I observed throughout all the talks is that there was a lot of contextualizing of these capacities that are perhaps developed individually in a relational field, if that's kind of criticality or relational engagement from Eugene, culture, and the kind of this, I forgot exactly what the processing is called, but it was also kind of internal, yet also very relational. So there is this interesting center of relationality.
I suppose coming in on relationality as well, which, yeah, as you say, is a big theme looking at various things. I was wondering, Nancy, for your talk, how you sort of see the role of, well, specifically AI technology. It doesn't really do relationality in this sense.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that given that language, so the fact is that a lot of people use AI for mental health purposes. So it's one of the top uses. People will go and use ChatGPT and they'll share some sort of issue and expect that it kind of gives some sort of a therapeutic response. And so I think that when I think about, research and what we've talked about and how context is important, and also just the fact that there might be some misinformation, I'm wondering about how AI could then become less biased towards perhaps administering certain types of information, or could it also even how the language that it uses to then present people with information? Could that then alter people's perceptions and how they're like either relating to a prompt, they're like follow-up questions, or how they're even processing information, right? So the way that information is framed could then lead people down a pathway of a certain type of processing. And so I think that although there's a lot of trepidation, rightfully so, with how people are using AI for mental health, I think that there's also ways in which it could be improved, so it could be embraced and used for the positive, for human flourishing.
I can perhaps add one thing on that. So sorry, there's an echo. So, but I can add something on that context. So, in fact, indeed, in mental health space, there's a tremendous opportunity that AI can add. Many people, including myself, we are working on things like. So, I'll give you two quick examples. So, one is loneliness. So, this goes, somehow it connects to a lot of the themes that we discussed. As digital technology is getting more and more widespread, we are seeing more and more of this what I would call digital loneliness, although that's not a really technically discussed term. And one of the interesting thing we observe about this is when people feel lonely, instead of trying to make a connection to other humans, they often turn to chatbots. And chatbots by design are, and that's a business model, they want really to get people hooked on. More time users spend on a chatbot, with a chatbot or a platform, that's considered success. Now, this can be very, very dangerous because the business model would let the people spend more and more time, and chatbots can manipulate behavior very easily. Therefore, the lonely person will get hooked to the chatbot. In the long run, is that a good thing or a bad thing is a very interesting, I think, question. The other aspect is also we can build what I would call digital twins of people, which can replicate somebody's behavior quite accurately. And currently, the psychotherapy accuracies are only 20%. And that's because it requires a lot of creativity. Every individual is different, and it's extremely hard to group people into mental health conditions and personality types and offer treatment based on that. What psychotherapy mainly does, AI can revolutionize this part, because you really do not need to group people or bucket people, and you can get very individualized, customized treatment plans that can actually be, my proposal would be, should be offered by humans rather than AI directly. So yes, so there is a lot of positives of AI also, as well as potential negatives, and balancing that would be the key challenge in the coming, not few years, but rather few months. Because if we believe what people have been saying, in maybe 3 to 5 months, we are going to have technological singularity. Big words apart, but yeah, big changes are coming for sure.
Thank you. And Jonas, I think you wanted to make a final statement, and then we'll wrap up.
Oh, now it works. Okay. I think like what we shared together, and now this last comment, it comes back to two fundamental questions to me. And those are, one, are we willing to quantify flourishing? Are we willing to quantify contemplative practices, embodied spiritual practices? And there's something that feels just not right in crunching it into numbers. I feel like that actually loses the point of what it is. And yet, these models are learned on numbers. And at the end, what these models have, they have optimization functions. These models learn to get better and better in optimizing a certain function. And the question is like, are we able to come up with a function, to come up with like a reductionist way of quantifying flourishing, well-being, possibly awakening, liberation, in a way that we can test the models? And in the session earlier, we spoke about benchmarks. And we find a benchmark that is actually touching into what we want to cultivate. And I think that is where the interdisciplinary dialogue comes together, in trying to come up with a function that is mathematically tractable and humanistically reasonable. And I don't know if that's possible, but I think it's an interesting target to aim for.
Can I ask you to give all our speakers another round of applause? Thank you very much for joining session 2. We're now breaking for lunch. Lunch is going to last for 10 minutes longer than on the program until 2:10. And for those who have interviews planned, these will be taking place in this room during the lunch break. So after you've taken your lunch, just come back right here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the third section of these conferences. The title is Dialogues Across the Humanities and the Science. And our first speakers who are joining us virtually are Shankar Raman and Frederick Jack. And they are both scholars who work at the intersection of humanities and science. So it would be quite interesting to hear their talk, which is titled Hamlet's Dilemma.
Okay. So Hamlet's Dilemma. One of humanity's oldest thought companions, mathematics has offered tools, forms, and ideals of reflection that shape how humans interact with the world. From the earliest symbolic inscriptions to the abstractions of modern science, mathematics has directly resolved diverse enigmas arising along its own paths of development. Yet beyond its role as a formal or instrumental apparatus, mathematics has always appeared in more unexpected domains. Its gestures, figures, and constructions resonate far beyond the domains of calculation, the proving of theorems, or the building of theories. In different ways, it accompanies virtually every mode of engaging the world, whether scientific, philosophical, or artistic. We aim to establish a pillar within the comparative global humanities framework built on this recognition that the uses of mathematics far exceed the registers of rationality and logic with which discipline is often associated. To uncover how key mathematical questions emerge of encounters in domains not centrally defined with deductive coherence demand a shift in perspective to the comparative study of mathematical cultures. Bringing together scholars from a range of disciplines, our pillar will centrally explore mathematics as a means of articulating being in its fullest dimensions, from sensible aspects of the self to its attempts to grasp what cannot be immediately or straightforwardly apprehended by the senses. To do so requires reinventing, through comparative analyses and mathematics situatedness, what it means to mean in mathematics. Some of our guiding questions are, what does it mean to think mathematically? In what forms and under what modalities does mathematics act across a diversity of situations that are often independent or autonomous? How does mathematics as a mode of expression relate to human experience and the sensible? We've chosen to embody these interests in a brief case study inspired by one of Hamlet's often cited exclamations. Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. Not accidentally, his Pascalian cousin echoes this remark, as is suggested in the quote I attached there, which expresses well this characteristic conjunction of the infinitely large and the infinitely small. These remarks open onto an old recurring question. How do we as finite beings deal with the experience of the infinite? How do we express it? These fundamental questions have been answered convincingly many times. The history of mathematics does not reveal a single linear march to a correct answer, but a series of distinct cultural tamings of this experience of the two infinities. In response, Aristotle posits a distinction between actual and potential infinities. We can imagine a length being divided ad infinitum, but we cannot in reality divide a magnitude infinitely, as these two quotes from Aristotle suggest. For Aristotle, the quote question, what happens when the finite somehow extends into the infinite, is thus akin to a confusion of categories. What we can imagine must be kept distinct from what we can actually do. In classical Indian mathematics, by contrast, the infinite and the infinitesimal are treated as a matter of routine, largely without the metaphysical anxiety we often see in the European tradition. In the 12th century work of Bhaskaracharya, the encounter with infinity arises to the problem of indefinition. What is the result of dividing a number by zero? He addresses this by introducing two new categories of species of number: kahara, or zero divided, and kagur, zero multiplied. Since the zero multiplied number is simply zero, the need to define this latter category may seem surprising. But Bhaskaracharya recommends waiting until all the operations are completed before evaluating it. If zero becomes the multiplier and a number turns into zero, it should be considered unchanged, he says, if it is again divided by zero. In other words, he deals with problematic concepts such as infinity or zero divided by zero by creating two new terms that can be routinely manipulated by special algebraic rules as if they were numbers, sidestepping the question of what happens when we actually divide by zero. Now, this might seem an evasion, but it's worth noting the same procedure was essentially invented by Pierre Fermat and Gottfried Leibniz in the 17th century. So Fermat's method of deriving the tangent of a curve, as in Leibniz's development of differential calculus, a key step was retain an infinitesimal e, or dx, as a positive quantity, only to set to zero after all algebraic manipulations were complete. Crucially, such mathematical moves are not purely abstract, but contextually and culturally situated. Thus, the analogy that Bhaskaracharya offers us to motivate kahara is instructive. He writes, there is no change in this kahara by adding or subtracting quantities. Just like the infinite immutable, Brahma or Vishnu, is unaffected by the living beings entering or leaving it during the dissolution or the creation of the world. This explanation situates mathematics in concrete experiential contexts. Just as for Leibniz, the meaning of the infinitesimal, which is nicely captured in both these quotes from his monadology, was not purely mathematical. The differential treatment of curves provide a model for how human beings with limited knowledge could approximate or reach towards the infinite knowledge of God. So now I'm going to shift over and let Fred take the rest of the talk. Fred, are you okay with it?
Yes,
Fred?
I'm following. so
Okay,
so
good.
we are now a bit later in time. There is a lot of echo in the room, I think. So I hope you can listen to us. So we are now a bit later in time at the turn of the 19th and 20th century. And analytical rigor demanded renewed approaches. Of course, Cantor's sets theory and the use of epsilon delta notation of limits provided one way to make the infinitesimal rigorous by bracketing it. This did not reject the infinite, but offered another mode of bringing it under finite control, under human reach, if you want. So this shift led to new ways of taming the infinite. The example we want to take now is an idea that was developed by Maurice Fréchet, who introduced the notion of compactness in set theory, which is a notion that allowed many theorems about finite cases to be extended to infinite dimensional spaces. So I try to make you feel what is at stake here mathematically and philosophically. So for an interval of the line of real numbers, being bounded means that it does not stretch to infinity. Hovering such an interval with infinitely many small pieces quickly reveals that only finitely many are actually needed. In infinite dimensional spaces, however, being bounded does not guarantee this. A set might be limited in size, yet still require infinitely many open sets to cover it. So in a way, compactness, as Fréchet developed it, clarifies the relationship between boundedness, finiteness, and the infinite. Even in a metric space where you can measure things, the notion of boundedness, which seems to appear at first as an intuitive tool for taming the infinite, is insufficient. A bounded domain may still harbor infinite paths that never converge or condense at any particular place. Hence, seeking to tame the infinite reveals ineluctable inherence to the infinite, in the infinite. So maybe as a concluding remark, because we're short of time, we would like to say that mathematics appear through these instances as a distinctive mode of expression for our ongoing confrontation with the infinite, shaping how human beings encounter it with our senses and imagination. The point of our short overview is not that mathematics produces progressively correct answers to a single problem. On the contrary, the multiplicity of correct answers suggests that the question itself points to an existential side, one that cannot be fully explored using tools narrowly understood as mathematical. Infinity has served here as the occasion to create a constellation making visible connections between mathematical innovations, centuries and continent apart, but also revealing that the very energies animating mathematical thought also percolate through terrains traversed by literature and theology. Framed in this way, we immediately recognize that the connection of mathematical thinking with the long history of art, approaching through sensible means that resist simple inscription with the finitude of canvas, a novel or poem. So I think we hope this brief presentation conveys our way of approaching mathematical thinking here, together with its broad and intrinsic relationship to the inventive forms through which we think and engage with human experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these two interesting talks. And now our next speaker is Moritz Heppel, a PhD candidate from the University of Bonn, and he will be talking about expanding views on the scientific method. And please go ahead.
Now? Yeah, perfect. Good, yeah. I first would also love to thank the organizers. Wiebke is not here now, so maybe later I'll do that. It is a special opportunity for me somehow to speak at this conference. I've been always interested in science. I studied physics and then went to philosophy from there. And interestingly, for myself, I've been involved in Buddhism since I'm 6 years old. So this is kind of my background, and especially in Korean Zen Buddhism. And now suddenly there came this opportunity to speak at this conference here in Korea. And so I thought maybe that's a good chance to bring these two lines, which go their own ways, together and see where we can go from that. So I will speak on the scientific method, which is the topic of my PhD thesis, and we'll try to connect it a little bit to the Buddhist practice, since it is intrinsically connected for me, and I think it fits the topic of human flourishing, which we are talking today about. Okay, so that's the plan. So for Plato, there are two kinds of reality. One is visible. Well, it's down here. You just figure out what I'm saying, yeah? So one is a visible reality, which is susceptible to the senses, to what we see, hear, smell, touch, and taste. The other one is invisible, and it is a world of the ideas of things in themselves. They are ungenerated, eternal, imperishable, and it is neither visible nor perceptible by any of the five senses. And for Plato, only intuition has been granted access to these ideas. And intuition, as a translation of the Greek term nous, can be understood as the capacity of a sudden recognition of something behind appearances. For example, in the Ilias, Helen recognizes Aphrodite, who appears as an old lady, and Helen just pierces through that phenomenon and recognizes this god of love in this old lady. The scientific method for Plato is a two-step process consisting of an analysis, going upwards, and a synthesis. In the analysis, a phenomenon is related to its overarching idea, which is then analyzed into its children ideas. And since it is intuition which grasps the idea, this is necessarily an intuitive process for Plato. In the synthesis, the phenomenon is then explained by locating its ideas among its sibling ideas and within its parent ideas. So as an example, this conference, we might say this is a gathering of people. And now if we take the general term, a gathering of people, there are different types of gatherings of people. So we could analyze that term and consider all of these different types of gatherings of people, and then locating this particular gathering of people we have right now, right here, within this analysis we have done before, would correspond to applying the analysis and synthesis according to the scientific method of Plato. Now a problem arises. We are different people coming from different cultures, having different backgrounds. So what would be an analysis for me, the schemata I would apply, is not necessarily an analysis for you, in the sense that we do apply different categories and different terms for our analysis. This threatens essentially the consistency, because either we would say one of us is right, all the others are wrong, or we end up with relativism where we say, I have my truth, you have your truth, but we do not have a common denominator anymore. So one way to deal with this is the introduction of what the Chinese-American physicist and philosopher Sunny Aoyang has called mental frames. And the basic idea is that mental frames are understood as conceptual and perceptual attitudes or intentionalities in a philosophical way of speaking. And different individuals might have very different mental frames, which they would apply in a given situation. So, for example, I might have the mental frame F1, you might have the mental frame F2, and therefore the world would appear differently for us. But we could still agree that there is a translation between our two mental frames, and the translation essentially goes over the invariant X, which is something which connects both of our mental frames and which creates that relation between these two frames. So this is all interesting, but one question one has to ask is, we have these mental frames, we have these different perspectives. Plato says intuition is a key to access reality. And we now wonder, how is it that we access that intuition? Intuition is something which might be trained, which might be developed, but how can intuition be developed? And in his dialogue, Euthydemus, Plato argues that there is a difference between the owning and the using of a good. Just owning a particular good does not produce meaningful activity, if not, in addition, some knowledge of the right use of that good is given. The right use of a good, this knowledge for Plato is wisdom. And wisdom, importantly for Plato, only comes with a spiritual practice where the individual is transformed within that practice. According to the French philosopher Foucault, the Western tradition has neglected this kind of train of thought by focusing on another train of thought coming from Aristotle, where the faculty of intellect already has all capacities, so that no transformation of the self is necessary to gain wisdom anymore. And because I'm short on time, I'm going to shorten it now here and just say, in the Buddhist tradition, we have the threefold training, which in Korean is very compactly summarized as Kaechong-he, which could be translated as morality, concentration, and wisdom. And then connecting it to the Noble Eightfold Path, we see that wisdom is actually not just the end product of that process, but it also stands in the beginning. So it's like a hermeneutical circle. And in some sense, if we identify right view and right intention with a mental frame, which uses intuition in a particular way, we see that in this picture, intellectual intuition and scientific progress is connected to a much broader kind of approach, which implies ethical efforts, which implies a certain sense of mindfulness, concentration. So we essentially place science in this framework in a much broader scheme. And that's essentially what I'm going to end with now. On the theoretical part, I have written an essay because it's much more to say, which cannot be said in 6 minutes. If anyone is interested, you can have this QR code and take a photo of it. I'm talking about the modern scientific method, about the scientific method according to the ancients, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be time in the discussion. And the next speaker is Professor Chan Lee from Korea University, who is going to talk to us about can university be free from money, knowledge, capital, and the public good. Please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. As the title of my talk suggests, I'm not here to give you a neat answer. Instead, I want to raise a question that touches the very heart of what a university is supposed to be. Can we still produce knowledge that is genuinely free from the power of money? Do we pursue research simply out of curiosity, out of the desire to understand the truths of the world, as Aristotle says in his Metaphysics? Or am I being too naive in asking that question? Traditionally, universities were the places where knowledge was created, protected, and passed on to future generations. They were communities of learning built around the search for truth. But today, we are not so sure that universities can still play that role. More and more, they are becoming employment factories rather than communities of thought and inquiry. Even Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, says that the traditional purpose of higher education is ending. In his view, universities no longer cultivate skilled and independent thinkers. He even claims that going to college may be a waste of time. And this raises a deeper question. Should we allow technology companies to define what education is for? Can we trust them to serve the public good, not their own profit? What we already see is troubling. Powerful companies hire high school students and training them directly. Others pressure universities to produce the kinds of graduates they want. In this situation, even our excitement about STEM and the humanities might be a desperate response, a way for universities to protect their old mission while still supplying basic skills that industries demand. But the problem goes beyond the relationship between universities and companies. We are living in an age when the entire logic of human life has been reorganized by capital. In the modern world, the purpose of life itself seems to rest on money. Almost every human action has been monetized. Even our social relationships are mediated by money. In the past, economic activity served life, but now human life has become the means to sustain the economy. As someone once said, the economy matters. It is not only a political slogan, it is the condition of modern existence. When the economy becomes the only language through which value is measured, everything else, art, philosophy, love, education, must bow before it. What once gave meaning to life must now justify itself in economic terms. This is the background against which we should think about the university today. The question is not simply whether we can escape the market, but whether we can still find meaning outside it. Can the university become a place where life and thought are not reduced to money? Yanis Varoufakis, the former finance minister of Greece, called our present condition techno-feudalism. He argues that capitalism as we once knew it is over. Tech companies and digital platforms have replaced competition with monopoly, surveillance, and structural dependence. They now hold political, economic, and social power across national borders. In this world, few technology corporations act like not as producers, but as feudal lords, while citizens, consumers, workers, and even scholars risk becoming digital serfs. We may see the danger, but we cannot jump the speed train of technology. We cannot simply jump off. That's why the sciences and the humanities we teach must do more than train workers. They must help us reflect on the deeper systems that shape our society. They must open space where we can imagine different ways of living and knowing. Supporters of this new order often use the word meritocracy. They say that anyone can succeed through talent and effort, but in practice, meritocracy deepens inequality. It measures ability through narrow and often unfair standards. It rewards success excessively and ignores the inequality of opportunity that shapes every life. As a result, too many people are denied the chance to realize their potential. So what should universities do in such a world? Varoufakis and others remind us that universities must not become simple suppliers of technical skills. They should be spaces where civic autonomy and the public good are protected. They must resist the temptation to act like corporations. In a society driven by capital, universities cannot remain neutral. They must defend democratic values, nurture students who can question power, and keep alive the human capacity for moral and intellectual reflection. To protect democracy and the public good against techno-feudalism, universities must reclaim their public mission. They must defend the freedom to think. They must teach students not only how to make things, but how to judge the should or should not be made. They must connect scientific knowledge with ethics, technology with human understanding, and learning with civic responsibility. Universities should also model democracy within themselves through shared governance, transparency, and respect for all who work and study there. And they should build partnership not only with industries, but also with communities, artists, and civic groups. In doing so, they can rebuild trust and show that knowledge belongs to everyone. Can university be completely free from money? Probably not. But they can still be free in spirit. They can still refuse to let capital define the meaning of knowledge and life. They can still nurture citizens who can see the world differently and who believe that truth and justice are worth pursuing even when they are not profitable. In a world increasingly shaped by techno-feudal power, the university must be more than a service institution. It must be a site of resistance, imagination, and renewal. It must keep alive the human longing for meaning that cannot be bought or sold. So I want to close by turning the question back to all of us who work in, study in, or care about higher education. What should we do now as members of the university? And how can we protect the values that make democracy and genuine learning possible? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is virtual again, and is going to be Rafael Stepien from the Austria Academy of Science. Please pay attention when I try to indicate that the time is over. In any case, our speaker, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? I wonder if you could just mute the speaker while I speak. There is echo when when that happens. Thank you so much. I will be speaking about karma and the ecology of care. Environmental humanities is increasingly accepted not only as an emerging interdisciplinary area of research, but as one of the foremost approaches to tackling what is surely the gravest threat to its continued existence ever faced by humankind, and with it all life on Earth. The mass extinction of species, the disruption and destruction of entire ecosystems, the unsustainable exploitation of natural resources, and the failure of existing legal mechanisms to adequately codify climate justice are all already facts. In my few minutes, I wish to refine and redefine to the extent possible our understandings of these issues through the lens of Buddhist environmental humanities. Now, Buddhism begins with the first noble truth that suffering is endemic to sentient existence. Given that suffering is understood to be born of impermanence, Buddhist philosophers uniformly accept that all life forms will die out and see this not as a source of existential despair, but as an ineluctable fact to be incorporated into one's ethical practice. On the basis of these Buddhist insights, I propose to recontextualize species extinction, including anthropogenic mass extinction, within the broader metaphysical reality of universal impermanence. Rather than reducing the importance of individual suffering and extinction, I wish to argue that it is precisely on such shifting grounds that biodiversity can best be valued and maintained in all its fluid complexity. This reconceptualization of anthropogenic biospheric reshaping as a particular instantiation of ever-ongoing processes of ecosystemic disintegration and reintegration will form the basis of my treatment of emptiness and ecological entanglement. Emptiness is the standard Buddhist term for designating a state in which all phenomena, including all sentient beings, are taken to be inescapably entwined in a universal web of causally interdependent functional relations. On the basis of this radical anti-foundationalism, I wish to formulate an alternative to both anthropocentric and biocentric paradigms of environmental ethics, tied as even these latter are to individualistic forms of essentialism. I then examine the consequences of all this for ecoethics. For the Buddhist rejection of stable essences applies to humans too, such that humans are not set qualitatively apart from non-human species as they are in Aristotelian arete ethics, Benthamic utilitarianism, and Kantian deontology. Not only does this effectively remap the biosemiotics of defining and delimiting individually valuable species from those not so protected, but it does so in a manner that has immediate consequences for anthroponomy. I therefore draw on the preeminent virtue in all Buddhist ethics, care, karuna, to elaborate an approach to virtuous environmental action and activism that advances contemporary debates in environmental care ethics. Rather than taking the individual to be either a communally situated effective caregiver or an isolated calculative agent, I will argue along Buddhist virtue ethical lines with help from constructionist cognitive neuroscience and philosophy of mind that emotion and rationality both result from systemically complex mechanisms of social, psychological, and neurological construction, and that therefore we need to dispense with this opposition to arrive at a conception of human action consonant with the full range of empirically attested and philosophically fruitful causal factors underlying it. Finally, I propose to apply these insights to legal theories concerning interpersonal and intergenerational climate justice, specifically with regard to the individual and contributory responsibilities for environmental damage. The Buddhist doctrine of karma posits that actions necessarily possess causal efficacy, and with it, ethical value. Buddhist philosophers are acutely aware, however, that unjust action regularly appears to go unrequited. As such, they have developed highly sophisticated works of analytical and normative jurisprudence. I propose to apply these insights to the legal scholarship on climate justice, and in so doing propose a non-anthropocentric theory of ecological justice that presents a radical challenge to the dominant liberal paradigm within the field. This, hopefully, will inaugurate a profound rethinking of ecology itself, and with it, of liberal theories of ecological justice that maintain the primacy of individuals at the expense of communities. Thank you for your attention, and thank you sincerely to Wiebke above all, and everybody else in organizing the conference. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for staying within the time very, very properly. And our next speaker is Professor Kathy Wang, professor from Chongqing University, and she will talk to us about cultivating a stemma ecosystem, but Buddhist text as seeds and disciplines as landscapes. Please. And you have the pointer there.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Even though I'm not a professor, I'm an assistant professor. I would very much like to be a professor in the near future. Hi everyone, my name is Tianran, and you can also safely call me Kathy. So I'm a scholar of Buddhist studies, though not in the conventional philological or purely philosophical sense. So my research lies at the intersection of Buddhist studies and other neighboring disciplines, such as translation studies, sociology, historical research, and beyond. But today I'm not going to talk about my research, but I would like to reflect myself as a Buddhist studies scholar. So a question I frequently encounter from my colleagues whose research domains are more practice-oriented, say economics or engineers, is that why Buddhist studies matter after all? And what's the point of investigating these Buddhist texts? How would it contribute or be conducive to the construction of the well-being of the society? I feel really disarmed by these lines of questions, but then I realized that this is not a challenge that posed to Buddhist studies scholars alone, but to a challenging provocation targeting all humanistic scholars. Therefore, I think here's the poignant question of how do humanities make themselves indispensable in a world that values utility? And I believe one viable answer is to cultivate an academic ecosystem that is genuinely interdisciplinary and to embrace the methodological resources emerging from STEM and the rise of AI. The accelerating integration of AI into humanistic research offers an opportunity for the humanities to confront the uncomfortable, I would say, the so what question. Okay, the so what question. So with renewed confidence. And I would like to propose two aspects. So first of all, what if we could slightly shift our research vocal or viewpoints to a more practice-oriented way? And secondly, what if we jump out of the box of textual analysis and try to be less textual or partially non-textual? And so let me illustrate this through Buddhist studies. So prior to the widespread of use of AI, research in our field largely concentrated on philosophical exegesis, philological reconstruction, and comparative religion. So there should be fancy animations popping up, but I do not know that. On the left side is the picture of all the keywords that has been demonstrated or illustrated by investigating the papers from 1975 to 2017. And if we use the Web of Science data from the same time of period, keyword analysis confirms this. So the most frequent descriptors revolve around metaphysics, doctrinal issues across different religions, and textual comparisons across different geographical regions. So however, the landscape is shifting. Having studied 50 recently published articles that has incorporated the methodologies of AI or STEM methodologies, I think that so here's the map. Entrenched keywords such as philosophy and text remain firmly in their place. However, the most striking change is that human the word human has become the focal vertex of all the dominant terms. So by studying otherness and by incorporating the academic otherness into our investigation scope, we are redirecting our attention back to ourselves, actually. So this kind of incorporation of additional disciplines and research methods can generate genuinely illuminating insights for conventional humanities. And on the right side is the keyword network charts. It would further review that terms like new and possible, which were never been the key terms of Buddhist research, have been emerged as prominent nodes and closely linked to philosophy and ethics, thus introducing fresh currents or novel angles to inquiry into long-standing traditions. And with that in mind, I would like to further my research by incorporating other disciplines. So especially on the application of STEM. For example, what if we examine the Sangha not only as a religious institution, but through the lens of organizational behavior or family enterprise management models? And what if we investigate why some people feel the traditional Buddhist instrument, mu yu, dang, 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 as really calming, and integrated into empirical studies of parasympathetic nervous system? And what if many of my friends have also told me that tempo make them feel at ease? So what if we also research this kind of atmospheric, this kind of atmospheric thing, and instead of treat it as truly sentimental or as mystical, but by combining the environmental psychology and cognitive science into consideration. So after all, I would like to propose, so by synthesizing textual insights, a lived experience, and a scientific method, we can expand humanities from interpretive commentary into a genuinely investigative enterprise. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I think that the question, so what, has probably come to the mind of many scholars of humanities, at least personally to me. So thank you very much. And our last paper is Interconfessional Consultation, Human Resources, Artificial Intelligence, and the Transcendent. And the speaker is Andreas Hollemacher, who was he's a church historian and a theologian. And thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to listen to the contributions of redeveloping a truly universal idea of knowledge. And at the moment, I really feel a bit humble because I will not present to you an overarching view of Christianity where I stem from, but bring to you an example of work that is carried out to get along with divisions inside our religion, and maybe something that could be helpful in dealing with one another and using religion as a resource. I would like to present an example that is highly specialized work, relies on interdisciplinary knowledge, is closely connected to reality and everyday life, and due to further development. AI could be one resource. Artificial intelligence is not God, nor is it in any way numinous. As far as I know, all religions would agree on that. Interconfessional consultations would not take place without expert knowledge from theologies, knowledge about yourself and knowledge about your communication partner, but also from other sciences like philology, social, political, and geographical science, etc. To my knowledge, about all religions are divided into schools, types of piety, denominations. They stem, these divisions, both from adjustments to various surroundings and from different interpretations of tradition. Often they work together to complete a better whole. Much too often these divisions have been reasons for wars, persecutions, cruelty, and hostility. When a division starts, often there are efforts to overcome it, talks of goodwill, diplomatic initiatives, councils in our context. In the Christian context, since 1920, there is the ecumenical movement that tries to overcome hostility among denominations worldwide. One example, the Roman Catholic Dicastery for Promoting Christian Unity, their ministry at the Vatican for Ecumenical Dialogue, collects in small print, 2024 it was 600 pages, thousands of interdenominational interactions. Denominations is the English term for the various types of churches. Confessions are those that define themselves by certain authoritative historical texts, as far as I know, similar in many religions with sacred writings. The Lutheran World Federation I work for has formally initiated various consultations of this kind. Usually teams of experts and high-ranking church representatives meet, define topics and aims, discuss, bind the discussions back to their home faculties, include young persons, do produce large amounts of papers, not to tell you about the decades it takes often, and then where possible enter into spiritual activity together, again often possible after decades of consultations. In addition to worldwide successes, failures also occur, like successes like the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s, the Leuenberg Agreement among Protestants in 1973, or the reconciliation between Lutherans and Mennonites in 2010, many everyday-like divisions like hostility, like problems with marriages, etc., have been overcome. In my first posting as a pastor, I worked in an area where people told me that 30 or 40 years ago, someone had to leave the choir because he married a Catholic, had a Catholic wife now, or that the Catholic person changed the pedestrian walk because a Protestant came. I'm really grateful that these times are long over, but it is like this mistrust and everyday life problems that have been tackled. It is a way tried for interdenominational interactions as well. One example for many, the community of Sant'Egidio in Rome brings together religious leaders from around the world for an annual conference with panels, etc., but also for shared meals, moments of spirituality as far as possible, diplomatic meetings, and a declaration for peace. The same happens, as far as I know, in Islamic contexts. Some regional conflicts have been solved in this way. All these are done by human resources, experts and open-minded representatives, engaged members of confessions and scholars, sometimes strategically initiated, sometimes the results of chance meetings or sympathy. Human resources are provided by scholarly and editorial work. One example is the Handbook of Worldviews, Religious Communities and Free Churches, about to be published as an internet resource. AI is used for some preparations, like students writing papers, experts collecting materials, but alas, they are faulty. One example, preparing for representing the Lutheran World Federation at the Mennonite World Council this year, out of curiosity, I prompted DeepL and had to read that Lutherans and Mennonites had no Eucharistic, a central Christian rite, community. It would have been so disastrous if I had followed this after the reconciliation in 2010. For luck, I knew better and joined in the rite when we met. Still, I would raise high expectations towards AI in interconfessional and maybe later interreligious consultations and dialogue. Not really in the field of definitions about the sacred God or the numinous. There are very high experts' discourses about it. Nor in the field of religious practice, though first churches have published legal guidelines for using AI, or an AI resource might help discover suicidal tendencies at telephone counseling, just very practical. But as I mentioned, there are kilometers of more and less important publications, books, working papers, declarations, union materials, etc. I would estimate that there are only 100 human experts who know all these publications. They need support. If an agent trained very well for this field could support, for example, the work on certain topics like legal possibilities, prayers, roles, certain rights, etc., it could be helpful. And the second field is even creative work. Maybe from looking at all the papers published, The events that took place, the mentalities other sciences lay open, maybe from taking into account ways of severe problem solving in other sciences, and maybe having been trained to deliver suggestions in a not supercilious way, AI might be able to point at paths for reconciliation, cooperation, and spiritual community human beings so far cannot see. And the transcendent? Accepting the reality of the transcendent goes against the logic of algorithms, I would assume. Relying on a form of numinous revelation, even supported by highly professional, exegetical, less philological and more sciences, takes one out of this rationale. 85% of humankind do so. Still, AI can be integrated in various religious, denominational, and confessional conceptualizations, for example, as a gift entrusted to use, knowing of all human technical and artificial limitations, not expecting sacred salvation from it. Thus AI would not touch the transcendent in its, his, her, their, please forgive the incomplete attempt to put in words, substance. But maybe it is a way of dealing with human perceptions of the transcendent and with the results attempts like interconfessional dialogues represent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now there is time for discussion. So if the speakers who are present wants to come up and sit, and since the time was very limited, let's say if they have some final thoughts to introduce, please do so. And of course, also the speakers who are virtually with us.
Okay, some final thoughts. So we had quite some Buddhism, I think, and we also had probably the general topic of how, I mean, that was the idea of the panel, how the sciences can connect to a more life world phenomenological approach to reality, also maybe including more ethical schemes and these topics. I think from the perspective of the talk I was giving, the major point I wanted to make was that the sciences and the idea of gaining knowledge of an independent reality, which science aims at, does not conflict with the idea of having a phenomenological approach to nature. So starting with our experiences and looking at the way how we conceive and perceive the world within these experiences. And that this naturally implies that we do good science also when we connect it to a broader approach to knowledge, where ethical components, which are integrated into a spiritual practice traditionally, various spiritual practices, Christian, Buddhist, and so on, can really help and can provide a guiding tool for this development. Yes.
Any other thoughts from the speakers?
If I may continue, one thing I realized when listening to the various perspectives is that religions obviously have learned from one another already, and that is so necessary and important and vital, because I think there are so many false or misleading and even dangerous concepts about other religions in the world. That's not yet combining humanities and other subjects, but this little point, learning new perspectives, learning from one another, and then presenting your own view, but being open to listen maybe a totally different view others have on you, and a totally different view they would present themselves. For example, I met so many students of natural sciences or of economy or of technology subjects, which are on high ethical levels and do think about the world really in a deep way. It really destroys the notion that, well, thinking economically must lead into destruction. Of course, there are dangers we are addressing, but this learning from one another must be so much intensified that we can come closer to this aim of the common good.
Thank you.
I also would like to suggest, we just, remind that where we are. I mean, as you know, the Korean political situation a year ago, and nowadays American political situation is very funny. So that's why, I think the democracy, the system of democracy is very vulnerable without any, if we just didn't pay attention to the system, it is easily collapsed. I've never imagined, this kind of American situation. So that's why, we have to realize that what we are doing for, and then, what we stand for. That's why, we just pay attention to the system of, our current economy and political systems. Yeah.
Okay, hello. Yeah. I just want to hark back to my topic about the interdisciplinary after hearing so many insightful talks, is that once I attended a conference targeting translation studies, and the professor there told me that there's a very famous book called You Are What You Eat, and then she proposed that there's equally the opinion that you are what you ask and you are what you learn. So for the translation studies scholars, she thinks that we can only pose questions that is closely interlinked with translation studies, but not what we cannot do is transdisciplinary. And from there on, I think I should think more about how to and how to go beyond the disciplinary borders and make the boundaries more porous. And that is very important to me and for my future task. Thank you.
Any further thoughts from our speakers online? Any question from, let's say we have like 3 minutes from the, oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Oh, I just a very brief comment. I just wanted to agree with everything that everyone has said, and say that it's precisely this kind of forum which brings together scholars, thinkers, activists, people from all walks of life, looking at diverse matters from diverse perspectives, from diverse traditions, cultural areas, languages, disciplines, approaches, fields, etc., which I think, broadly speaking, is the way forward. So, irrespective of any particular views propounded or expounded in this this series of talks. I'm just hopeful as to the overall approach, which is to diversify our universities, not just our universities, but our kind of ways of thinking about all manner of thoughts. If we can overcome some of the problems that we have identified in these various talks and the comments just given, then I think that is how it can possibly be done. So thank you so much for this initiative.
Any pressing question from the audience? Oh, one, please.
Thank you. This is a general question, and perhaps it's a little bit targeted for Professor Lee. But given the sort of state of affairs in different countries, and there's some, there are periods of time in which humanities and sciences or higher education in general is more supported and more trusted. When things are as unstable as they are now, how would you recommend going forward to sort of strengthen the roots and ties within these systems so we can still exist?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I believe the human goodwill. But still, I'm doubting. Can you solve the problem just only for depending on such kind of goodwill? So first of all, I'd like to ask you, how can we do something for what we believe in is good or not? I mean, like Zen Buddhism, just do it, but not we just think about too much. So I think practice is only the solution. We just sitting and thinking, and it's too much think. We are just thinker and thinker. If you try to transform this world, we just make ourselves doer, not thinker. I think so.
Yes, please.
Just 3 ideas. Please do tell the truth. Don't disguise other interests. Second, don't lose the local. Because if the interests of local communities in all their widespreadedness are lost, you can think highly, but you will never reach people. And the third, make people meet. I mean, we have this meeting of different subjects, different cultures, etc. On every level that is necessary, because then you realize that you have the common interest as human beings and as being part of the surroundings we live in.
Thank you, and I think this is probably a good point to stop. And thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our speakers. And I believe there is 10 minutes for the coffee break, if I'm not wrong. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the very sociable and relaxing, at the same time, coffee refreshment. And I'm Di or Wang Di. I'm from Hunan University. I'm a member of the GHI. And it's my honor to moderate this session on life ecology and healing, human and planetary well-being. And first, let's welcome our first speaker, Professor Michael Stanley Baker, Assistant Professor of History and Medical Humanities in the School of Humanities, and School of Medicine at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Aside from being a historian of Chinese medicine and religion, he's also practicing Chinese medicine clinician. And let's welcome Professor Stanley Baker.
Hi, good afternoon, and hope you're all feeling refreshed and awake and full of coffee and good. I hope you're all flourishing. All right, so this is the front page of the website that I'm going to describe a few features of it and how building this website has been a model for me for transdisciplinary conversations that we are now engaging in. So, as no doubt you know, in Korea, traditional medicines are well used around the world. In fact, 4 billion people use traditional medicines around the world. And currently, this is increasing. We're seeing an economic doubling from 2021 to 2028. The herbal market is predicted to double from $160 billion a year to over $300 billion a year. However, there's a failure of integration, and national health systems have not been able to take advantage of what traditional medicines have to offer. But I think what I want to propose is this is not a failure of traditional medicines being scientific enough. It's a failure of unified field theories of science failing to accommodate the diverse epistemic qualities and dimensions of these multiple modes of healing. But that's one of the advantages that we have in the humanities, right? So what I will take us there, hopefully by minute 4. But so I started out as a clinician, and then I was a scholar of religion and medicine for my PhD, and in that process, I started getting into digital humanities. And what we have on the Polyglot Asian Medicine website, we have massive text corpus of about 27 million words of Chinese texts, which are highly segmented, and they've been highly segmented so we can analyze them as recipes. We're still sort of in process. But we also have Malay manuscripts. But in addition, we also have a herbal synonymy. We have 42,000 Chinese drug names, which link to about 8,000 scientific species that have been validated by Kew Gardens. So we're connecting tradition to modern botanical science, as well as 3,600 Malay drug names. But through those, we link out to modern science, whether it's biodiversity, showing the ecological distribution of the plants and animals, or if it's bioinformatics databases. If I had 3 more minutes, I would show you visualizations of how you can move across in the website, the lower one, very easily through links in the tabs here. Let's see if this is going to shine. Okay. Well, anyway, you can see links up by the Chinese name, which link out to the bioinformatics data. And then botanical data links out from the botanical names. And we have historical data showing the year that the drug name first entered the Chinese tradition. So we can, and in those bioinformatics databases, they describe the biochemical ingredients, the genetic targets in the human body, and the biomedical diseases that those address. So we can sort of model, in a way, this transmission and linkability of these across these different systems. We just recently, this year, ingested about over 70,000 South Asian drug names in 12 different languages. You can see how it's being modeled here. And the most recent thing we've been working on, and just published about a month ago, is resolving this problem of polynomia. So this is the philological grounds of the data. Philologists love this. In fact, I started this database because translating herbal texts, I was like, what is that plant? And then I would find out it's a much more complicated answer than I'd imagine. So this one term, Ibaozhen, actually corresponds to 12 different species. And if you open up one of those species, you'll see it has multiple other alternate names. But when we open up all of those species, we see it's a massive question, right? So just being able to visualize all of these at one time is already a huge step. And I don't think there's anyone else in the world who's done this. But I've also been thinking with bioethicists in Singapore as we've been thinking about traditional Asian medicines and these integration. And one of the values of the humanities, unlike doctors who have to get patients out, corporations who have to make their bottom line for their investors, or governments who have to make votes. We in the humanities have this freedom to think as we like across all of the epistemes that we like to. And so that epistemic, you could call it epistemic promiscuity, but epistemic freedom enables us to compare without agenda and link across these knowledge systems and bring them into a thickened comparison and conversation that other people deriving systematic outputs don't have the liberty to do. And so this gives us, in a sense, that freedom that gives us the burden or the opportunity to provide better avenues for consequential dialogue. And I'll show that in a moment. But key thing for me has been getting away from these old, modernist, high modernity binaries, right, of traditional versus scientific, East versus West, science versus pseudoscience, or medicine and religion. And I really like to think about robustness of knowledge systems. How is a knowledge system robust? How does it become coherent and valuable and real for its community, right? In their own words, in their own worlds. So part of engaging in that dialogue requires, for me, while I was doing the data linking, respecting the rigor of each epistemic discipline. What is the key ingredient that I need to focus on to link across these dimensions? And so that means acknowledging the authority that those systems develop, and having epistemic humility, not the arrogance of one system is the prior, but also recognizing that there's epistemic power relations that are in those conversations, right? And that individuals may experience epistemic pressure and feel epistemic threat. And we also want to produce non-extractive models of knowledge flow where we're not pulling knowledge from indigenous communities and turning it into very expensive drugs and circulating that money only within very narrow circles, but actually feeding back into those communities. So I've been engaging in dialogue, sort of disciplinary dialogue in Singapore with colleagues, and I'd like to introduce them to you and let them speak to you. There we go.
India and the Arab world. Singapore is uniquely situated within the world of Asian medicines. These traditions are not relics of the past, but part of its living present and make up the rich medical landscape from which patients choose their treatment phase. Here at NTU, we're gathering expertise across many disciplines to consider Asian medicines as an entire phenomenon. Clinical practice to bioinformatics and computer science to history, linguistics, and philosophy to patient perspectives. We want to understand Asian medicines in all their dimensions. There are many research gaps to fill, as well as areas where we can collect existing knowledge and assemble it in convenient forms for the public, for clinicians, and for policymakers.
Because we're trying to build towards a transdisciplinary Asian Medicine Research Center, that's why we are all here, and we're trying to bring faculty, researcher, and people that are interested in exploring platforms to do more research. Most important, we want to actually explore different methodology and also perspective of multiculturalism.
In India, there are 4,635 communities and formally recognized 705 ethnic communities in India. And each of these communities have their own traditional knowledge. In India health system, it's still remote, and access to universal healthcare is relatively low compared to developed countries. So these are really vibrant in the villages. We call it the biocultural heritage of healing. There's also 1 million folk healers who are working in various village communities in India. So you can see it's fully integrated into the health system, though there is a lot of conflict between biomedicine and traditional medicine. So should we integrate medical systems for better health outcomes? What is the minimum level of evidence for government to support? Whether the patient can directly go and access healthcare, or should government regulate? These are the questions that are being asked.
How can patients use Asian medicine more confidently? What do we need to do to help patients to do so? It means a lot of evidence building, which I think everyone in this room agrees is what we need to do more of. And how do we bring allies within the Western current biomedical science medicines into the room to work on this together?
Some of the themes that are emerging: education, engagement, leads to better safety, creative partnership, balanced science and cultural knowledge, standardization, and we need more clear data.
All right, so I really wanted to sort of parallel the agenda that the WHO has been setting, which is a research agenda setting exercise, figuring out what are the key questions. And so working with the communities there that we just talked about, we formed the working groups, as it were, and a set of interests. Thank you. And let me, so some targets that we're aiming for. One will be to expand our data to include South Asian texts, Sanskrit, Ayurvedic texts, as well as the Arabic corpus. And then to develop from those and traditional archives, quality clinical recipe databases for querying traditional recipes that function at clinical speed, that physicians, talking to patients can ask quickly. Many people have asked for a drug-herb interaction database, particularly in oncology units. So that's one of the things I'm developing. And towards that end, we're working towards, going to start work this coming year, we have some money for it, to develop an Asian medicine bibliography, which is the hubris of AI, is to scrape all existing knowledge, right? But everything we can on Asian medicines, whether it's botanical, it's traditional, biomedical, economic. And then once we have that, we can then update yearly, right, on it. And we can also feed those developments into these other systems. And then finally, a safety and efficacy AI natural language query database, which should face the public and feed that information back and inform people about what is safe, how does it work, but also then curated responses to both traditional practitioners and biomedical practitioners. So that's kind of where I think we're heading. And thank you for letting me share with you today.
Thank you very much, Professor Stanley Baker, for a very good, very multimedia presentation on Asian medicine in the polyglot and multicultural context. And our next speaker is Thomas Ryan, Assistant Professor at the Department of Korea University, and Department of Korean History at Korea University. And he's a historian of modern Korea in the world, specializing in cultural and intellectual histories of Civil War. And the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. It's all of a sudden a full house for this, this last panel. I'm really humbled to be here in this amazing conference, and I do feel somewhat out of my depth as a historian and a Korean studies scholar. But today I'm going to quickly discuss some of the tensions between information and narrative in the Korean literature and historiography of mass violence, with a focus on the archives of the Jeju uprising. So, to give a very quick sort of digest introduction, the civil war violence of what is usually called Jeju 4-3 or Sasam in Korea properly began with an April 1948 popular uprising against the approaching elections for a separate South Korean government during the final stages of the US military occupation. The uprising triggered a counterinsurgency, which over time increasingly failed to distinguish between insurgents and civilians and began targeting entire villages and families suspected of harboring insurgents, a familiar sort of narrative in counterinsurgency. The violence of this period followed a pattern on Jeju Island of inland village evacuation and incineration, the relocation of refugees to coastal camps for interrogation and screening, and in some cases mass killing. These deaths could not be safely mourned until after democratization in the 1980s in South Korea, when work began very vigorously on the collection of counter-histories and oral testimonies. Such work culminated in the passing of the Jeju 4-3 special law in 2000, which mandated the establishment famously of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Jeju Peace Foundation, which oversees the Jeju 4-3 Sasam Peace Park and the Peace Museum, including the physical and digital archives of the uprising. One of the notable things about Nobel laureate Han Kang's novel We Do Not Part is its meditation on precisely this archive. Again, to give a very quick introduction of a complex text, the novel revolves around its narrator's encounter with the private archive of a friend at the latter's home in Jeju. We see here two cases in which the archive appears in the novel. Both of these examples profile the specific process of counterinsurgency I have just outlined. On the left, we're introduced to a US Army map designating the specific inland villages to be evacuated and the violence to be carried out if anyone fails to relocate. The second on the right the narrator tells us from an interview clipped from a compilation held at the National Library of Korea pertaining to a village that we are told is called Sechonri. The testimony details the movement of evacuated villagers and from an elementary school to a massacre site on a nearby beach. The village's name is fictionalized. The reader knows only that it belongs to a town called P, with the English letter used in both the original and the translation. This P clearly designates a town called Pyoson, Pyoson Township, which allows the events in the novel to be mapped back on to the historical geography of Jeju Island. A dark tour okay, I kind of messed something up there. A dark tour based on the novel and recently offered by a Jeju company does exactly this. The tour's first stop is the former site of the friend's mother's burned down village of Kashiri, the real Sechonri. This is the site where the mother, as a young girl, discovered a collection of massacred bodies covered in snow, wiping the fallen snow off the faces to confirm they were those of her family members. The tour, as is shown on the map, then moves to the coast, following the itinerary set out by the evacuation order. First to the elementary school, and then to the stretch of beach that served as a killing field, pictured here on the right, also from the archive. The tour culminates finally in a grave of excavated human remains reburied at the Peace Park, also the site of the museum and the archive. The tour thus concludes at a collection point for both bodies and information. The tour, in fact, in an interesting way, reduces the novel to information, which in turn is linked to peace by both of these institutions. As the custodian of these physical and digital spaces, the Jeju 4-3 Peace Foundation has a mandate to inherit and develop the spirit of the uprising. This language suggests the event's incorporation into a national historical narrative of democratization, accountability, accessibility, and cosmopolitanism. In April of this year, the archives of the Jeju Uprising were added to the UNESCO Memory of the World Register. This marked an interesting convergence, right around the time that the Nobel Prize affirmed the place of Hankang in the canon of world literature. UNESCO provided the archive with this status of world memory. It's hard to know what, if anything, to make of this. In an age in which the Memory of the World Register has drifted from its original 1990s mandate to prioritize documentary heritage at risk towards much vaguer criteria, it's easy to see how the global recognition of Jeju reinforces the national instrumentalization of counter histories as information. This might appear to mark the globalization of the democratic spirit of Jeju, but it's worth asking the extent to which this is true. The digital archive, at least, would seem to indicate something rather less than this. It's relatively disorganized. The search function is not particularly functional, and there's just a lack of information online, including testimonies. So finally, the suggestion that information will lead to truth and onto justice or healing reflects a historiographical faith in the power of the archive. The association between information and peace implies that the violence of Jeju has already been overcome. Finality and closure, too, are central to history writing. Hankang's novel, however, resists the reduction of testimony to evidence, and we should be wary of reading the novel's archive as a documentary impulse. The text lays out a vision of healing instead based not in information, but in nature, offering the circularity and simultaneity of the natural world as an alternative to the distance and separation of history. And I won't elaborate, but these two examples are sort of representative of that. Finally, this perspective actually intersects with a much longer kind of Korean language genealogy of thinking about violence and nature, a few examples of which are here, but I'm out of time. I timed things poorly, it would appear. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ryan. And I assure you, you are not the only one who feels out of depth here. And I think a lot of us are literary historians who want to get inspired from our meeting and talk today. And our next speaker will be joining us from virtually from Tel Aviv University. That's Professor Or Poras, who specializes in Buddhist studies and East Asian religions, with a focus on the history of gender and sexuality and Buddhist monaticism. Welcome.
So thank you very much. Can you see the slide? So thank you very much. I would like to thank Wiebke for organizing this really spectacular event. And again, many apologies for not joining you in person. Today, I'd like to start this lightning talk by posing two central questions. So first, how was nature conceptualized in pre-modern Japan? And how did that conceptual framework shape the ways ecological threats were perceived, experienced, and given meaning? So I'm actually very happy that Rafael Stepin already talked about core concepts in Buddhist thought as it pertains to the natural world, impermanence and karma. So now I can jump to some of the later East Asian developments. So what was the prevailing understanding of nature in pre-modern Japan? Basically, and my focus is medieval Japanese Buddhism, although I do look at Chinese precedents. So in East Asia, in the pre-modern period, we have the Tendai and Shingon traditions in Japan, right? And there is in these schools a strong emphasis on Buddha nature, which is the idea that all beings and all phenomena inherently possess the potential for awakening. Which we assume this includes also plants, but not all thinkers actually agree with that. And then in Tendai and later in Shingon, we have the doctrine of original enlightenment from around the 10th century onward, which basically argues that enlightenment is not something to be achieved, it's not a potential, but something already present within all living beings. Then we have another development that comes from esoteric Buddhism from around the 9th century. It's a little bit before, but really reaches its climax during the medieval period. So from 12th to 16th centuries, we have this notion that the Dharmakaya, right, which is basically the ultimate formless body of the Buddha, is absolute truth itself, and it equals the Dharma Dhatu, right, which is the totality of all phenomena. What does it mean? It means that the Dharmakaya, right, the truth itself, is actually the entire universe, the entire cosmos. So that leads to a way of thinking, or at least an understanding, that plants, trees, right, natural forces, these also constitute the Dharma itself. But apparently these ideas were not enough for Chinese and Japanese thinkers. They did come up with a very specific idea that talks about the ability of nature to become enlightened. And this notion is called the realization of enlightenment on the part of insentient beings, Somoku Jobutsu. Somoku literally means plants and trees, but it's actually metonymic. It refers to all of the natural world and the material world. So we only have one extensive study on this topic in English. There are more in Japanese. And that study is by Fabio Rambelli. And he highlights non-duality as a key notion that sort of presupposes a union or identity between people and nature. And he looks at how this is expressed throughout Japanese religious culture and rituals, no theater, popular texts, and so on. So how does this idea about plants having the ability to become enlightened actually is understood? So really, it is analyzed according to two different karmic criteria, I may call them. So one is called direct retribution that pertains to sentient beings. That means that people are the primary recipients of karmic consequences. So that also includes animals and other conscious entities, but it does not include non-conscious entities, right? So insentient beings. Insentient beings, which are plants, trees, or the landscape itself, they operate according to circumstantial retribution. So they are the backdrop or the context shaped by the karma of sentient beings. Their karma is always shaped by the karma of people, right? So they are basically objects while people are subjects. And that means that Buddhahood of plants is fully dependent on that of sentient beings. And if humans do attain Buddhahood, only then the entire land becomes a pure land, right? An enlightened realm. So Annen, a Tendai thinker, is really important in further developing this notion of Somoku Jobutsu. Basically, we already know that the karma of people influences the environment. So why do we actually need to talk about plants? Well, apparently this was still a deep concern, the question of the ontological status of the natural world itself as it stands on its own, beyond its karmic relationship to people. So Annen really breaks from Chinese orthodoxy by saying that there is an independent Buddhahood of insentient beings. The way he analyzes it, he looks at it from a phenomenological perspective, so at objects and wisdom, right? So we know that the basic idea that there is a dichotomy between the objects that we apprehend through our consciousness and the wisdom that understands it. But Annen basically asks, can the object itself embody wisdom? Which for our concerns means, can a tree become a Buddha without human enlightenment? So he believed that they can. So he reinforced the vision of reality in which all phenomena fully participated in Buddhahood. And that, of course, goes back to the older ideas that I've shown you in the beginning, original enlightenment, Buddha nature. And he lays out his entire philosophy in this really important essay called Shinjo Somoku Jobutsu Shiki, private notes on the revised doctrine of the Buddhahood of plants and trees. So as part of our GHI pillar, environment, sustainability, and planetary stewardship, a pillar that is coordinated together with Tristan Brown of MIT, we plan to produce the first English translation of this text. This text is not available. It is available in annotation in Japanese, again, classical Chinese, Sino-Japanese Kanbun with commentary in modern Japanese. So what does it tell us very, very quickly? It tells us, Annen, that plants and trees are themselves mind. They are the Dharma nature, Hosho. So plants and trees are the true essence and nature of things. This is something you cannot argue against. And that objects and wisdom intermingle without any obstruction. They're found in full, what he calls a mysterious union, myogo. So they're in perfect union, and that means that enlightenment is also found in nature, right? It pervades all phenomena. And another thing that he highlights is that under Tendai, under the perfect teaching, environment and subject are one mind. So there's no distinction between objects and subjects. The mind, the locus of awakening or awakening itself, is basically both people and the natural world. And of course, it goes into detail how he comes into this conclusion through deploying a wide range of doctrinal concepts. Yeah, plants and trees can attain Buddhahood as subjects. Now, what we would like to do is to connect this with another notion that is unique to Japan, which is called Gyakuen, adverse circumstances. So here I'm citing a text from a work called A Long Tale for an Autumn Night. It's a prose, it's a didactic Buddhist didactic tale. And in one point in the story, there is a devastating war that breaks out, and all the burning leads to a massive fire that is erupted. So the fire burns all the temples, and it's a major disaster. And then the beginning of the story tells us how gods and Buddhas decide
Hello?
to, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you there because we're running
Oh,
out of
yeah,
time.
I'll
Is it
just
okay if
finish
you
up.
save the example for our discussion at the end?
I'll just conclude. I'll conclude.
Okay,
There
great.
is this notion in Japan. I'll just summarize this quickly. The idea that a natural disaster can be used as an occasion to practice, and not some truth that is accepted passively, but rather an adversity that becomes a cause of spiritual growth, of communal merit, and renewed commitment to the Buddhist path. So after a fire, you can actually rebuild temples, you can recopy texts, you can reconstruct everything, and join in a very positive communal effort. So this perspective, I think, reframes ecological threats not as arbitrary suffering, but as events with potential spiritual meaning. So the bottom line is religion becomes a resource not just for salvation, but for human endurance and resilience. And I think this has to do with a lot of the concepts that we've discussed in the beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Helen Xing. Professor Helen Xing is from College of Media and Communication here at Korea University, and she specializes in contemporary Asian American literature, science fiction, digital media, and post-human studies. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Great. Okay. Hi. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. We're all very excited. Actually, I'm only a talking head. So this presentation that we are sharing today is a work of this team. Team name is Unintelligence, born out of the design thinking workshop from last semester's MIT GHI and KU GHI's collaboration. Yay! Please, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here and introduce myself to you. My name is Han Kexin. I'm from China, and now I'm a PhD student in Korean University, and my major is media. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Donghak Lee. I'm studying in Korea University. I'm PhD candidate, and I'm majoring in pre-modern Korean literature. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yong Kwon, and I am a master student in classical translation and Korea University. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Taehyung Kang, and I'm a master student from Korea University, majoring in pre-modern Korean literature. Thank you.
So I'm currently with the College of Media and Communication, but I have no social science background. Actually, I'm from the Humanities, Complit, and Startup Culture. So everything you will see today, apart from some minor details, are all from them, their brainstorming and their expertise in the fields that span East Asian philosophy and philology. So we're here to present Critical Unintelligence, Reframing Knowledge, Creativity, and Agency in the Age of Machine Learning. In our current moment, we face a paradox. AI systems provide us with unprecedented access to information, yet we're experiencing what many describe as a crisis of genuine thinking. So our paper argues that this isn't a technical problem, it's an epistemological one. We've inherited an Enlightenment model of intelligence that privileges accumulation over insight, computational rationality over contemplative reflection. This model now drives both human education and AI development. Consider how ChatGPT operates. It doesn't think or understand, it performs statistical recombination of existing data. As Emily Bender aptly puts it, these are stochastic parrots. So yet we've structured our educational systems, particularly in East Asia, alas, around similar principles: rapid memorization, standardized testing, fear of acknowledging ignorance. Students learn to avoid saying, I don't know, because ignorance is stigmatized as failure. But what if ignorance isn't deficiency, but opportunity? Confucius offers a different perspective. Quote, to know what you know and to know what you do not know, this is true knowledge, end quote. That Chinese concept of extending knowledge doesn't mean acquiring external information, but revealing latent understanding through acknowledging what we don't know. Similarly, Taoist concepts of Wu, nothingness, and Zhu, emptiness, suggest that cognitive openness, not informational density, enables genuine insight. This brings us to our central concept, critical unintelligence. This isn't anti-intellectualism. It's a deliberate epistemic stance that recognizes not knowing as generative rather than deficient. Meredith Broussard's artificial unintelligence shows how AI's limitations stem from inability to understand ethical and social complexity. We extend this. What if embracing our own unintelligence, our capacity for uncertainty, confusion, even productive ignorance, is precisely what distinguishes human cognition? Consider Kazuo Ishiguro's Clara and the Sun. The genetically enhanced children represent our current educational ideal, optimized information processors. Yet it's Clara, the AI companion, with her naive sun worship, and Rick, the unenhanced child, who demonstrate genuine wisdom, or if not genuine, a kind of wisdom that we aspire to through their acceptance of mystery and uncertainty. Or take Kokonada's After Yang, where an android's contemplation of tea leaves unfurling represents a kind of knowledge that transcends data processing, understanding through feeling and observation rather than computation. So, how do we implement this? We propose two interventions among many, out of time. First, ignorant question contests, just for fun, right? But where students are rewarded for asking seemingly absurd questions, like under what circumstances can fish ride bicycles? Why not, right? Such questions force us beyond conventional logic into genuine creative thinking, or the kind that we might actually enjoy and benefit from. Second, maybe an AI-mediated unconscious dialogue workshops where we use AI's misalignment, in fact, its tendency to misunderstand, if you will, as a creative tool rather than a bug to be fixed. Reinterpreting the Great Learning. So finally, we offer a framework for ethical AI development through reinterpreting the Confucian 8 articles. Just as the Great Learning moves from investigating things through extending knowledge to bringing peace to all under heaven, we need AI systems that can recognize their limitations, knowing what they don't know, express uncertainty honestly, avoiding hallucination, although that word itself is problematic, maintain ethical alignment without claiming false authority. But crucially, this requires humans who can step back from information accumulation to ask deeper questions about meaning and value. To conclude, as we approach what some call the technological singularity, our response shouldn't be to, we believe, compete with machines on their terms, processing more data faster, knowing more, knowing better. Instead, we hope that we would reclaim what we call critical unintelligence, the distinctly human capacity to dwell productively in uncertainty, to question rather than merely answer, to create meaning rather than just process information. The future of human dignity in the AI age depends not on knowing more, knowing faster, knowing better, but on recovering our capacity to meaningfully not know, to maintain epistemic humility and openness that enables wisdom rather than mere cleverness. So intelligence ultimately isn't about having all the answers, we believe. It's about knowing which questions to keep asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sheng and her very talented students. And our next speaker is Professor Solmi Chan, also from Korea University, based at Department of Sinographic Literatures. And her research focuses on Korean traditional fantasy with a particular emphasis on pre-modern records documenting ghosts, spirits, and monsters. Welcome.
Thank you for introduction, and thank you for giving me such a good opportunity to share my idea here. And today I'd like to bring up some very intriguing beggar ghost stories from actually very Korean context. So my title is Imagining the Beggar Ghost, and my subtitle is Ritual, Calamity, and Poverty in Chosun Cultural Memory. So I have modified the first version a little bit, so I just add Chosun here to emphasize the pre-modern context here. Let's move on to the background and significance. So this is my fundamental and very larger question that arises this topic. So what direction should the humanities take in the age of climate change? So this is the researchers in humanities are, I think, dealing with. So last summer, I went through a lot of sufferings due to very high temperature and very hot summer. I think some of you or many of you might have experienced the same thing. So, and then amidst of very very hit, I couldn't help asking how literatures and cultural memory awaken sense of empathy and solidarity in times of suffering. So, as a researcher who has been studying ghost tales, the history of actually ghost tales, I have explored which types of ghosts appeared and predominated and faded in different historical phases. And my assumption is that ghosts reflect collective emotions across time. So focusing on the beggar ghost, which dramatizes hunger, I would like to explore how people in conditions of suffering perceive, exclude, or emphasize with one another. So I think many of you are not familiar with the concept of beggar ghost. We call it kalgi, and this is kind of different from the Buddhist idea of hungry ghost, which is called agui. So hungry ghost is developed based on the belief that hungry ancestral spirits remained on earth for a certain period and reflect and needed to receive offerings during the time. But with the establishment of Buddhist concept of a hungry ghost, they were no longer seen as a stage that all the dead must pass through, but rather as a beings whose post-mortem existence was determined by their karma. But the beggar ghost, the figure of the beggar ghost emerged as a comparatively later stage, shaped by Korea's particular socio-historical conditions, especially in Joseon Dynasty. So the hungry ghost centers on the physical state of deprivation, but the beggar ghost involves an active gesture of asking, an act of reaching out to others. So this action signifies a mode of living that relies on others for survival, thereby linking the figure to crisis situations in which humans interfere with one another, depend on limited resources, and must compete within conditions of scarcity. So the early formation of the beggar ghost took place alongside the establishment of new Confucianism in early Joseon, but they are limited to the upper class souls who are begging their lack of food. So I think that the sense of burden associated with the increasingly elaborate procedures of ancestor rites brought about by this submission of ritual manuals during the time stimulated the imagination on the beggar ghost. But we see the full emergence of the beggar ghost in times of calamity. So the Seonjosillo, which is the annals of the Joseon dynasty, records several instances in which the famine of 1594 had become so desperate that people resorted to eating one another. And so at the time, there was the tale of the unofficials, I mean, a book of unofficial tales titled Aoyadam was written. And also this storybook also records a number of harrowing sentences from 1594. A one-year-old infant left momentarily while the parents labored in the field being boiled and eaten. The body of Yangban, the aristocrat at the time, who had died of epidemic disease, being consumed. And starved corpse collapsed on top of one another. So such account conveyed the catastrophic scale of the famine with striking immediacy. So amid the pervasive atmosphere of hunger, the beggar ghost that surface take on new configurations, becoming agent of House of Colossus in ways not seen in earlier representations. So this is really an intriguing story in Aoyadam. The ant ghost, who was a widow and who actually used to live like a Buddhist nun, became a beggar ghost after her death. And she always asks the food, and the families are suffered from that. And this is the very last scene. Before long, the ghost of Aunt Anne entered with a smile and seated herself in the main hall. Behind her came male and female ghosts with disheveled hair and tattered clothing, filling both the hall and the courtyard, claiming for rice and meat. They created a great uproar and brought calamity upon the household. They smashed bowls, beat the family members, and they judged that the household was just totally collapsed. And there is another story, actually, which describes a slave like a beggar ghost, and also ordinary people as a beggar ghost. So what is particularly striking during this period is that the ghosts who express hunger are not limited to proper ancestral breeds, which are more like upper class people, but also include marginal figures such as Buddhist nuns, slaves, and ordinary people who bear little connection to former ancestral rites. So the hunger and anxiety of people who suffer famine after the wars, a defensive psychology against marginal figures who threatened their everyday lives of decent and ordinary citizens, and a growing animosity toward the poor shaped by widening socioeconomic disparities intertwining with a sense of pity. So, based on this presentation, we see the forms of disgust and exclusion in a hunger, the beggar ghost. So in our own era of climate anxiety, may this presentation serve as a reminder to examine the selectivity of our compassion and to reflect on whom our fear and hostility ultimately target. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker doesn't need much introduction. Our wonderful organizer and co-host here at Korea University, Professor Johan No. And the floor is yours.
Thank you for kind introduction. My name is Johan No from Korea University. And finally, the last presenter for today. But please don't forget we have a round table. And so my talk is about landscape of mind. The subtitle is The Old Future of Environmental Understanding. Okay. So what is landscape of mind? Is it something about landscape? Or is it something about mind? Or what is the relationship between two words? Is a landscape and mind? It's still in Korean, it's still ambiguous combination of words. 마음, 풍경, what is the connection between two words? So I have had a chance to ask a question to ChatGPT. What is the core features of recent transformations in environmental studies? And the answer is like this. Shifts to Earth system science, climate changes as central focus, integration of AI and big data is of course, environmental justice and inequality, sustainability and ecological transition from human-centered to biocentric perspective. And I came to think, what are they missing? And I found that they are missing human mind and human heart. That is the reason why I was thinking of the title of the landscape of mind. So I want to introduce a painting from 18th century Joseon dynasty that is, doesn't work. This one. Yeah? This is a painting that was drawn by Gyeomje Jeongseon, a famous painter in the 18th century Joseon. And the title is Bagyeon Waterfall. That is the waterfall in Gaesong now in North Korea, where we cannot go. And this is the painting, and this is the real scenery of Gaesong rainfall. And I believe that you'll find that there is some exaggeration in painting. If you see the painting, you will see that the length of a waterfall is expanded vertically, and also the cliffs are depicted as much steeper and higher than in reality. And if you see the figures and pavilion here, here, you'll see here, and I enlarged here. You see that they are rendered very small in comparison. And if you see the pine trees next to the pavilions and figures, you'll find that pine trees is 10 times bigger size of the pavilion. That is absolutely an exaggeration. So why? Why did he paint it like this? I believe because he did not paint the landscape as it actually appeared. However, rather, the landscape as it was envisioned in his mind. And I want to focus on these people, figure here. And this depicts not only the mind of the painter, however, also the mind of the people appearing here. And if you see the waterfall, the refreshing rush of the waterfall also conveys the grandeur of the mind of the figures within the painting. And basically, the figures in the painting and the painter, they are sharing the same feeling, facing the scenery of the waterfall. That is another painting that was painted by Pyoam Gwangsaewang, also a very famous 18th century scholar, a Seonbi scholar in Joseon period. He also painted Bagyeon Waterfall, and then he wrote a poem here. You'll see the upper right side. You'll see a beautiful inscription, beautiful handwriting of the Chinese characters, and these are the poems on the scenery. And it goes like, oh no, so next page. Yes, this one. From half the heavens, a torrent splits and hurtles down. Like thunder crashing at arm's reach, it sweeps the dust and hazy away. Startled birds wails and scatter. Who can tell where they take flight? Oh, it was the old version. So okay. Even the blazing sun of the midsummer sinks into sorrow grown, its radiance darkened and unable to break through. And I want to focus on the second line of this poem. Like thunder crushing at arm's reach, it sweeps the dust and haze away. the cleansing force of the waterfall does not purify only the surrounding landscape. It purifies the poet's own mind. You know? That is the reason why he could compose that poem facing that scenery. So this is a gazetteer, official gazetteer that was edited and published by the Joseon government in 16th century. And each province's entry contains information on its historical development, customs, temples, blah, blah, blah. And then one of the most important thing is that it also incorporates literary works that has a connection with each region. So literature was not just understood merely as something that adorns the geography. However, it also something that actually defines the geography itself. No? So yeah, this is the part of Songak. It's a Songak mountain, which is in Kaesong. And you see here, these are the relative poems that is relative to the Kaesong mountain. So I like call this the geography and environment is not just a geography, physical geography and environment. However, these are people who defines and decorates the geography and environment, the scenery. You know? And I would like to call it the landscape of mind. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And since we have such a broad spectrum of topics for this session and hopefully provided a lot of food for thoughts, later on, we're not going to have a discussion for this session, and we're going to break for 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back for the round table. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for coming back for this finishing, crowning roundtable here. A quick announcement actually for tonight. Just make sure to come to the dinner. We will have dinner at 5:30. We will probably be closing around 5:40 to have at least an hour, which will be nice for tomorrow. And this is in particular for our Korean guests here, Korean family and guests. At 8:30, from 8:30 to 10, we'll have pillar and project reports. What that really is a report by all our pillar coordinators and project leaders about what they've done over the last year and what they are planning to do next year. So for our Korean hosts here, this will be really exciting to just be witnessing everything that's going on. I very much encourage you to attend that. After that meeting, we go into strategy and planning meetings. And those, actually Professor Song will also be presenting on the KU Institute for Global Humanities Research and Collaboration. That will be wonderful that you learn more about that. And then the other meetings from Tools for Human Flourishing to Philology, that's actually for the conference next year. They are going to be led by project leaders, by pillar leaders or platform leaders. You are welcome to join if you're interested in the topic and kind of eavesdrop. It's mostly really kind of brainstorming, working about the projects. But if you're joining, you know, it might also be good to identify yourself. You say why you want to be joining. So these are basically really our work and kind of makerspace meetings. And then we convene actually for a concluding plenary session. That will be in person only. We really want to make it kind of intimate and both intimate and embodied here in this space. And that will be a makerspace session around stemma. So if possible, it would be great to have boards to write things on, to draw. We'll be wildly kind of planning, thinking, brainstorming on stemma during that session tomorrow, the concluding session. So much for that. So we have had a long trajectory since this morning, starting with our welcoming remarks and the kind of getting settled in, taking collective photos. then getting into STEMA and really starting more from a strong MIT panel that was more oriented also towards AI and other things, ending with a panel that really steeped those of you who don't know anything about Korea also in an amazing amount of panels on pre-modern Korean culture, which is just amazing to have that in the same program. Very unique, I think. That doesn't really happen. And so with that, from those pasts, and Japan was included too, we're moving now on to the roundtable on where is the university of the future. And the idea of that is exactly that rather than asking what the university of the future is, we want to ask where is it currently in the world? Where do you see things emerging? Where is it in our heads? We have talked about a lot today about how our heads, our language, our reappraisals, our imagination matter. And in that sense, thinking about what is in our head, where is the university of the future, very important in our media, in our societies. Where are we in the challenging process of the emergence of long histories of higher education on this planet? Korea has a very long history of education, very strong Confucian academies and other, in that sense, it's wonderful to ask this question not in the US or in Europe, but actually in a country with very strong, very millennia-old traditions. The first Confucian Academy was founded, I think, in 372 in Koguryo, in the state of Koguryo. So that's why we put in the where question here. And I would like to start with a round here of self-introduction. So if each of you could just say a little bit who you are. Actually, a lot of the identifiers are already on the table, but something you want to say about yourself. And then bring us a tiny little story or anecdote about why this where is the University of the Future question matters to you. Why or how? So Helen, if you could start, that would be great.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Hello again. It's again an honor to be here. My name is Helen Shin, and I'm in the College of Media and Communication. I work on AI ethics, but from the perspective of, or the intersection of my startup experience and background in comparative literature and media. So the future of universities, or University of the Future, matters immensely to me. Not just because I'm part of the university system, but because my daughter is 6 and living in Korea right now, seeing how things are working out. Her friends are going to hagwons, after-school academies. After-school academies. So they have a bunch of homework. She's still in preschool, right? And they go to hagwons and stay there until 10 p.m. And then, according to recent announcements, these hagwons wants to extend their operational hours up to midnight. And this is reality, right? And also, my daughter was told that she doesn't have the patience to sit down and concentrate throughout the entire morning, and she's in preschool. I don't believe the future lies in this kind of system, and it paralyzes me to think about making my daughter go through this kind of system that is currently in place. So it is an urgent, pressing, and crucial issue for me.
Hi, my name is Devdutt Patnaik. So I'm not the academician. Everybody else seems to be an academician. But I work in the corporate sector, and I bring mythology into management, which sounds strange, but quite easy. So my concern is when I switch on the television today, I'm seeing people debating all the time, but listening to no one. And this is what is going to happen to our children, because they are being educated through methods which are very violent. They're all playing video games where you're killing zombies and aliens. And who are the zombies and aliens? When they grow up, it will be the neighboring countries. And I think we are creating an ecosystem of violence, which by no stretch of imagination can be healthy or justified. And I think we need to relook at the education system, because in the education system, we are being told to develop knowledge, you have to debate and to argue and to pushback. These words are very violent, and I wonder whether they can be looked at again.
Okay, good afternoon. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and in this dialogue with all my fellow panelists. So I was pleasantly surprised when Mike asked us to give you or tell you a personal story. So what I'll do is I'll tell you a little bit about myself and try to weave that into the theme that I want to convey today. So I was born and raised in the United States. At that time, I was a so-called banana, which means yellow on the outside, white on the inside, although my parents were native Koreans. My father uprooted my family to Korea, and when I came to Korea, I had to learn how to become Korean. I had to learn the language more, and through the language, I realized, okay, this is the way to really become Korean. So I'm stressing this because this led me to my journey to become a linguist and to study second language acquisition and sociolinguistics. In sociolinguistics, identity is a very, very important concept. And also in sociology, when we talk about identity, it is not static. It is very active, it is fluid, it evolves. So in that sense, we use the verb doing. We do identity. In order to become Korean in Korea, no matter what people told me to do, they told me to do this, to do that, to become more Korean, it didn't matter. I really had to do it in order to really, really develop my identity as a Korean. So today, these two words are the theme that I want to weave into my view of the University of the Future and about STEMA and about global humanities, because we are really looking into identity. What is STEMA for humanities, and how is our identity going to evolve in the future in collaboration with STEM and the arts? So that's my take on it.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kwon Young-woo. I am an associate professor in Department of Philosophy at Korea University. I have specialized in German idealism, especially Hegel. I teach philosophy, modern philosophy, and I focus on this day coexistence. I'm interested in living together or coexistence. I think the theme coexistence is very important because we meet every time so many conflicts and the problem that make our life dangerous. We have a task to solve the problem. But most people think of survival and succeed for their one life, but they ignore the other side. Therefore, coexistence and living together is very important thing, not only for philosophy, but also every science. I think that the purpose of all science is to improve and to innovate, to develop our life, to live together. So this is my interest, and I think STEMA. I think STEMA is wonderful. Wonderful.
I did not ask him to say that, but it was very beautiful.
To find the method, a better way to live together. We think of always the future, our life. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this round. I did not know what I was asking for when I said, just bring in a personal story. And I feel like especially the first three responses were a lot about violence. real violence being done, not listening to each other, doing identity, being done to. I mean, it sounded like the identity was being done to you, in many ways. And then really these awful hours, just for those are there any pachinko lovers here? Minjin Lee, very famous novel. She was just at MIT a few months ago. She's writing her next novel on Hagwon, so you can get a taste of the whole experience if you want. Now, the interesting thing is, of course, that the panel, if we say like, oh, the University of the Future, that's something very futuristic, it's something utopian, it's something kind of beautiful. And coexistence is definitely something to pick up here positively. But I want to actually probe more into your dystopian. I wouldn't even say dystopian because it sounds like as if that space exists somewhere else. It exists now. No, we are in it. But so let's go to this question of where you see the University of the Future, something that's desirable, a desirable future now emerging. And that's both a diagnostics, a probing of where the biggest problems are now, and then how to actually make those into opportunities. The reason why I asked that is also the following. I feel like a lot of the discourses, and I wonder how it's in Korea because I'm not reading so much all the time, but I feel in the US, a lot of the discourses around the University of the Future are very operational. No? I remember a few months ago looking, there was a little glamour type of a pamphlet on the University of the Future, and it said like, universities that will have those kind of professors and those kind of structures and those kinds of funding schemes, they are going to be the winners. So it brings us back, exactly, DevDat is already like really, feels very sad about this. But in that sense, I want this to be a very different conversation, no? That is really more about looking at opportunities that come out of actually desperation over some of the things we're seeing now, no? So let's go around that before we also open up for more general discussion. And if you could pinpoint those challenges, but already making them into opportunities and ways of how to create out of that, actually things that really matter about the University of the Future.
Sorry. More mics.
You can speak in many tongues.
Oh dear. Right. So speaking of dystopia, well, it's the two sides of the same coin, right? So I think the very fact that we do see a very distinct dystopian side to the current educational system is in and of itself something that's very much indicative of what we see as aspirational, what we see as good and less good, good, bad, worse, better, and also right and wrong. So going to that point, a little while ago, I was at this education forum that was hosted by Kakao, the Korean tech company, and the main objective there was to talk about different ways in which artificial intelligence could be mobilized in a productive manner in the educational sector. And what I realized out of the conversation that we were all having together, we had experts from all sorts of different fields, legal field, educators from different levels of the school system, and many others. Everybody was focused very much on how we're going to develop systems, and by that I mean technical as well as social systems, where our upcoming generations could learn more and learn faster and learn better and more accurately. And that just paralyzed me because that was scary. So the manner in which I think the educational system or the dystopian aspect is turning out right now is it's an instantiation of how we ourselves are actually emulating precisely the kinds of aspects of our own technological landscape that we tend to vilify, worry about, and especially worry about being replaced with. Recently, there was this major scandal about how students in a big, I think, elective class on ChatGPT and natural language processing used ChatGPT in their exams. So that was a major scandal. They were not supposed to.
New York Times article, November
dear.
14th, I remember, with a great picture of Korea University's entrance.
Right. So yes, shame, scandal. But I don't think necessarily that is, because maybe this is an opportunity for us to think of different kinds of epistemic disavowals that are available. Because why do we have to answer accurately, do things exactly like ChatGPT can do, copy paste? I think the manner in which exams, entrance exams, but also college education and the apparatuses are designed is precisely part and parcel of the problem. Who are we emulating? The aspirational, or what do we even mean by aspirational? So in that sense, that's it.
So, you see, I see people talking about one truth for everybody. So if I look at a person who is poor, I understand him being aspirational. But if I see a child of someone who is rich and he's still aspirational, it means aspiration never ends, which means you have programmed and gamed the system to be greedy. Because if even the rich are aspirational, I can understand a poor person wanting to be aspirational. He wants to move out of his class. He wants to move to a better life. But what if I go and meet a person, and this is a real, I've met people. I had occasion to meet a princess, I mean, literally a billionaire's daughter, and she's the heir to the property, which is, I mean, they have 6 private jets. And I asked her casually, so what do you want to do with your life? And very confidently, she looks at me and says, make more money. And I felt very sad for her because you have inherited wealth which is unimaginable. And all her imagination says is she has to make more money. She knows nothing else. And her father is looking at her proudly, and I was aghast. And they were wondering why I was looking aghast, and I didn't explain. I said, no, my stomach is upset, so that's the reason. Because you don't tell rich people the truth, they get very upset, they don't pay your bills. So I think that's the problem. If from prep schools, let's look at the best schools in the world and see what the children coming out are thinking. And if they're thinking what a person from a small village school is also being taught, then that's a tragedy, because there is a kind of a homogeneity which is very dangerous. And I think that is going around the world, because if the smartest, the richest kids are thinking exactly like the poorest kid, because there should be only one education system, then we have a problem. And I think that's what's happening around the world, because even the rich are being told they have to be anxious. If even the rich are anxious, that's a dangerous thing. And that's what's happening around the world. You see all the rich men and their kids, rich women and their kids, are as anxious as I can understand a laborer's child is anxious, because they may not get the next meal. But when the same anxiety I see with a rich kid, I feel something is wrong in the system. And I think that needs to be addressed, because what is the curriculum of the best universities in the world? And if they're having the same thing, and because we are giving this false sense of equality, and we are fooling ourselves with words like equality, that's not equality, this is pathology. And I think it needs to be addressed.
Okay, to continue, actually my story about being a banana wasn't dystopian, but what I'd like to do is extract a common word from what Helen just said and what Devdutt just said, which is conformity. So actually my story about identity has to do with conformity and trying to avoid conformity at the university level. In linguistics, which is my field, we talk about a phenomenon called post-vernacular reorganization. Post means after, vernacular means language. Reorganization means that you reorganize your language. The university, or when you become an adult, is a very, very critical juncture in your life. And that's where your identity changes along with the language you use to express your identity. In terms of the digital age and the digital transformation age we are in right now, a lot of conformity is happening because we get a lot of information that is the same. In that sense, I think the University of the Future, like what Helen and Devdutt said, should focus more on building identities for students. Identities at the personal level, identities at the university level. I think students really want to experience what it means to be, for instance, a Korea University student. What does that mean for their identity, and how does that differentiate them from the tons of other university students? So at the university, there's a lot of talk about diversity these days, and diversity is a key word in terms of equality, as you talked about, and conformity and being fair. But what about the opposite? what do we do to train or educate our students to become full-fledged individuals who have a unique identity, a unique identity that is unique to them as an individual, but also to the university they are attending as well? So that's my take.
Sometimes I try to discuss future of university with my colleague, but most my colleague said to me, we have not enough time to discuss future of university. They are busy. Therefore, we don't have time to talk about future of university. We should conduct a present task. This is a present situation. Okay, so no one knows the future. I don't know also. But we should now discuss of university of future. Okay, this is the problem. Anyway, universities will change independently of our idea, our complaint, our discussion. Most people who talk about future of universities seems to me they have big desire to reshape and reform and change intently universities through their one will, their one desire. They seek transform and shape universities as if conducting experiments to realize their one interests and their desire and their will. So far, humans have made effort to form, shape their future. The present is the result of this process. It is human history. As long as human existence exists, human beings will likely continue to shape their own future in this manner. However, if universities and education are changed like this process, like experiments, if university would be driven by intention and interest and purpose and will and desire of some people who are rich or who are powerful, then universities could not perform what universities should do. This is the problem. To discuss the future of universities, I think it is very important to consider and review what universities should do and which role university must play for society and for humanity, and what university members should do independently, regardless of universities' development and the university future. Mostly, students and professors don't think of a future of this university, Korean university. But now, students are learning very hard. This is a reality. And universities fulfill the role of educating and producing rational and ethical members of society. To this, students must learn the result of academic research. This is education. For scholarly research to a successful university, researchers must be free from everything but through itself. The spirit of freedom is the locomotive of academic world. It is precisely enable us pursue and love to truth. We cannot know picture, but and the university will change So anyway, it's very so sorry. I think it seems to me university lost the spirit of freedom. Therefore, our research and educating and teaching is depends on capital and power. This is problem. I think university should be free from everything, but truth itself. This is the future that we should achieve. But I don't know. The university will go so and so like this. Okay, so yeah, it's my idea.
Thank you so much. So many rich ideas here. I would like to open it up a little bit for a broader conversation and take as a starting point the idea that, yes, I think we all agree we need the Modern Research University 2.0. When Humboldt in 1810 founded Berlin University, which is kind of the first modern university, you know, the ideas of research, teaching, and service kind of emerged. This is the system based on which the global Republic of Letters that we are all part of and that are great, it's great that it's global and that it's shared, no, is based on. The question that arose here is around conformity versus diversity and the local. We have the Republic of Letters that we need to globally connect, especially when politicians come in the way for our mission. But the question is, how do we need to rethink what research even means at a community college in Africa, at Korea University, even at a university in Hungary, where you have a government that's pro-Putin, no? Research, what does that mean? Teaching, what does that mean? How do they need to be connected? Service, no? Service, serving basically the association of your specialized little field. Is that service? Or is it service going out and you know, talking to practitioners of Asian medicine and actually creating databases for patients out there and, you know, connecting epistemic systems? What is even service? So it would be great to open this up. We come from so many different places. The big question is, especially in a time of threats to the university in the US, we feel that very strongly, but also in many other places. How can we find silver linings under pressure to reinvent now research, teaching, service that could serve the Modern Research University 2.0? We would love to hear more questions or statements on that.
Yeah, so my question is probably targeted more towards Professor Helen Shin, but there's this really interesting study. I think it came out, I saw it from like the Atlantic from a few years ago, but it shows there's on this graph, it's like on the x-axis, it's, you know, a country GDP. Have you seen this? And then on the y-axis, it's like adolescent happiness. Okay, yes, you're nodding. And it just reminds me of the Gaokao programs. And it's really interesting because there was this relationship between the wealthier the country, the less happy and you know, the less happy the adolescents were. And they found that the relationship was really actually due to schooling. So the more wealthy the nations were, these teenagers, these students, you know, who were engrossed in these their academic systems, they were faced with like overwhelming distress that it really negatively impacted their happiness levels. But it was like this really interesting inverse relationship. So I'm just my question is, as you guys think about the future of education and like university, I know you mentioned, you know, like you're so worried about your daughter's future. Like, how can you if you were to remake this, like a vision of the future of this university, what could it look like to help, you know, foster her well-being in a different, and while she's still achieving and learning?
Thank you. Yes, that article was heartbreaking, but and I guess it doesn't always necessarily have to be the case. But I do think there's a strong correlation because it appears, going back to the origin of the research university, the current system we take for granted is very much the product of modernity. And I think therein lies root of many evils. So the idea of meritocracy, the idea that smartness or intelligence is a metric based on which we are legitimately assessing somebody's worth. I think that is just so profoundly scary and problematic on so many counts. The thing is, the system that we do inhabit and actually operate and run is running on precisely those principles. And as long as that is the principle that we do abide by, I think the problem will persist on so many levels. So the kind of computational knowledge or computational intelligence that the current system fosters, I think it's built into not just the form of education, but also format of research as well. I was really surprised, having entered the college system not as a student, but as an educator a little over a decade ago, how in disciplines where such forms of thinking are supposed to be challenged, it's already folded into and co-opted by the quantitative approach. For instance, you have to publish in X-rated, whatever journal, right? So here's the index, and the college ranking matters, so publish this and that, this form, instead of write a book. And the list goes on. And also, why does one have to publish in a globally, internationally recognized journal with high citation rates? And again, the list goes on, when in fact I'm researching a specific field that doesn't necessitate that kind of competition and exposure visibility. In fact, eschewing the responsibility or even desire as a scholar or just as a human being to challenge those kind of basic assumptions. So maybe in the coming years, those systems will be literally challenged, because I don't think it can persist in the form that it can right now. And I think the students are doing really fantastic work to undermine that. For instance, using ChatGPT. That could be problematic, but then I think there's room for reappropriation in very creative ways. So maybe members of the university are already doing it, and there's still time until my daughter goes to college, or even not. Maybe also the problem is a basic assumption that everybody has to go to college. So, and maybe that's not a good thing to say here, but unless we imagine the basic metrics and principles, I think the system is,
in the age of AI, that's very IQ fetish oriented, how would a university look that actually cultivates other human intelligences that we should strengthen? An EQ university, emotional intelligence, and what we do with our diplomatics platform, we now have diplomatic intelligence, which is about human connection, identity building, cross-cultural kind of communication. So strengthening human intelligences now. How would a university look like? No? Do you think there's a possibility, room for that?
Definitely think so. And in order to do it, maybe this is an opportune moment to reimagine, reconfigure what we value in being human to begin with. Because there's so much fear about replacement and this is why we matter. And of course, being human and being humane, all that matters. But I think there are some problematic assumptions undergirding that. Not about worth as in what we cherish and value, like ethics of care perspective, but more about differentials, which automatically translates into a hierarchy. And at the present moment, the university system appears to be a machine that amplifies and reproduces that hierarchy. So if we are going to talk about human intelligence, maybe this is, again, precisely that moment to open up to the diversity as in spectrum. For instance, Alan Turing, when he originally wrote his seminal essay, he did not use the term Turing test. He called it an imitation game. So if we're talking about intelligence from an aspirational manner, why shouldn't we talk about spectrums instead of tests, yes or no, pass or fail, this or that?
Definitely a problem with the incentives, no? The incentives. And partly our institutions have become part of the problem. That's why you need incubators. GHI is an incubator to experiment, because within the system it's very hard to do it now in some ways. Yes. More questions. Yes, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for all your thoughts. And actually picking up on sort of the idea of the incubator and systems, I wanted to ask a more practical question. So apologies to DevDot specifically, because it's going to be about sort of how to work around the university of the present for the university of the future. And part of that is just, I mean, being here really brings home how siloed we are by nature in our departments and our methodologies in our specific fields, because that's just such a huge part of our identity as academics is where do I belong, right? What is it I do? And I talk to people who do what I do, and I don't talk to people who don't do what I do, because why would I? But the thing is, I mean, practically it is difficult. Even within GHI, I was just saying, I mean, even within GHI we have pillars, and those are sort of the things that we do. But we probably need more cooperation between those as well as we go forward.
Hubs and platforms. We're building our architecture.
No, exactly. and I mean, we have interdisciplinary centers, or we have institutes for these things, but the foundation of the university is still the faculty, the department. I just wanted to ask practically how you've found working around those restrictions when doing interdisciplinary work, and if you have any particular actually tips on how to navigate this to actually, you know, create something that transcends those institutional boundaries.
Is it for DevDot? And then I could get.
Okay. So I wouldn't know much about the university system, but I am invited a lot to give guest lectures in colleges and schools. And I've done 2 experiments. I mean, one was 5-7 years ago, before ChatGPT came in, and it was design students, and we had to and I was teaching them something on design and art. And I had only 4 students sitting with me. And I said, is the Wi-Fi on? They said, yes. I said, do you have a phone on you? I said, yes. So they thought they had to put the phone away. I said, no, you use the phone. And I kept asking them questions. And I said, I'm not going to answer the questions. You have got Google, use it. And I kept asking really difficult questions. And they had to go very fast. And I sort of said, why don't you know the answer? Because you have Google. You're supposed to know the answer in 1 minute, 2 minutes. And then I made it fun. And when the coffee break happened, there were 20 people in the room. When the lunch break happened, I had 100 people in the room. They had walked out of every other class to attend my session. And I was not answering a single question. I refused to answer the questions. It's an old Indian model of teaching where you never answer, you only ask. And I was telling that because you have Google, so you don't have an excuse. I was just checking the architecture of their thinking. And I was checking, why are you not asking this question? Why are you not asking this question? Why are you not asking this question? And it sort of stimulated them, and I could see the neural networks forming. So that was one tip. And the second is I did it just a month ago, or less than a month ago. I was doing a writer's retreat for young writers, and ChatGPT had come. And I was doing something with a very popular story in India called the Ramayana. So if anybody's from India or familiar with India, there's a story called the Ramayana. Our entire culture and the political establishment is based on this one story. And I had these young people, and I said, you have ChatGPT. I want you to summarize the Ramayana in 500 words. And I had given them, they had the whole night to work on it. And I said, you can use ChatGPT. I said, this is the Wikipedia page. Read it from the beginning to the end of the Ramayana. And I gave them what to read, how to use ChatGPT, and I expected 500 words on I said, you WhatsApp it to me. I only use technology. I said, in the morning I'll wake up, I'll have, you're 10 people, 10 WhatsApps. I got all of them, and all of them were wrong with all the technology over there. Because I asked them, how many chapters are there in Ramayana? And they said 7. So I said, if there are 7, I expect 70 words from each of those chapters in 500 words, because that's 490 words. And I said, can you tell me there are 7 plot points in each of the 7 chapters? So each plot point will have 10 words, and you don't have it. And you see, I was very mathematical, but the fact is, having technology doesn't mean your brain is working. My job is not to get the right answer out of them. My job is to get them to think correctly. And I had these 2 experiments. One was 5 years ago and one was now, with 2 different technologies. And I think that's the mistake we do. We assume just because the library is available, students go to the library and read. Nobody goes to the library and read. Just because Google is available, people have used Google. Just because ChatGPT is available, they know how to use ChatGPT. If you are not going to enhance people by making them aware that and never ever give answers. And when people ask nowadays, I think you should never ask people to give written documents. I would never accept a written paper. I want a oral. I want a video. Tell me, explain it to me. Because video can't be ChatGPT'd. And I can see you talking, and I want to see you speaking, and it'll be extempore because you don't know what question I'm going to ask you. I'm assuming you have done all your homework. So I'm going to ask you a question. Now try to game the system. You won't. So I think there are simple ways of doing it. If you go to the foundation of learning is to build neural networks, not to create anxiety. Children are being made anxious because parents are anxious, and we're not making children resilient. Resilience is not a word. We are using the word anxiety rather than resilience, that once a child knows how to use technology, you realize that you're not using technology. I mean, I always tell people, Google has been around for such a long time that we should have been geniuses everywhere. Where are the geniuses? Right? So there are anxious parents out there, which is so sad. So I think that's important. Availability of information doesn't mean intelligence. And I think that's important to remember. So I think these are the tips that I can come up with.
So you were also concretely interested in restructuring the university, no? Tips, yes. Can I say so, even as a panel, kind of, just very briefly, because it is in our STEMMA abstract now. I think disciplines as they exist now should die. What we need is 3 types of identities. And that's actually in the visual abstract. And I would love to have more conversations also throughout tomorrow. It's in our abstract for STEMMA. One area is we need in complex societies expertise. So one identity should be, I'm trained as somebody who can read medieval Korean. I'm trained as somebody who can speak Persian and go to Afghanistan, whatever it is. And you should have that identity and get that training. That is one area for training for research. The other is exactly in the middle of our abstract, the cross-pollination, STEMMA, where you learn right from being an undergraduate student, and Professor Shin actually models this with her students too, to do problem solving for concrete problems. And you see how professors from many different expertises come together and do it. You have to grow into that. And that's the second identity you would have. And then the third would be knowledge into action. You're going to be sent somewhere and actually do something with that knowledge, no? Medieval Korean, I don't know. You might teach that, somewhere in the countryside in Africa, whatever it is. But have those 3 identities that are about, I'm an expert in something. It's the silo that has awareness of being purposeful. It's not the silo that actually thinks, I know something, thus I am. It's a very different. And then you have the knowledge, the kind of problem orientation, because I think we cannot do knowledge for itself. It should be for human flourishing and planetary stewardship. We have limited resources. That's that part. And the third part is you learn how to actually really translate what you're doing now. And growing up with these identities as a student already, we have to change faculty to kind of grow into it. It could be a very different structure, but I'll end it here. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Andreas, I think you had something to say? Yes. And anybody else? I'm already preparing to give the...
Part of the first question you have answered already. There is a good side to the specializations. I think especially in the STEM side, because many technical improvements, etc., wouldn't have happened if they had not specialized in a way I cannot imagine somehow. So it's this double thing, changing the system, but how can we keep up with the positive side of specialization, expert knowledge of medicines in remote areas, etc., etc.? How would it be able not to lose this and still change university? And the other question is, already listening here, there are so many similar kind of developments or new concepts or rediscovered concepts. My notion was with Porath impulse, Buddhahood of insentient beings. I have poor knowledge about Buddhism, but a bell rang that in Christian theology, especially in the Scandinavian and part of US, there is the priesthood of all creation, the priesthood of all creatures. Idea maybe addressing the same thing in the notion about our surroundings. So my second question, how can we come to fair comparative studies on a large scale which can be good for human flourishing because they answer questions in probably comparable ways. Again, excuse my poor knowledge about other religions, but it seems to be comparable and could be helpful for this aim flourishing.
You're already doing GHI. Do more GHI with the comparative stuff. Great. Michael, you want to have one?
I think you anticipated what I was going to say with your three different positions, Vipka. But really, I keep thinking about very targeted moments and spaces of encounters. So, for example, if you want to change your daughter's trajectory, what you have to change is the admissions office here, right? And then to change the admissions office, you have to have consequential dialogue about what are the key intellectual deliverables that the department is, or you know, the university is delivering, and how to articulate those in things in how can those be articulated to by applicants in ways of training that don't require tons of rote learning, that can have a dance or whatever, and all of those, a whole reimagining of the critical intellectual deliverables. And I think that comes out of the kinds of encounters you're talking about, Vipka, where you specialize in your discipline, but you also apply it in consequential dialogue. Rita Charon from Meta, who kind of founded narrative medicine, has this fantastic term, consequential dialogue, using literature to then think about her medical patients and then sit with them and experience with them the glare of the presence of death. And in that space, which is an abstract, undefinable space, forge consequential alliances and produce those in the broader community of carers and chaplains and clinicians. So yeah, I think this kind of new novel vocabulary that is being delivered and demonstrably powerful in the world will help the university understand that it can sell itself in that way and convince the admissions office how to change.
Wonderful. Problem solved. Any last questions? Because we'll go into a final round now of statements, but I want to collect any final questions so that our wonderful panelists here could actually address them in their final remarks. Anything? Questions, comments? No? Anything urgent? No? Then I would like to conclude the panel with exactly, Michael, what you have already modeled now without, actually, it's boomerang, as you say in Chinese. You didn't plan for it, but it kind of turned out really well, and there's resonance. I would like to ask each of the panelists to talk about one next step for actually your most urgent concern about the University of the Future now. And I should emphasize here, when we say the University of the Future, it's already with us. It's everywhere. They're the seeds. It's emerging. We are part of it. We have been part of it, which is actually very reassuring. It's like the trees I talked about where you can have confidence they'll be growing in some way. They'll be going somewhere, no? But in that scheme, what is a first small little step you will want to be doing? Perhaps not tonight or the next week, but something very, very concrete where you feel like this is really important to you now, no? To go this first step. 한 걸음부터 저리의 길.
One step. So I hope if I could dream up a dream university and think of the single step that can begin on the trajectory of some kind of change, I hope to see more fun, and I think that's absolutely important. I was really shocked to hear that in many conversations revolving around research, but also teaching, you have to be serious. You have to study hard. I think research, study, education, everything becomes hard and arduous when you're not enjoying it, when you were told to do it, when you're doing things because other people think it's important. And I have seen students fear, say they're writing a dissertation about memes. They fear that, oh, I'm not going to be taken serious enough. I was told that science fiction is not legit when I wanted to study it, quote unquote, when I was an undergrad. I was told that AI is just some kind of far-fetched dream, and not to pursue that direction when I was an undergrad. So I think one thing that universities could do is be idealist and allow people to genuinely join. I believe every single person who's here in the world who does stuff that we deem human is a genius already, if that's ever important. Seeing how language models learn language, that is just so inefficient compared to human babies. We're wondrous creatures not because you're smart, actually. It's because we inhabit that experience. I hope that university could be a place where people can do fun stuff. And when you're doing fun stuff, it's not only impactful for oneself, but it's for everybody, and it is so contagious. So simple thing, I guess, fun.
So I always ask, why do students come to universities? If you ask this foundational question, at least in India, people go to school and colleges because they want a job, because they will earn money, and that money will give them power, status, prestige. And the anxiety of education is, if I don't study the right thing, I will not get the job. Now, as I said, this makes sense if you come from a poor family, but if the same conversation is happening in a rich family, it's a little silly. But I've always asked, what is the purpose of education? And there is one line that I've always used, which was written by a scholar in India. It said, education is trying to know something about everything and everything about something. Right? So something about everything. I can talk about every subject, but there should be expertise in one field. And you develop that not through combat, which is how modern education is designed. It's designed around combat. It's designed around competition. It's designed around comparison, which breeds jealousy. But if you turn it into curiosity, and I'm entering the education system because I'm curious, and entering this university will enable my curiosity to learn something about everything and everything about something, which enables me to go out there and be a productive member of society, earn a living, have status. So that entire process, because one question was asked to me when, I'll just take a minute of your time on this, that when literacy came to Europe, one of the reasons why literacy was important in Europe is because it came with the Protestant Revolution and people wanted to read the Bible. It was not to get a job, it was to study the Bible. That's how literacy began in Europe. But in India, literacy has always belonged to one caste of people who used to do literary related work. Now it is opened up to everyone, and an entire India is wondering, why should I study if I don't get a job? So they don't study to learn about music and culture and art. They are studying only to get a job, and they want to return on investment, study the least to get the best jobs. So the approach to education is very different from, as I said, when in Europe, when literacy was introduced, it was to study the Bible. It was not to get a job. But in India, when education has been, it's a vocational, so people want to enter an MBA college so that when I leave, I'll get a job. And that's the basis on which the fees structures are decided. Because if I get X amount of salary, then I will get Y amount of loan. And that's how the whole, it's like an industrial unit. And I think we should question whether we want to make colleges combat zones or curiosity zones. I think that's important.
Okay, for me, I actually don't have a very good answer to this, but I think all as educators here, we try to chip away and do things to make change. And we always try to find a balance. This is all common sense, but we all know to achieve that balance, it's very, very difficult to do. Something is always skewed, something is always off balance. So I think what we try to do is to do our best. At the university, in terms of the university's identity and education, I think Wipke mentioned this at MIT, that students have to take 8 STEM courses.
Worth 1 year of
Worth
4
1 year.
years. It's big.
So I think that's a dilemma for all universities. The major debate going on at Korea University is whether to make courses compulsory courses for students or not. So making courses compulsory in terms of general education courses, which all freshmen have to take, we are saying that, okay, you are a Korean university student, you entered our university. We want you to graduate with a skill set that is common and universal across all Korean university students. But at the same time, we also want to give freedom to these students so they can choose which courses that they feel. But sometimes students don't actually know what they need. And sometimes we as educators need to tell them that. So in that sense, the University of the Future, we will always have to strike a balance. We will always have to try to chip away to make change. And I think this is just an evolving process that we have to do. But what I wanted to end on was that in terms of STEMA and global humanities, we have to do this. And I think what Helen was saying about having fun, what Devda was saying, what Youngwoo was saying, it's about forging something new, something that will equip our students to face the future, to face challenges of the university, and us as educators as well.
Okay, let's think about for what a professor researching. When university provide more funding, more capital, more money, then professor reach more. It seems to me that a professor and university researcher research not for truth, but for money and to make money. Then, powerful man and rich man can think, okay, when I give money to university, I can change university. Then, the future of a university depends on capital and power. University must be autonomous. It is very important thing. We don't forget this thing. Okay, so university will change regardless of what we think and regardless of our idea. But university members can change university. But the situation is so, in fact, professor research not for truth, but for money. It is a fact. Okay, so anyway, we when we will intend to improve and develop our university future, then I think university will depend on more and more on capital. I think so. The future become future. But so many people think we can intend to make a future through our desire. Then the future will come us, but I think we could not reach a desirable future. Okay, if we should begin now, then I can speak of the first step, but in fact, university has begun. Therefore, I don't know what the first step is. Anyway, I have to teach, and students must learn. It is routine. So, okay, it is what I should do. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to close here, when Helen talked about more fun, I also thought more fun even with less funds. A lot of things that you mentioned now, we can also do with less funds. one of the problems in the US now is the panic over if we have less funds, we cannot do anything. And sorry to say, when I came from Europe as a student, I saw so much waste at Harvard, feeding us students all the time with like ice cream specials and things like that, where I was like, when I studied in Hungary, when I studied in Germany, in China, now in Japan, we didn't have that. We didn't need that. You know, there's a lot of ways still where I think we can do, and we can do a lot of things also without, I agree, capital is needed. But it's very important not to be fatalistic now in the US about the funds, even if the deans have to make very hard decisions, no? But more fun even with less funds. So let's close here on spaces, where the University of the Future is, the curiosity zone, one of the 3 human things you talked about with fear and hunger, very nice. I love the balance gym because it's hard and every day you have to do it and practice it again. The balance gym, no. I think for you, I was not quite sure what space to put it into. Definitely the fun lab. This gets very close to GHI, and I have to say my first step, my humble step, is to do STEMA with you, to do GHI. That's hard enough, and I'm trying my best kind of with everybody doing that, but that's the step for us to take forward. Thank you so much. Now I would like to ask everybody stepping forward. We'll have, oh, only the speakers. Oh, all the speakers from today stepping forward, please. We'll have one picture here. And also moderators, definitely. Moderators, come forward. You have been speakers too. Okay, so Johan has even more complex design here of plans for you. So first, all the speakers and also the moderators, please come forward. And everybody else, please stay here because then we'll have the crowd picture with a big shout out and a lot of fun, part of the Fun Lab. So stay for that.